welcome back to Pixels and Pints, where we're going to cover, as we always do, lots of pop culture topics and some tasty craft beer. Joining me this afternoon is Tom.
Hello.
And Dan.
In person.
And I'm Pete. And yes, we are the band's back together.
Oh, there you are, Peter.
That's a deep cut. Yeah. That's a very deep cut.
An old school reference.
Noodles lost his marbles.
I'd reach over and squeeze your face, but that's not COVID safe.
Really, really glad I'm sitting a little far away.
Bangarang. I love that fucking movie.
It's a great
It was so
movie.
good.
Yeah.
It probably doesn't hold up these days.
No, it does.
It does.
I think it
Okay.
would.
No,
Anything with Robin Williams in it.
I watched
is
it recently,
amazing.
hence the reference.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So tonight we're doing our New Year's kind of 2021 wrap up, and I think everybody will join us in saying "fuck you" 2021.
Yeah.
It's a nice way to finish it off.
I, again, had a good year, so.
I haven't seen you fuckers in like 9 months, so
That's why it was so good.
Oh, got him. Got him.
harsh burn.
As if he wasn't setting himself up for that.
Harsh burn. All right. Do you want to? Jesus, I can see the 3.1 on the back of that beer. That's an interesting way to start. So we're going to be doing our Dark Knight episode.
Did you not look at what the strength of those were before you
I
got
knew
them
they
out?
were all Imperial.
Oh, okay, but you didn't actually know the specific numbers.
No,
We should start with the white ale before we go into the stouts.
the ones that you can't drink.
Poison beer.
So it's kind of a Dark Knight episode. So apart from this first kind of warm up beer,
Swear to me.
they're all darks. Yes. So year in review.
I thought there was floaties, but there wasn't.
While you're pouring that, 2021 kind of wrap up to start with, I think. Some stats for the podcast. So over the last 12 months, we've had 1,600 downloads. Geez, we've got a good spread of countries listening to our podcast, which is kind of surprising considering we're Aussie idiots, right?
I was quite interested in that.
So top 5 downloads by country: Australia, US, UK. So those top 3 are kind of what you'd expect. And then Israel and Canada. And Sweden came in a very close 6th. Another 2,005 views on YouTube, which is a relatively new channel, so very happy about that.
Yeah, well, that's only not even 6 months old, is it?
It's older than that, but it was sitting there dormant for like 2 years.
No, that's what I mean. Yeah, until we...
Ever since it started with lockdown, essentially. Yeah. We really did change the format of the podcast, and I'm not quite sure how the fuck I'm going to cut this back together now that we're in person again for the first time. Because I've got to call all these cool animations and all this shit that we've set up for remote.
Just leave it as a wide shot and
Just fuck it. Just throw it out there on the
We've
air.
gone old school.
just zoom in on Tom every time he makes a Lord of the Rings reference or something.
And surprisingly, so it's like 104 hours of watch time on YouTube in that lockdown 9 months.
Pretty good.
And the most listened to episode in 2021 was Pete Gets Diabetes.
Diabetes.
Fuck y'all. And
Maybe that's because everyone thought you were going to get diagnosed with diabetes in that episode.
it's like all my friends are like, what? And followed very closely, 2 downloads behind actually, was our most recent episode. So I'm suspecting we're kind of in an up ramp at the moment, which is great.
That was probably just whichever radio channel you were picking up, like jumping in to be like, hang on a second.
I just came
into
here.
our wireless.
I just
How
came
dare
here.
they?
I just came here for the Yaz flute. Highlights in terms of the podcast from my perspective, and you guys certainly share your opinion. But obviously we switched to remote recording, which was a big deal for us because
Made it a lot easier, especially the.
It was a big deal for me.
Last year,
Being able
living
to-
45 minutes away.
And not having to drive and be able to have a couple of proper beers and sit there and talk rather than constantly watching how much I was consuming.
But if you look at last year, season 3, we only got through like 12 episodes because of lockdowns. It really fucked our recording schedule and our ability to record a podcast. So switching to remote was a really big deal.
Can I please have that other can?
Sure.
Yes.
Thanks.
We completely overhauled
I was no use there. I just
YouTube.
want to point that out.
We launched our Discord channel. So if you want to jump into Discord, there's always a link on the YouTube channel
And the Spotify.
and the Spotify. Cool.
Well done.
I don't know
Pete.
how I managed to put that in. And the highlight for me really was celebrating Bar 89's 5th birthday. That
was
live
fun.
stream episode was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that.
So for me, that was kind of the podcast highlight over the last 12, apart from spending time with you fuckers. But,
Yeah, lovely.
you know,
Stop it, you big flirt.
whatever. So let's talk about this beer unless you have anything to add.
No, that was all you, Pete. I've got no access to those stats, so I was just waiting to see what you were going to put up.
I think my highlight was the Hinden Peter.
Yeah.
Everyone is welcome.
I watched that little clip, that little snippet that you put on there, and you put the little Hinden Peter.
I like that. The little cutaway. Yeah, that was good. That was very good.
It fucking made me giggle. I watched it like about 4 or 5 times in a row, and each time it just made me giggle. So,
Yes.
That actually got more people, I think. My friends who were just on YouTube, and they'd be like, somehow the algorithm would pick up that they either, through their Google account or whatever, would pick up that they were friends with me, and that they suddenly saw that. And I had a lot of people message me like, what's with that fucking Hinden Peter shit? And I'm like, you're welcome.
Did they watch the episode or the short?
The short.
Yeah, right. So and look, one last thing I will mention before we talk about this beer is I'm like a week behind editing our latest podcast episode because I had a flood in my house and my computer's been offline. So it literally got returned to normal service this afternoon, just before you guys turned up. So
2.5 hours ago.
yeah. So, I mean, by the time this episode airs, the video will have already been up. But yes, that's why it was delayed. What are we drinking, Dan?
Cans in your hand.
Cans in my hand. Watcher on the wall. It is Moondog's collaboration with Game of Thrones. It is a white chocolate imperial stout. Have you seen the? There's that, and there's someone that sings it just saying Peter Dinklage. Peter Dinklage, Peter Dinklage, Peter Dinklage.
Oh, fantastic!
It's fucking awesome. It's funny as fuck. White chocolate imperial white ale. You guys can talk about the Game of Thrones reference. I haven't seen it, so I've seen bits and pieces. I know the wall separates England from Scotland.
No, it's China from Mongolia.
It's what keeps the wabbits out.
It's a over exaggerated Hadrian's Wall.
You know nothing, Jon Snow. Oh, got him! Yes, reference.
There's not much on here. It says creamy white chocolate dominates the palate with a gentle, warm finish and an almost icy looking pour. Best enjoyed north of the wall.
The wall is what separates. I know.
He knows enough.
I know that
he's
much.
Being facetious.
I'm being facetious, yes, and I know the White Walkers are up there, and the
Wilders,
the Picts, and
Now your watch has begun.
And Jon Snow gets sent there because he's a bastard child and all that, and blah 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 blah. I know. I do know that. I am being extremely facetious.
They do have that sweet scythe that comes down across the wall when people are climbing it, though. That was pretty fucking cool.
Oh fuck! I definitely didn't see that.
Oh, that's a good episode. Oh, yeah, it's like a Doom kill.
What's it like a big windscreen wiper? Is it
essentially across a giant wall of ice? And when people are like pickaxing up it, they just get completely just explode.
Annihilates them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, cool. I might have to Google that one.
You've only got to watch
YouTube
5-6 seasons out of 7 to get there.
Yeah, no.
That's a YouTube short for you.
Yeah, definitely on that one. I've got to say the label is beautiful artwork. It's not fantastic printing because the Game of Thrones words are actually coming off on both labels.
They have been in my fridge for
they are old.
About 8 months.
Yeah, okay. We'll give them the benefit of the
8
doubt.
months?
But the artwork and the label is fantastic. They're on both cans. It's fantastic. You do get definitely white chocolate on the nose. And
I get a nice pleasant chocolatiness throughout.
And
actually.
the palate too, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was a little thin. But
it's creamy.
It's creamy. It's white chocolate.
It does, yeah. It is very creamy.
It's definitely not a sit there and smash a 6-pack of them.
No.
That's for sure.
It'd be palate fatiguing really damn quick.
Really quick.
Yeah,
it's 9%. Yeah.
Gonna be an interesting episode.
Yeah.
It's actually that's actually fun. I didn't realize that they say it on the back there that it's brewed to commemorate the 10-year anniversary. With 10-year anniversaries just out the wazoo with our beers and references today. The first beer we had was to celebrate. I got this for Dan. It was to celebrate his 10 years of being head brewer or just brewing. Just brewing for the Oz Brewing Company. So
and we have it on your 10 year at the
10 years with the pub company.
pub. So yes, I thought you were talking more about the show references, and I was going to say no. You said Lord of the Rings was 20 years old.
It is.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was,
and that's 10. That's celebrating not the 10th anniversary of Moondog, but of Game of Thrones.
yes.
Yeah, it must have been like
Moondog's
of the
the
first
It
episode.
must have been of the first of the launch of it. Yeah.
Don't know.
Just 10s all round. 10s all round, everybody. 10s all round. Diving competition.
I mean, it's nice. I'd like to compare it to a fresh one, but
Yeah, sorry about that.
No. So I had this fresh. I had this fresh on tap when it came out. The aroma is probably the only thing from memory that's really been lost. I remember like Steven going, "Whoa, holy shit, that's like chocolate in your face, like white
It
chocolate."
is really chocolatey.
it is very white chocolatey. Yeah.
But the flavor is still there. It's just like I remember. Like it was creamy. It was probably maybe a little bit creamier. This has been sitting, but it's been refrigerated the whole time.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
But not having much there to hide a 9% alcohol behind, they've actually done a pretty good. I just took quite a big mouthful to finish that glass off there, and yeah, it didn't like you get that slight little bit of excess alcohol.
Yeah.
but not anywhere where you would say, hey, that's 9%. You might go, that's like 7.5%, but not 9. So.
No, it is very well hidden. Although I don't think we're going to be hiding it very well by the end of the
Oh
episode.
God, no, we're going to be slurry as all hell.
I'm going to be putting my fucking
Roadie.
I don't think I'll be
in your own
drinking that.
house.
I've had a couple of sips. I don't think I'm going to be drinking any more of it because I'll be smashed.
I'm definitely going to be interjecting waters in between these.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
So.
Just quickly, 2021, just in terms of wrapping up the year, because this is the end of the year episode, which is being recorded on the 28th. I thought it was the 30th. I don't know. I got my dates wrong. Maybe we'll even release this side of the end of year.
Putting a lot of pressure on yourself.
Yep.
Yep.
You're not doing anything else, are you?
I've given myself 3 days, and I'm not. I'm on holidays. I
you
live
go.
alone, so
Fair enough.
fuck it. So just in terms of wrapping up the year, I teased out some of the games, TV, and movies we've been talking about for the year. So I'm going to rattle off the list, and if you've got more to add about your original thoughts on that piece of information, then interject.
So just before you get to that list, what have you played other than Guardians, because it's on the list? What have you played that actually came out this year?
Nothing.
Oh, Tom's got a list. Okay, that's where I wanted to go with this one. Because
Absolutely nothing.
I'm exactly the same. Everything I've played has come out previous years.
I've played a grand total of 2 video games this whole fucking year.
Yeah.
Days Gone and God of War.
Yeah, okay.
That's it.
So Kena Bridge of Spirits, which is a
Yep.
PS5 game. Guardians of the Galaxy, and Ratchet and Clank. And then
Oh, Rift Apart. Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
yeah.
I might play that now that I have a PS5.
or I can't remember if this came out on or Bugs Snacks was another because that launched with
that
the
would have
PS5.
that would have been last
That was
year.
just that was a platinum trophy whore.
Oh god,
No, it
they've
wasn't. It's actually quite a fun game.
I heard they
really recommend it.
released a
I gave you shit
an
about it at the
expansion
time.
for it.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, it's trippy as fuck. Immortals. That wasn't release, was it? I don't know. Let me find out. Let me tell you.
Immortals?
Phoenix Rising.
No, that was
Fucking 18th of December 20 was when I got the first trophy in it. That's how I tell. If my trophy up. So they date it. There you go. Close enough. Yeah. So I guess those 3.
yeah. It's been a super quiet year.
It
So
has.
I'm guessing.
It has.
Oh no, it hasn't. There's just a lot of games I don't think I haven't rushed out to get.
Yeah,
There
So
have
there's-
been plenty. Like there's obviously been a new Call of Duty. There's been a new Battlefield.
but they're pretty run of
Which
the mill.
Battlefield?
2042.
42?
Yeah,
Is
2040.
it even out?
Yeah, it
My
came
little-
out like 2 months ago.
Little brother. That's my little brother's been in isolation.
I didn't realize it had come out.
Yeah, it's out.
It hasn't been reviewed very well.
Right.
There's a lot of bugs and a lot of but one of the main things
They
'cause-
fixed most of them now.
Still better than Cyberpunk.
Yes. So my friend or our friend Sui. You haven't met Sui yet.
I've heard of Sui.
He's a big Call of Duty online Battlefield Battlefront player.
Oh, well, those are two breeds of people usually.
No, he's just one breed of person. Singular breed of person.
Yes, but Call of Duty players and
unless you go into the
BF
multiverse
players,
and there's multiple iterations of it.
there's not many that cross over. I cross over. I play both.
Sui doesn't discriminate.
Discriminate.
Discriminate? No, not at all. So he runs one of the big Discord channels for one of the big Aussie Battlefield players.
Oh, cool.
So he runs the Discord channel. So he plays a lot
Poor
as
bastard.
well. So
Can you imagine? Well, at least it's Battlefield or Battlefront.
Not the
Battlefront
Star Wars one.
Star Wars.
So Battlefield.
Battlefield. Yes.
Better than Call of Duty. The age is like 16. The average age would be 16 for Battlefield and like 11 for Call of Duty, I would think.
Yeah, so he runs it for Battlefield. And so he got into the new one as soon as it came out because he keeps up with it and he enjoys playing them and everything as well. But the one big thing that got me interested in actually playing it was back in the day we used to do two players, 0 life, so as low life as you could get it, and we were playing this LAN, and sniper rifles only on
I think you've talked about this
on a nighttime snow map
100 years ago on the podcast. Yeah.
And we would play that because you had all those parameters that you could set, you could just jump on and you would
Just
sit there for
customize
hours.
the map and
and you would just play. So Sui was now saying with the new Battlefield, I'll get that at some stage, that you can set up your own parameters in a server and invite whoever you want to play. And you can set up any parameters. He said the actual list of the parameters that you can set across the board was huge.
Yeah.
So I said to him, can you do what we used to do? And he goes, yeah, we can do that. I'm like, fuck yes.
I'll play
Get
that.
on there. So, yeah.
We should all get on PS5 and have a snipe off.
Yeah, well, that's what I wouldn't be playing it on PS5.
Cheat.
Absolutely not. Mouse and keyboard all the way.
I'd actually so on Battlefield, I have a little connection. You have Tim with his connections to all our Marvel stuff and music and everything.
Yeah.
Emma's parents, my partner Emma, so her parents, they're best friends that they've been friends with for 40, 50 years. Their son was one of the lead developers on Battlefield.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I told my little brother and gave him the email and he's sent back a feedback form to him, just being like, hey man, I fucking love Battlefield. I loved everything you've done. Here we go, the do this. And and then he was just I think they've had a little back and forth. But yeah, he was, it's like my little claimed 2 degrees of separation claim to fame.
Get him on the show.
I could try. Yeah, he's in the States. Or when I'm in the States, I might see him. Yeah.
Well, you don't have to be in person. We can do the remote thing.
I haven't met him, so I need to actually meet him
build
first.
the relationship, and then we'll fucking
Then
plow
I'll
it.
reel him in. Come to my podcast, little boy.
Totally exploit
Ren
that
and
shit.
Stimpy there. Jeez.
It was very much. Sorry, that was a very long sidetrack, but
No, not at all. It just
games
reminds
are
me
coming
of 2000 when I started in the professional workforce. So it was my first kind of job in the career that I'm in. We used to play Stalingrad on Medal of Honor Allied Assault, Moha.
Yep.
And we would set up the Stalingrad map as snipers only. And there'd be 16 of us in the department.
Was that the one with the bridge in the middle of the map?
No, it was basically just buildings facing each other with lots of windows, and you could walk around kind of the outside of the edge of the buildings, but there was shitloads of sniper cover. That's all it was. It was a sniper map, Stalingrad, which if you've seen any of the movies about World War One, Two, Enemy of the Gates, I'm sure that was Stalingrad.
Enemy of the Gates.
Stalingrad had a massive battle
Law.
in World War II.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I believe you. Anyway.
I played a lot of Battlefield 1942. And Vietnam. We used to play Vietnam.
Oh, yeah, we used to play Vietnam
We used to play Vietnam, and we had one guy, Jimmy, my friend Jimmy from high school, and he would only fly the pickup helicopter, the troop helicopter. And so we'd get on, we were in the internet cafe.
It was a Black Hawk, wasn't it? No, it was 1942.
Wouldn't have been Vietnam,
No, this is Vietnam. This is it's one of the big...
It would have been a Black Hawk then.
Oh, really?
No, it wasn't a Black Hawk. It was one of the kind of boat looking ones.
Okay.
Chinook, maybe? I don't know. I can't remember.
No,
But anyway,
Chinook has two blades, two rotors,
yeah, it was
front
two.
and back.
It was front and back.
Then it's a Chinook.
There we go. And we would call him like on the microphone, which would be like, "Hey Jimmy, can you bring the mum bus and pick us up?" And then we'd be like, "Now put on the songs," and he'd have to put on "Hush" by Deep Purple on the. And that's how we knew he was above us when we were playing against 1,000 bots. Yeah.
If he was in like a Huey or a Black Hawk, I actually think you might be right. Black Hawks might have come later, but the equivalent, the Huey or the Bell, playing fucking what was it? Rise of the Valkyries.
Ride of the Valkyries.
Ride of the
Valkyries.
Valkyries.
Oh, they had that in the soundtrack as well, but we liked Deep Purple at the time. We're going through like a Deep Purple phase. So. Yeah.
So in terms of 2021, I probably find none of these games were actually released in 2021, but it's what we've kind of explored in terms of pop culture content. Cyberpunk 2077, still shit?
Yes, I loaded into it 3 or 4 months ago and lasted about 20 minutes.
Okay.
I did watch a video of someone doing just a drive-through, but they had probably the top of the line PC with all the specs turned up to 100, and it did look amazing, but it looked like what a tech demo was compared to what I've heard from mates. I was like, well, that's basically lying to us as well. Like that's not
doesn't
no
represent
no
the
one's going to
enjoyment
have
of the
that
game.
PC that you've got, man.
Mine runs balls to the wall.
Yeah.
It's mine. Like my PC's not happy about it. Like I have to take the side cover off to keep it cool.
It's like sitting next to a nuclear reactor.
Yeah, and it's whirring its ass off the entire time. But it runs pretty much.
Yeah, right.
Top
It
end.
looked amazing, but it was just like.
But
there's so many people who never got that experience.
Have they fixed the scripting? Have they fixed the amount of NPCs just wandering around the city to make it feel lived in?
Well, there's a large number of NPCs in the city, but they don't do anything. There's no interaction.
There's no day-night cycles. You were saying they don't really have loops. They just keep doing whatever they're doing, no matter what time of day or night it is.
The NPCs. Yeah, there is an environmental day-night cycle.
Yes,
but the NPCs are.
The NPC that's going to the post office at 9
it's like the blacksmith that never goes to sleep in Witcher.
But you can rest or make the time go forward. I can't even remember how you do that. But standing somewhere and when it loads into night, that same person will be taking those same steps. In front of you from when you left. So
cool.
The world doesn't change that much. It is a really great world, and a lot of the actual scripted missions are good. But it's all of the external content.
There's just nothing fleshed out about the rest of the world.
And then half the fun about just riding around in Witcher was just the extra little bits and pieces.
Listening to people have conversations with each other, with their neighbours and shit, and villages. Yeah.
So, it hasn't. It's had a lot of updates. They've changed their roadmap. They've delayed their roadmap down further. They're
focusing on finishing the game.
Yeah, basically. So they reckoned it was going to be finished. I shouldn't say that. Their major patches were going to be released at the end of this year and the start of next. But I think they've pushed that, and they're talking about DLC content. And
I saw there was some news that they were getting a major PS5 update out real soon if it hasn't just come out. So optimization for PlayStation 5 maybe.
I will get back into it at some stage, and I will finish it. I think I'll probably start again. And experience with the updates from the beginning rather than being tainted and playing from where I am and sort of maybe potentially having missed content earlier on because it was bugged out or not running properly, not scripted properly. So I will start again. I'll probably play a different life path just when I start again, just to see what the differences are there. See if it can be a bit more interesting on that path. But yeah,
cool.
Wait and see.
That was the first game. AC Valhalla, more DLC coming. I haven't really changed my opinion on that since I last spoke about it and then banned myself. Days Gone.
I haven't changed my opinion on it either since I stopped playing it, and I'm not going to pick it up again, same as I do with every other Assassin's Creed game.
Days Gone. I'm seriously still thinking about a Survival 2 playthrough, but
my little brother,
games.
Just downloaded it because he heard us talking about it. He's like, "Fuck, I got to play it." You guys.
It's such a good game.
Yeah, man, it's so good.
It's still a standout for me for the year.
And had an update last week.
Yeah, but it's an optimization update. It's not a DLC. They're not developing for it, but
they're still
supporting the game. Yeah,
still supporting it. They changed the icon on the PlayStation 4 on the menu.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've noticed.
it was your statue, so it was that picture of Deacon up against the bike. It's now a black silhouette with the shape of Deacon and the picture inside the shape of his body.
Okay.
I don't know why that was a choice they made to change, but
No idea.
it is what it is. But
It is what it is.
I am going to load it up on the PS5 and finish the hordes. I've got about 4 or 5 hordes left to clear out. So
I really want to hear your thoughts on the graphics update.
yeah, so
into PS5.
purposely left those hordes so I could get in there and clear them out on the update.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, so good.
I
I was so surprised by it. You guys,
It is a game that I'm going to play very soon. And then the
I'm
syncing.
sure it's on special at the moment on the PS Store as well.
Everything's on special at the moment.
It's a big Boxing Day sale.
Yeah.
Oh, Guardians was going to be my next one to play, but I think I might go Ratchet and Clank next. Actually, would you say Ratchet and Clank are over Guardians?
They're both my games of the year in terms of our little threether. I can't really pick between them. They're both that good, but they are different.
Very different.
Ratchet and Clank's better gameplay. Guardians better story. There you go.
Okay.
In one sentence.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the Sinking City. Did you finish that?
No, it's still going. Big game.
Still enjoyable?
It's still the same as what it was. Good detective stuff. Just riding along. I've done another underwater mission.
Yep.
In the pressurized.
You did
deep
say
diver suit.
You did say it was too fleshed out for them to only do it once. So.
Oh yeah. So I knew it was going to come back, and I still do think further down the track you're going to get to go to Cthulhu City. It still seems like too much of a mechanic. I just came up against like the first big boss, I guess,
Okay.
big monster boss, a summon from a cult, and it actually held up everything that the game's done so far by not holding your hand. So I was like, what the fuck am I doing here? What am I meant to do? Am I meant to attack this thing, or
That's cool.
am
I
I meant
like
to
that.
attack all the little monsters that it's spawning, and all the cultists that are around? What am I meant to do? Like,
Yep.
I don't know if there was multiple ways to beat it. But I just grabbed a whole bunch of grenades that I had and threw them.
Yeah, fair
And
enough.
That seemed to do the job.
Can I rattle off the list of games I've completed in 2021?
No, you already did that like 3 episodes ago. You came up with all your platinum list. Can you pour the poison beer, please?
No, I'm not touching it. Fuck that fucking thing. While you guys pour that, I'm reading my game list. It's a wrap-up episode. Middle-earth, Shadow of War, Everyone's Gone to the Rapture, Marvel Avengers, Bug Snacks, Maneater, Concrete Genie, Kings of Amalur Re-Reckoning, Spyro Trilogy, Ratchet and Clank, Bioshock Trilogy, Darksiders Quadrilogy, Rise of the Tomb Raider 2 and 3, Days Gone, Star Wars Episode 1 Racer, Lego Harry Potter 1, Marvel Guardians of the Galaxy, Star Wars Republic Commando, and I went back and played Marvel Spider-Man. It's been a great year, everybody.
And you still somehow managed to get laid in all that. It's and
Once or
work
twice?
and work once or twice.
And do a lot of Instagram dancing like you just did.
Yeah. Hopefully you don't get COVID. You might not get laid as often.
There was a lot of shirtless dancing on Christmas Eve, I saw.
Oh, yes. Yes. No, it was Christmas Day.
It was Christmas Day.
I
Christmas
missed
Day.
that.
Yeah.
Kind of glad.
Are you, though?
I'm gonna jump to movies and then do TV because I think it actually says something about lockdown. So in terms of movies we've covered and talked about and all have come out, Zack Snyder's Justice League, still better than the original.
Oh, I still haven't watched it.
Did that come out this year?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's been a long...
Yeah, it has been. I could have sworn that was last year.
Yeah.
Army of the Dead.
Fantastic. That was fun.
And the sequel.
Oh, no, still need to watch that. Sorry.
Yep.
Black Widow. Black Widow seems like an age ago, right?
I would have said that was last year.
No, that was this
It
year.
was this year as
Yeah.
well.
Dune, obviously. Shang-Chi.
Yep.
The Suicide Squad, not to be confused with the other 2 movies with the same fucking title.
Still need to watch that.
The other two.
Oh, sorry, other one.
One. Yeah.
Yeah. It all blends. They're all shit.
I didn't mind the Suicide Squad. I thought it was...
It was better.
Let's
It
call
was
it
better.
James Gunn
That's-
Suicide Squad.
I've taken-
Suicide Squad of the Galaxy. Let's call it that.
My cats have shit, and they've been better than the original, so it's not a hard
Oof.
bar.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. It's I don't know what happened with that. It was such a generic piece of crap that
I rest my case.
yeah.
Yeah.
But the Suicide Squad was fun, and it was 100%. It was down to
laughed.
James Gunn. It was
Yes.
his direction, and I don't know who the writer on it was, but the writing was much better.
And the irony about that movie, right, is it's not the best movie of the year by any stretch. But for them to get a ginormous starfish as the big bad and pull it off in a way that's still funny and engaging is pretty impressive when you think about it.
Yeah, Starro was awesome.
Like,
Fantastic.
Anyway,
And just the ability and the silliness of everybody having those starfishes on their face. It was
written by James Gunn too.
It was written, okay. That doesn't surprise me at all. There's one scene in there. I really don't want to spoil it for Tom because it's a cracker of a scene.
That's my own fault for not renting it for $6.99 or whatever it is because I'm a cheap bastard.
Is it not? What would it be on?
Yeah, I don't think it's on anything at the moment because we don't have the DC stream.
I must have rented it or bought it.
I think it was on. You can get it on Apple or Amazon Prime, but you have to pay for it.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm already paying.
Pretty
for
sure
things. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, fair enough.
There's one scene that I thought was
fine. Go ahead.
really, really clever.
Just do it.
You sure?
Yep.
Okay. I've
probably seen a clip of it on YouTube anyway.
So Rick Flag, after their first mission that they go out, he ends up separated from the team, ends up with the rebels of the country they're in, which is the Cordos Maltese, which it is. Correct me if I'm wrong. A made-up country.
I'm sure
that
it is.
Was made up for Batman 1989 because that was where Vicky Vale.
It's her brother.
Was taking the photos of the war that was happening.
Yeah, okay.
So it's a direct link to Batman 1989.
Yeah.
Direct link.
Did you see Michael Keaton's reprising his role as Batman in the new
Flash? Yeah, we saw it
carry on.
10-second. Anyway, we'll cover that in a second. Rick Flag ends up with this group of rebels in the jungle, and the Suicide Squad, the remainders of the team, go to save him and take out all the rebels. And here he is sitting there drinking spirits and eating with the leader of them. They've just walked through and taken out the entire squad, the entire rebel.
That's the first army. 10 seconds of the movie, isn't it?
No. It's the 30 or 40 minutes. Yeah.
Fuck, it was a good scene, though.
It was an excellent scene. It was a great scene of John Cena and Idris Elba just going through.
And the tete-a-tete between the two.
Exactly, the banter between the two.
That's the reason I want to watch. I've heard that their banter is probably the best bit about the whole film.
Yeah, fucking great. Yeah, it is really good. So, that was a very drawn-out explanation of the scene, but it was good.
I wonder if
fun.
Peacemaker's going to be any good. It's got half of that duo in it. It's...
You never know. John Cena might, Idris Elba might make a cameo in a couple of episodes.
Yeah. That guy's got a variety of talents. You ever seen the guy DJ?
Yeah, actually,
he's a proper hardcore, decent DJ.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so you were talking about the Michael Keaton.
Oh yeah. We've actually, you know what? I registered her as news, but it's like 3 or 4 months old. Yeah, so I don't know why it popped into my head.
So we spoke about it that
was DC fandom.
DC fandom. We before that we said. We're going to see something of Flash.
Yeah.
And it was 100% confirmed at that stage. And we said before that we would hopefully we'll see something of the Flash at Fandom. And I said, we just need to see Michael Keaton in the fucking chair or Michael Keaton's Batcave. And that's exactly what we got.
Yeah.
The last second we saw the back of the Michael Keaton Batman. And that was all we saw of him. But
still trying to get through the year-end review. This is good. Where did we get to?
You guys need to talk about the beer as well.
Witcher. No, not until I'm almost through The Witcher, Nightmare of the Wolf, Free Guy. Free Guy's a standout for me. And then
Free Guy was very funny.
We got a shitload of TV. And I think that's probably just a sign of the whole COVID lockdown being...
I think it's more than that. I mean, everything's going that way. I mean...
The golden age of TV.
It is. I think it's a new golden age of TV. I think it 100% is.
It's golden age of streaming, I guess. But
we've got a shitload of Marvel.
What have we got to thank for that?
Yeah.
Game of Thrones. I mean,
you're absolutely right.
That's what led the charge 10 years ago. And
WandaVision. Just go through the Marvel list is a long list. WandaVision, Falcon and Winter Soldier. Why does that keep doing that? Loki, Marvel's What If. And that was it.
Hawkeye.
Well, yes, but we're going to talk. Yeah, it did come out this year. You're right, but I kind of parked that. Then we had Raised by Wolves, which was fucking great.
I think that was season 2 was last year though.
Yeah, so it was season 2 that we talked about this year.
No. Season 2 is not out till next year.
Okay.
Anyway, moving right along.
We only talked about it this year, though.
Yeah, because you watched it.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
That's a decent reason. Star Wars Visions was the other Marvel-ish thing that I forgot.
Disney, let's put it on the Disney.
Disney.
Yeah, so it's all the fucking
Star Wars
same
is
now. It's just
Marvel-ish.
Marvel-ish. It's, Masters of the Universe Revelation.
Oh, did you watch? I know Pete hasn't watched it. Did you watch the second half of Masters of the Universe?
I think I'm 2 episodes in.
Okay.
I haven't started.
I've seen the Bruce Banner moment. Let's put it that way.
The Bruce Banner moment. Yeah. Yep. There's a couple more Bruce Banner moments throughout the series. Yes.
I don't get the reference.
You will once you watch it.
Got it.
Yeah.
That's why I was being discreet. Code.
That's my mate from work. Foundation, Cowboy Bebop, which
we finished, and I thought it was fucking fantastic, and I'm going to watch it again. I thought it was thoroughly fun.
Have you decided? Are you going to watch the original cartoon?
I am because I'm
anime. Sorry,
really.
not cartoon.
I sent you guys another message when we were about one episode from the end, and I said I'm really pissed off that you've told me this is it.
Yeah.
And it felt like that they knew it was up until the last 30 seconds.
I don't think from memory, there's only one season of the anime, but it's 29 episodes as opposed to.
Oh.
So it wasn't. There was a couple of, and then there were a couple of movie length features.
Okay.
But,
afterwards.
Yeah, I think it mainly continued in book form.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
I'm going to find where the live action finishes at the anime.
Yep.
And I'm going to continue on from there. I probably will watch a few.
It's nice for a nice
season one.
parallel. It's all like in terms thinking of Watchmen and the book to screen
Adaptation.
Adaptation. Watching the animated version and then watching the live action and just how faithful it is.
Yeah.
Cool.
There seem to be a lot of loose ends that they tied up, but I think that might have just been good writing. But then they did leave some threads open, and then the last 10 seconds of the
just wrap it all
30
up.
second. No, they then sort of led into what would have been season 2 of the live action, which is really annoying because
there is no
it
season 2.
It seemed really interesting. Well, it seemed different. It seemed like they were going to go a different path for the second season.
Hey, they've renewed other things that they've said they've.
I fucking hope they do, because
there could be enough fan outcry that they want to.
The acting and the writing,
Serendipity movie or whatever. Not
Or
Serendipity.
enough
Serenity.
Serenity.
Serendipity. That's a totally different movie.
Enough people finally watch it on Netflix that Netflix look at the numbers and go, oh, you know what? Maybe it just wasn't the big release we wanted. They wanted a Mandalorian
or
season.
Wheel of Time.
Yeah.
Just broken all streaming records ever.
They need to get, if you people are fans of Cowboy Bebop and you watch any of the live action, everybody needs to be as vocal as the Firefly fans were for the last 20-something years.
Yeah.
And
They still haven't brought it back, though. So
well, it's not going to happen.
It's been completely fruitless.
Yeah, well, but with
Was that
with Joss Whedon in the state that he's in at the moment, which is persona non grata, it's not going to happen.
Doghouse.
So that's not going to happen. But I mean, there was actors that the Nathan Fillion and I forget the name.
Marina Boccarani.
Yeah, and the guy who played Jane. They were all very vocal in that they wanted it to come back. But I mean, we're in the time now that if everybody pushes for Cowboy Bebop,
It'll happen.
season 2.
It's close
Even
enough,
if they do it and wrap it up at season 2.
Just to finish it, yeah.
Just to finish it. It would be great. And it's such a fucking waste that something that good and
shit canned.
different.
It's interesting as to why. I mean, Netflix budget is
I think that's the thing. They got so many big budget things at the moment. They're starting to become a bit ruthless, where if it's they can't do a Game of Thrones and waste 10 million on a pilot episode that goes nowhere. I don't know if you heard that about that. They shot this $10 million episode and they're like, it's rubbish.
It's crap.
Just throw
We
it
never
out.
saw it. No one ever saw it. Yeah.
This was for the spin-off? I think it was one of the spin-offs.
So are they still releasing this prequel?
Yes.
So that's still coming, but they filmed something else and it's been
No. So the very first thing that they ever recorded for the Game of Thrones was a pilot episode that was never released.
Oh, okay.
10 years ago.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. But, yeah. Let me Can we come back to Game of Thrones? Because I do want to talk about Wheel of Time in terms of wrap up now that the season's over. And there's a lot of parallels that I think are quite interesting. Just in terms, I think we're done. So I think we talk about the beer. The poison beer.
Poison beer, I can't touch.
It's by
You know what?
everybody's standard. Let's clarify this. This is not poison beer.
No, it's
this
poison.
is
It's absolute
It is
poison.
poison to Tom because Tom is allergic to chili.
Which I reckon you could probably drink this and get
not
zero
worth
reaction
it.
out
Not
of
worth
because
it. Not worth it. I don't think our YouTube watchers want to see me going, slowly swell up at the
I
throat.
don't want to deal with it either.
Yeah.
Honestly.
it's the
You guys know how to
least.
perform a pen trachea, right? You guys have watched Anaconda.
Yeah.
Never seen Anaconda, but I've seen enough.
Have you never seen Anaconda?
Is it John Voight who gets it?
John Voight. Yeah.
Never seen it. Glad I haven't.
the ball point.
It is the least chili. But it's in like 50 fucking movies and like.
Oh, yeah.
Little pen knife.
Yep.
I was watching. What's that?
The spider's in his throat.
Anyway,
Spider goes down his throat and then builds a web in his throat, and after it's fucked.
the
God, is
fuck.
that
This
what
is
it
why I
was?
haven't
Yeah,
seen
wow.
Anaconda.
It's fucked.
It's so fucking shit.
Oh, and then later, don't worry, later on in the movie, John Voight gets eaten by the anaconda
And then spat back up.
spewed back up again.
And he's still half alive.
And he winks or something
Yeah,
and then
he's-
falls over dead.
This is the least chili stout I've ever tried.
It's the chili.
Again,
The chili is definitely
What,
there.
eight
Like,
months old?
Yeah, I was going to say that is just got to be age.
Yeah.
There is a little bit of heat in the back palate. It's got a really nice. It's a chili and vanilla imperial stout. So this is a 7.7. So it's not as strong as the other one. And once again, beautiful label with the dragons. I didn't say on the first one it had a raven on it, but beautiful use of color and the dragon and the Game of Thrones IP. It's really
And a good
really
contrast
gorgeous.
to the first beer too.
Yeah, really, really gorgeous label. It's nice, dark chocolatey. It has that little bit of chili character to it.
Yeah,
It's-
you're right. It does have a little bit of heat in the back palate, and it's hard to tell if that's the alcohol or
Oh no,
the
it's
chili.
it's definitely the chili. Yeah,
Quite astringent.
yeah.
Finding it a
It's
little,
it's
little
very
soy saucy, but
very dry and very
in a bad way.
black malt bitter. But
Yeah.
I love that depth of character with all that sort
So
of.
these were both released back in May.
Yeah,
That was like a time reference.
yeah.
And even
So
back
good-
then, so
good
it's just
7 months old.
looking at the mates on Untapped who had it, they all said that they didn't get that much chili as well when it was fresh.
yeah,
like-
it doesn't need to be an overpowering flavor. So it was designed to
Which
be
is
subtle.
good because sometimes I know people have told me how they've had a chili beer that's just it rips through your entire mouth and then you just can't enjoy the rest.
And you
of
need to fucking drink a bottle of Mylanta
it.
afterwards.
Yeah.
Because like a dark beer with chili, for anyone who's got stomach issues like I do, like acid reflux, fuck, it's lethal. So I'm kind of glad.
I think it's nice. But
It's certainly opened up
In
while
def-
we've been talking.
defense of the first one, this is much more my style of beer.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is what we're drinking, right? This is the Dark Knight episode. It's all fucking
Yep.
Imperial Stouts. It's going to be various styles of Imperial Stout, but yeah.
Cool.
Right.
Do we have to pause
No.
for the camera?
No.
Still red.
It's still red. We've got a new camera. It's
old camera.
It's the new old camera. I bought it like 4 or 5 months ago in anticipation of lockdown ending. We had a 2-week break of lockdown and then went straight back into it. So it's just been collecting dust.
And I can see the light and Pete can't, so.
No, I can.
Oh, you
actually.
can,
It's-
actually.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, good.
Since I moved it back.
The
So
responsibility is now passed.
I can't see the screen, so I think I'm in
I
shot.
can. I look gorgeous.
I haven't got my glasses on, so I
Go,
can't see
gadget.
shit.
Tom's eyes. News. There was sweet fuck all, other than Norman Reedus.
Yeah, I saw that actually.
alluding in social
Yeah.
media.
I don't know if that's anything. I think it's just him. 'Cause especially if you look at them,
You can get yourself in serious trouble if you're an actor being a fuckwit on social media. We've lost whole characters in movies, a la who was the chick in Cara Dune in Mandalorian got axed because of her shit on social media.
and that's a bit different than alluding to I would like to play the character.
Oh, he didn't say that I'd like to play it. He alluded that he's already kind of talking to them about it.
Gina Carano.
Gina
okay.
Carano, who played...
Cara Dune. Yeah. Sorry, was trying to get my head around the actor and character name.
I can picture her, but the way that I would describe her, I would have to bleep
Yeah.
out.
Nope. No.
Imperial
It's-
tattoo on her.
Rebel tattoo.
Rebel tattoo. She's a rebel shock
drop-
trooper.
drop-
Give me another
Yeah.
9%. Carry on.
No, it's just interesting because the Marvel comics at the moment are really pushing the Gabrielle Ghost Rider character, who's the one with the big muscle car.
I never finished the sentence, sorry. Norman Reedus is making comments in his social media profiles that allude to him playing Ghost Rider.
Yes, sorry, I've jumped ahead because I've read the notes. Yeah, but so like the current Ghost Rider they have, who is part of the main Avengers comic book, is the one we saw in Agents of Shield. Mm-hmm. Who was played by Gabriel
Which
Luna.
I've got to say, I wasn't.
was the muscle car.
The
We
car
played
was.
by Gabriel Luna.
I'm pretty sure it was in Agents of Shield.
Really?
Fact check me, someone.
I have not seen
Go,
him
Pete, go.
in
Yeah,
years.
we-
He played the Crow in the second. Was he the Crow in the second one?
No.
I don't know.
No.
He's going to be in
Gabrielle, what?
Gabriel Luna. I'm pretty sure his name is. He's going to be in Last of Us. He's playing Tommy.
Terminator Dark Fate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did. Sorry. He was definitely in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. as Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was Termy.
What's his other filmography?
Filmography.
What am I looking for specifically, though? Crow,
Crow, City of Angels.
which was released roughly.
Oh, early 2000s.
When dinosaurs still ruled the skies.
When Tom was wee itching his daddy's ballsack.
Wow. No, he started his career in 2005 with Fall of Grace, Prison Break, Dance with the Ones. No, I'm not.
Fuck, what do I know him from then?
Plenty of stuff, I'm sure. Anyway, yes, he plays a version of the Ghost Rider character, but
The actor-
instead of being on a bike, he's in a massive muscle car,
Yes.
Which is
sick.
suitable for the character of Ghost Rider that he was actually playing,
Yeah.
was depicted in the comics
Yeah.
as having a muscle car. So it's just that everybody's read or seen the
Nicolas Cage.
Nick Cage.
The burning scene when his
Harley.
face catches fire. Fucking hilarious.
We've had this conversation about Ghost Rider a couple of times, and I said I was disappointed that the Ghost Rider in Marvel Knights was going to be that Ghost Rider. I wanted it to be, and this is just me being nostalgic. I want it to be Dan Ketch.
But
Dan Ketch.
because I was about to say Johnny Blaze is now, I think currently he's the king of hell.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Marvel Comics, crazy.
Well, I just like Dan Ketch had some interesting arcs, and as far as I understand, he was the first one that could change at will
At will, yeah.
by touching the gas cap on the bike.
And he was the one who had like the more modern, like almost like Kawasaki, like.
No, I think he still had a fairly decent sized chopper, but he also went on. Don't correct me in the comments. I don't really care that much.
No one comments anyway. I'd love for you to comment.
I'll go and look it up myself, but I'm sure he ended up being Spirit of Vengeance. Like Vengeance in the end. And
Totally.
somebody else took over as Ghost Rider, and then he became Vengeance, which is another version of Ghost Rider.
Right.
Vengeance is more... I'm speaking out of school here. It's been like 30 years since I've read.
He was the third one.
He was the third one. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm getting random spam from Snapchat, which I don't even use. Anyway,
That's a dick pic.
I'm pretty sure the name is Cool Guy. No, I won't say the name. So just quickly before we go to break, it won't be quick. Witcher Season 2 we can't talk about because you haven't finished.
We can talk about the first
We can't spoil it.
half of.
I need to have an episode recap through. Yeah, it's.
Is it as good as Season 1 from your perspective? You've seen the whole season, yeah?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, easily. I think that it hasn't gone that far beyond what season 1 did, but it's kept the quality.
My only comment on that is that season 1 was spanning hundreds of years.
Yes.
So there was a lot happening.
Yes.
And then season 2 is...
I think this is definitely more
It's a smaller
user-friendly.
story.
It's in real time.
Yes.
In
It's-
huge quotation marks.
See, and we've talked about this before. I didn't mind the time jumps. I thought the time jumps were really cool. It's a really cool way of telling the story.
Yep.
But I think if I'd had a second season of it, it might have been like a bit of like
Too much.
I need to.
Well, they didn't.
Deconstruct each episode to figure out what you're watching.
But I mean, they did it for an absolute purpose. They did it to catch everybody up as quick as you can on someone who is Geralt's like 300 years old before he meets Ciri.
Well, that's the thing I liked about this. I like the fact that it is.
He's not that old.
It is set in a span of time.
He's 198
Or
in the present day.
Vesemir is 300 then.
Yeah.
But I like the fact that it was set in that thing, and it's. I think for me, the whole thing, it's mainly set around Camoran. So, like, for me to actually be there and see it all, like...
And Camoran's great. Like, it looks fantastic.
I'm on the fence. So, don't get me wrong. I thoroughly enjoyed Season 2. The production value, the quality of the storytelling kind of... what's the word I'm looking for? Like, the mechanics of telling the story, the protagonists and, you know... It was at least as good as Season 1. But my emotional connection to
Camoran.
which is ironic, right? But my emotional connection to that place and the stories told around it are still buried in Witcher 3, the video game, and the series doesn't quite kind of hit the same beats.
I don't know, that scene where they're riding up.
I could see
it's
the
in a later
connections.
episode, but there's a scene where Geralt and Yennefer are galloping towards it, and it just like, and there's a really rousing string soundtrack, and I was just there, just like, yes! Like it just.
There was
made me
almost too
super
many
excited.
of those, though. There was almost too many of those shots, those establishing shots of, look at like the plates that we painted for Camoran.
Yeah.
It just even when they had Geralt on the logs fighting, like swordplay by himself, he was practicing. Because that features in the games pretty heavily as well, or in Witcher 3 pretty heavily as well. Just didn't quite have the beat. I love that he's training Ciri. We're getting the Ciri story. We're getting the introduction to the Wild Hunt, where and I'm sure they're going to renew for Season 3 because it's too successful 100%. Not to, right?
It's just going to take another 2 years to get it. That's the end point, or a year and a bit.
But if Season 2 is a bridge to establish where we need to be to launch into the Wild Hunt storyline, then it's fucking brilliant. Like, it's well worth it. Because Season 3 is going to be absolute killer.
If they... I don't want to absolutely, completely destroy and burst any bubbles and expectations that you have, especially not having finished Season 2. The Wild Hunt is a fucking long way off.
Yeah, no, I know this because I've read into the backstory. I think I know what they need to go into next.
The Wild Hunt does not appear in the books at all.
Oh, really?
At all. And the 3 games continue on after the books.
Yep.
And the Wild Hunt is only in the
Witcher
last
3.
game.
Yeah, and it's at the end. It's the climax.
It's in basically the whole game.
But don't they allude to...
But it's the climax, the fight with the Wild Hunt.
They allude to it.
They allude to something that happens between Geralt and the Wild Hunt. And
yes, but that's still not till the end of the book series.
Yeah, so that's got to come before what we know in 3, I've read that
in the games. Yeah, so yes, there is a time with Geralt and Yennefer have in interaction with the Wild Hunt.
I don't see Witcher wrapping up anytime soon. I see this series
I think they'll get
on.
5 I reckon 5. I'm predicting 3 years in advance. I'm predicting they'll get 5 seasons out of Witcher.
If they don't bring the Wild Hunt into it by, I guess, Season 3 or 4,
It has to be the end of Season 3.
I reckon they will start to lose people for it.
And I think they're actually more likely to lose Henry Cavill than they are
I doubt it.
viewership.
I doubt it.
I seriously doubt it. He's such a Witcher purist.
Yeah, and then someone drops $100 million on his lap to go and play. I mean, he's talking about Man of Steel again. He said he'd come back for it. Well, sorry. Let me rephrase that properly.
I want to get back to Camoran too, so let's
He
go
said
back there.
that if Zack Snyder asked him, he would love to play Man of Steel again.
Yep.
Which is not the same as anyway, carry on.
And The Rock wants to fight him as Black Adam.
And Black Adam, yeah, we've heard that.
Black Adam wants to fight Superman. He reckons it'll be epic, but he's The Rock, so everything will be epic.
I think the
Superman, it'll be over.
I think a lot of what they're going to cut out is the politics, and they all
Yes.
They already seem to be taking a lot of the politics out of it.
Yes.
So you're seeing...
So they've learnt from the prequels of Star Wars.
yeah, but not Game of Thrones, because Game of Thrones, from what I understand,
It's
was
all politics.
All politics. Well, not all politics,
No, but
but a huge amount of.
Yeah.
Yeah, apart from the White Walkers, it is politics reinforced by war, which ironically is very fucking real.
So The Witcher 2, Assassins of Kings.
Yep.
It says it in the fucking name.
It's all politics.
It's all politics. The whole thing. And this is the thing. Like
They're definitely, by the end of the season 2, they're alluding a lot to like the idea, the story behind Assassin of Kings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be great, because there's a Witcher in he was in 3, Letho.
And you only met him if you did a certain thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was he from what school was he from? The Cat?
The School of the Serpent. So those...
I've watched that opening sequence of him on the boat. It's fucking that
yeah.
cutscene.
Oh, yeah.
So that's Witcher 2, yeah?
That was Witcher 2, but that was a later addition to Witcher 2. So that game did
Right.
not actually get released with that cutscene. It came in
I haven't
months
played
later.
2. I've
So
only played 3.
Go and watch it on YouTube. It's the introduction to, the secondary introduction to Witcher 2, Assassins of Kings.
Right.
And so that entire game is just a political thing, backwards and forwards. And this is what I was really interested in when Game of Thrones was said to be coming out. We watched all of season 1, me and Louise. And I'm like, yeah, this would be great if it was a little bit more witchery, with a little bit more magic and monsters and things like that.
Yeah.
It was a little too real world based for me, and then it just went off the rails and got too gross and brutal. So I left that, and that was what I really wanted The Witcher to be, and what it is in the books. Like, you spend entire chapters with just the kings talking about how they know the mages are trying to control them and their kingdoms and what's happening. And
You never get...
first invasion of Nilfgaard, the second invasion of Nilfgaard, and the elves and the dwarves and all the non-humans.
Yeah.
And it's
There's plenty of that with the elves.
elders.
Plenty of that with the elves.
Yeah,
in
the elder
season-
races,
it's elves in season 2, though.
Yeah.
There's heaps of that.
Yeah.
Especially
Yeah.
with bringing Dijkstra in.
yeah. So can I just quickly touch on what you were saying about Camoran?
Yep.
And so you start the very first Witcher game in Camoran. It's you wake up as Geralt. He has amnesia, and it's being attacked by the salamanders, which is
I think you've talked about this in a really, really old episode.
Yeah, so this is your first introduction, and this is your first introduction to Camoran, and it's your first area of the game. Yeah. And you can walk around it. It's quite big. The actual model is the same as what they use for 3. So where you go in 1, it still exists in 3, except the external area. You can't go outside of the castle in number 1, just limitations of the era. And then once you leave Camoran, you do not go back until that point in 3.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
I literally teared up when you got to that point, and
And
I
you
was
see it for the first time.
and it's like, what, 4 or 5 hours, 6, 7 hours into 3. I knew it was coming because it was marked on the map.
yeah.
And I literally riding up to Camoran, there was tears in my eyes just riding up, and it had the music going in the background and the wind blowing, and you get up there and the other witches are there that were there when you were originally there in the start of the first game.
And how long is it between Witcher 1 and 3, the games? It's got to be at least a decade,
At least
right?
a decade. Yeah. At least. Yeah. And so just having worked your way through and you don't number 2, you only spend time with Triss. You don't spend time with Lambert or Eskel or Vesemir or any of the other witches. You don't meet Ciri, you don't meet Yennefer. They are characters and very important characters to these people that you're interacting with.
Yep.
But you don't see them for 2.5 games.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
And then all this emotional attachment and built up is all, like, it just comes to a point when you get to sit down and drink with Lambert and Eskel in Witcher 3, and Yennefer's upstairs, and they're all bagging Geralt out because you can either choose to go up to Yennefer or you can stay down and drink with the witches and play games. And it's all these emotional strings and a pull. And CD Projekt Red knew exactly what they were doing when they did this, because they knew this was the first point. You were coming back to Camoran after
over a decade.
2.5
of waiting,
games.
Yeah.
So yeah, and they pulled that off brilliantly, and I don't think any other game series has ever done that.
I did appreciate when they showed the medallion tree.
Yeah.
If you look closely,
Hanging off to the right
was the game one,
Yeah.
which I have on my shelf.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
I did see that.
Nice.
It was facing the screen, and you only caught like the
jagged
sort
edges of
top,
it?
top
Yeah,
down view
but
of
you-
it. Yeah.
you knew exactly what it
100%.
was.
Yeah, yeah, 100%.
There's another shot of it as well. It comes back a second time because when I was like, did the what is it? The Once Upon a Time in Hollywood Leonardo moment, like that meme where he's like points at
yeah.
the screen. I did that. I was like, Emma. And she goes, the medallion I told you never to wear. And I was like, you want me to wear it now, though, don't you?
I do love the fact in the show that they all have their
Different
own medallions.
medallions,
yes.
And that feels to me at some stage that they might explain, maybe not, that
The crafting of
they
it.
might have been crafted by the original Witcher and then handed down as they went. I don't know.
Have you?
I reckon it could allude to almost like a lightsaber building moment. Where
Yeah.
it's you
Yeah.
put your
Craft
own,
your own
person-
medallion.
Yeah.
have you gotten up? You're up to episode 4. Yeah. Okay. They haven't covered the plants yet, have they? The flowers.
Vesemir's just come in with the purple plant that's grown from the Elder Blood.
Okay.
Spoilers for Witcher.
Okay. Okay. All right. We'll move on. I just quickly before we go to break. It's all right. We're not in a rush.
Pete, we're over the hour. Oh God, the camera's going to explode.
Yeah, in the old days, right? 30
Yeah.
minutes and you're dead. Hawkeye season 1. I know you haven't finished.
I haven't even started.
Okay, you haven't started. Tom, you finished it, yeah?
I fucking loved it. It did more for the character of Hawkeye than any of the Avengers movies did.
I agree.
Made him like
It's-
that. I saw an article today, and the headline was just it was basically that, but it was like it redacted the most boring Avenger thing. It's just I just love how localized it gets a little bit extreme. Obviously, in the last episode,
they hang a lampshade on that though. They make a point out of how small his role has been in the other movies in the Broadway play.
oh yeah, that thing, yeah.
He's almost an afterthought. So at in the very first episode and the post-credits scene at the end of the season, they have a Broadway
It's
play.
not the post credit. It's the Marvel
mid.
Marvel Christmas gift to everyone.
It's the mid-credits
Rogers
scene.
the musical.
Okay.
It's the
Rogers the
mid-credit.
musical.
No, it's the mid-credit scene at the end of the last episode of the season.
Yeah, but it's not meant to be like a typical Marvel stinger. It was a.
They had a mid-credit and a post-credit scene. Of course it is.
It's not.
exactly
It's
the
not.
same.
It's Marvel came out and said this is our Christmas gift to you.
I get that. But
Yeah,
anyway,
it's not.
So-
It's not a traditional Marvel credit scene in that sense. It doesn't lead. It doesn't
It
lead
doesn't
into.
lead to the next one.
into anything. Is what I'm.
No, but the
yeah.
post-credit scene does.
Yes. Yes.
Which, yeah. They usually do one gimmicky kind of gag joke scene and
they
they do
don't.
a sting into the next. They do frequently.
Yeah.
Anyway, they did a full Broadway stage production. They brought on a guy who writes Broadway to write this thing, and the actors in the stage show production are real Broadway actors, and they went, "Fuck it, we're here. We've written a whole piece, and like we've written all the music for it. We may as well just do it." And so they recorded the whole thing. So it pops
How
up.
long did it go for? Do you know how long it went for?
Oh, it's only. It's
It's
sorry.
one-
It's
one
not a
song.
show.
It's
It's
one
one
song.
song.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, my bad.
Okay.
It's
Oh,
not,
two
it's not-
songs. Two songs. Because the one in the first episode is different to the one they show you in the end credit scene.
Yeah, I think there might be two
They
songs
connect.
in that.
They
Yeah.
connect through a
Yeah.
theme, but it's different. Yeah.
But they kind of they hang a lampshade on the fact that Hawkeye is such a small character in the Avengers movies.
Well, Hawkeye says it best. He's like, I was paid to not be seen. Like my whole job
Yes.
was not to be noticed. Yeah.
I'm a weapon, and I'm just lucky that I
Yeah.
worked for the right
good
people
guys,
that
yeah.
pointed me in. I love the series because it is so different from all of the tropes that I've been complaining about lately with Marvel movies. It is small. It's not larger than life. It tells the story of a guy who's suffering from hardcore PTSD. He's deaf and he can't even tell you why. Like when someone asks him, "How did you go deaf?" and there's just flashbacks of like all
Every
the
explosion that he's
explosions
involved
and
in,
fucking
yeah.
all the crazy ass shit, and it talks about the PTSD, but also the emotional impact of his best friend dying. And to me, there's there was kind of a balancing between his love for his wife and his love for his best friend, who's also female. There was, I know that they didn't make a big deal out of that, but to me, there was some undertones there.
Cat.
Podcast cat.
The other podcast cat.
It is really well written.
Show your ass to the camera.
You do you.
It was really well written because it wasn't larger than life.
Yeah, you guys are
It's
really
actually
talking it up.
It's
so.
closer to any of the Marvel Netflix than any of the Disney Plus have been.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
And
Yes.
yeah. In terms of the scope of the story, it's much closer to that in terms of like the individual series and how they focus on a certain area. It's a couple of main characters, a couple of like, you know, potentially big characters through the villains or whoever. But it's not globe spanning. It's not bigger than life.
It never
Like,
leaves New York, and it never leaves that 7 days. It's
also-
a week in New York.
Also, from like being in New York, I don't think it doesn't leave like
For more than 4 blocks.
4 block radius. Like it all is centralized.
But even
Yeah.
like so probably 10 minutes, 15 minutes was spent in a dialogue between Kate Bishop and
It's
you said that.
fantastic.
can't remember her name.
Elena.
So Black Widow's sister, and the dynamic between those two is fucking phenomenal. Like I love that dialogue.
It's also really nice to see that Marvel are letting a lot more of their actors ad-lib a bit.
Yeah.
So there's a scene involving some hot sauce, which is nothing, but that was primarily ad-libbed by Florence Pugh. They didn't include that until she said, "I actually love hot sauce. Can we just include that?" And it adds that little extra bit to a character.
It's just like that whole scene is just fucking funny, and it's establishing and it's revealing and like mind-blowing considering she's an English actress putting on a Russian accent, and it's so well done. Anyway, I really rate Hawkeye.
Okay.
I didn't expect to. I went back
That's
and
only
listened.
6 episodes as well.
I haven't watched Black Widow
It is
yet.
6, yeah.
So I will watch Black Widow.
You don't have to.
You
But
fucking
I
right
need
there, mate.
I need the background to Black Widow's sister.
Yeah, sure. That's sure.
It's interesting you say that about the Hawkeye series, which is something that I want to touch on, and I've gone on it again when we get to the Batman trailer later.
Okay. All right. The only other thing I wanted to mention is it also does deal with the blip very well.
Yeah.
I think
in
they
a very
all
small,
need to. Yeah.
yes, but in a very small way. Like it comes up in
it's a
Falcon
pretty,
and Winter Soldier.
It
when
deals
I- when
with
I-
a lot better way than it does in any of the other shows. Yeah.
Well, Falcon and Winter Soldier. Falcon was it Falcon that was playing the psychologist or the kind of the support group leader for
But he was playing that before that anyway.
the returners. But it deals with it on a much smaller emotional scale. There's scenes in that series.
Which is interesting because Steve Rogers was doing it for the survivors in Endgame.
That's where I think Pete's getting confused
I
because
think I am getting confused actually.
because Falcon he used to run a veterans
That's
rehabilitation
right.
thing
Yes, that's right.
in Winter Soldier, which Cap
I'm
comes
all
to.
over the place. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, okay. So he doesn't. He's okay.
No,
I'm just
no. There is
confused. I'm just confused.
There is the psychologist aspect of that thing, but it's Bucky and Falcon going to the
Yes.
psychologist together, which does provide some very funny moments.
It is funny.
But it's mostly Bucky going to the
It's meant to-
psychologist.
it's meant to be
Yes,
for Bucky,
It's
yeah.
Bucky, and she pulls.
Falcon in.
Yeah.
in. What's his name?
Uh,
I know the actor's name.
Mackie.
No, not the actor's name. The character's name.
Falcon.
Yeah.
Can't think of it off the top of my head.
I think on that note,
I can remember the actor's name, Anthony Mackie, and Bucky's character's name, but not the other way around.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're going to take our first break.
I keep thinking for Bucky it's Sebastian Shaw, but Sebastian Shaw is the
Sebastian Stan.
Sebastian
Sebastian,
Stan.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sebastian Shaw is the leader of the
Hellfire Club of the
Hellfire-
X-Men.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The Kevin Bacon played in X-Men First Class. Yeah.
Got the coin through his head.
All right, we'll be right back.
All right.
Hey.
Hey.
And we're back.
Sam Wilson.
Sam Wilson. He's been holding on that the whole break.
I wanted to kind of start with our favorites for 2021 in terms of our favorite game, our favorite TV series, and our favorite movie. And while you do that, I'm just going to go run around the long way and turn the screen around on the camera. Because I forgot. Actually, you know what? Who gives a fuck?
As long as the light stays red.
Live life on the edge. That's right.
Yeah, until it does it, it cuts you out of the picture or cuts me out of the picture, and you fucking crack it.
Yeah, that's
and won't
true.
release it.
Look at him. You got him. Oh, you got him good.
Fuck you.
Go do it. Go.
Do it.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Do it.
It's gonna bug.
it.
It's gonna be that itch in the base of your brain.
It's going to bug
for
you the
next-
entire time.
Yeah,
The
the
mind
whole
worm.
hour.
I'm not
Mind
sitting
worm
here
doesn't
for an
work.
hour with you going, I wonder if I'm in the fucking frame. Just look at it.
What's your favorite?
I'm going to look at it.
He's in the middle. How could he be out of the shot? You have to be facing the other way. It'd be the cat's arsehole.
Well, you start.
Turn the screen around. That's it. It's a flippy screen. Gotta love the flippy screen.
Can wave. Yeah, there's more of me than there is of Pete, but
That's
there's-
fine. Don't
There
fuck
used to
with
be
it.
more of Pete than there is of me.
Don't fuck with the shot. I can see it.
While I'm center focus.
No, I-
Hello, everybody.
That was a.
That's your chair. You're in that chair every fucking episode. We've got our established
I'm
positions.
the moneymaker.
Don't worry. I was fat shaming Pete, but it's all good.
Oh,
He didn't even hear that.
But
no,
I've
not
got a
anymore.
recording.
Not anymore.
What are you talking about? I've put it all back on. I've got my
God, no, you haven't
my
put it all back on.
COVID baby.
No.
My favorite TV series, and this will launch.
Should we do TV, movie, game?
Sure. If you're,
Let's do it that way.
but I'm going to spend a solid 5 minutes talking about my favorite.
You're not.
TV
You're going to spend about
series.
15 minutes talking about your favorite.
No. I'm going to try and keep it to 5. It's 2 minutes 30. Okay.
Emphasis on the word try.
My favorite TV series
I am timing you.
is Wheel of Time.
Oh, fucking strike me dead.
What a surprise! You know what? It was close. Foundation was great, and I was looking forward to that as well. But no, it's Wheel of Time because I've been waiting 10 years to see that on the screen,
Yeah.
and it's not what I expected. It's not what I hoped it was, but it's still my favorite fucking book series on the screen. So even though it's under-delivered and it's underwhelmed. And, you know, it's funny, I watched the season finale and it has now finished. And I think I'll
crack this in the meantime.
please do. They've made some weird choices. They've made some core storyline changes. There's a whole plethora of people on Reddit who are absolutely destroying the sloppy writing, the sloppy choices, the changes from the original content. The only people who are angrier at the moment are the people who are hardcore Witcher book fans. Oh, what are you doing?
We had that discussion earlier.
Yes.
Which I think is a valid point that we probably should bring up at some stage.
Yes. But what I will say is, for all of the people bitching about some of the choices they've made in the Wheel of Time TV series compared to the books, I think people need to step back from being hardcore book fans and realize this guy has been given 60 hours to tell a story that is 13 books long. He's been given 8 seasons of 8 episodes of 45 minutes an episode. He has to compress the fuck out of the story. So he needs to capture the spirit of the story. He needs to capture the spirit of each of the characters' arcs and their kind of intertwined development in a much shorter time frame. And so my comment on Reddit, and I rarely post on Reddit, my comment was, it takes the average person 20 hours, just shy, 20 hours to read the first book. That would put Rafe Jenkins, the guy who developed the story, 40% of the way into his total allocated time to tell 13 books worth of story. So whilst there are some nonsensical changes that he's made to the story from my perspective, there's some random shit in there. The Aes Sedai, the female magicians can link together, and one person becomes the center of the weaving, who can basically pull the power out of everyone else in the circle and channel it to her discretion. So you can combine the power of 5 people into a really, really big fireball if you really want to break it down.
Your powers combined.
Yeah. And in the season finale, an untrained lady who had been rejected by the tower, so she'd gone to the tower for training, she could touch the source, she could weave the power, but she wasn't strong enough for them to bother training. So they teach her how not to kill herself, which is a risk for casters, and then fucking pushed her back out.
Is that the same? Sorry, is that the same thing that they're stopping the men from doing? So like the men kill is
totally different.
Different? Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. So a woman, if she is a wilder, someone who can naturally channel, because some people have the spark, but they don't realize it until someone tells them how to weave, and wilders touch it accidentally, or they're village healers, and they don't realize that while they're putting the salve on, they're actually also channeling healing power into that person, and suddenly their salves work better than the next person who mixes the exact same herbs, for example.
Yeah.
So there's natural wilders. But if they touch the source too much without training, they can kill themselves. They rarely hurt other people. They can kill themselves. Men, when they channel, go mad and kill everyone around them.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Very different.
Yeah.
So there's these channeling circles. They can link together and redirect everyone else's power through themselves as kind of the focal point and, be more devastating or whatever. But you have to be really trained. In the books, you have to be really trained to be able to direct the circle. At the end of the episode, this chick who's been rejected by the fucking tower directs all of this power from these other people. So there's some weird choices in it.
That sounds a very Hollywood time rush choice.
Yes.
That's just...
He is so fucking rushed. And ironically, I got to the end of the episode and there were 4 or 5 the fuck moments in that final episode for me. Just why would you do that? Like, it is such a deviation from the story that you're breaking the story from my perspective. But then I went and read 2 interviews he did. He did an interview with The Nerdist as a wrap-up from season 1. He did an interview with someone else, The Verge, one of the other big publication houses. And in fact, his explanation for some of those changes restored faith for me in the series. He has said, I've got to compress so much into 8 episodes per season, maximum 8 if I get renewed. Book 2 and Book 3 are basically the same story told twice. The ending of Book 1, which is true and not true. For purists, they're both independent stories and they're both great. I love both books.
James Bond, is he?
Yeah.
A Moonraker.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Same movie made 3 times.
Yep. So he's saying rather than do 2 seasons focusing on basically a retelling of the same story with some differences, I'm compressing that all into season 2. But in order to do the compression, I need to put characters in season 1 in completely different places than the end of the first book. They've got to have an arc. They've got to get to this point. They've got to have a reason or a compelling reason to be here rather than there, which is where they were in the end of the first book. I had an actor who walked off stage. Like, he's left the show. One of the core characters has left the show. And
was in all of season 1 and has
he
now
was
left.
in all of season 1 except the last 2 episodes. And he's now left and been replaced by another actor.
Is he fit? Or
no one has said anything. The actor, the cast, no one has said why he's walked off the show.
How big was he?
One of the main 3. Matt Cawthon. The actor who plays one of the 3 main characters
Wow.
has left the show.
Shit.
So they had to rewrite his arc, completely segregate him from the storyline in the book.
God, that's going to make
get him out.
The whole internet
Oh, we did.
completely.
Oh, we did.
implode.
And the other thing
is probably the way to go.
And the other part, and you're right, I couldn't get through it in 5 minutes.
That's all right. We've been letting you go. It's all right.
But the other thing
I
is,
really need to get my phone and look at what TV series have actually come out this year so I can actually join in this conversation.
the top billed actress or actor in the show is Rosamund Pike. She's the draw card. She's in fact the only major actor who's got any real story behind her or kind of pedigree
That guy
in the show.
Right. Sorry, I just looked him up. I didn't like him anyway.
Book 2, She's in one chapter out of a 600-page book.
Oh wow! And now she's got to hold the.
Well, no. It's just it's more people are coming to the series because she's the draw card. She's the most experienced actress in the show.
Are they going to?
So what he said was, why the fuck would I sideline my A-list actor? So I'm bringing her arc from book 4 forward, so I don't just sit her on the bench for the whole season. So whilst there's some crazy ass choices that I don't understand, that I really
The writer doesn't want to do a Peter Jackson and sideline a character to bring her in to take on that character's role, a la Arwen taking the whole Glorfindel bit in Fellowship. Like, I mean, it's not.
They've done stuff like that already.
It's
right?
not a criticism.
No, I get it. I get
it.
it. But they've already made those kinds of decisions.
Okay.
In the books, Matt gets the Horn of Valir, which is a very important object in book 2. It is the MacGuffin for book 2. In the TV series, Perrin gets it.
Yeah, okay.
And he doesn't get it on purpose. He's the only fucker there because he spends the whole season scared of everything and not wanting to fight. It's a very different take on the same character drive.
Okay. Dan just portaled out of here.
Yeah, right.
He's gone.
So I guess it's my favorite series of the year. I've watched every episode 2 or 3 times each. I love that they've taken my favorite book series and turned it into a TV series. It is not perfect. I do agree that there's probably sloppy writing in it. There's probably,
I've aired my disapprovals with the first couple episodes.
So to respond
I got into episode 6, I think, and then
okay. 6 is quite far. It's only 8 episodes for the season, right? You may as well finish it.
No, I will. I will go and finish it now. But I'm pretty sure it was either 5 or 6. I got 2, so I think I had to catch up. You asked me to get through.
It was 5. It was 5. You got 2. I remember.
What happens
talked
in
about
the
the
5?
funeral.
Yes. Yep, Screaming funeral. Screaming funeral. Yep.
Yeah. So there's definitely problems, but I'm not sure which of them are problems and which of them are. Let's just wait and see what happens in season 2 because a lot of those problems might end up making a whole lot of sense to position us for season 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Now that Dan's back, favorite TV series?
Should we talk about this beer first?
Yes, I will. Yes. I will introduce the beer. So we are drinking 6 Feet Down Under by Mountain Culture and Burial Brewing Co. So Burial.
Hey Loki.
There's a cardigan.
Don't put your bottle in my
God
glass.
mischief. Got to turn your butter in. It's an empty bowl sack in your glass.
So Burial, from what I can gather, come from North Carolina.
Okay.
Yes, they've grown to become one of North Carolina's most respected breweries. So this stout is a homage to the USA, where you go big or go home. Sitting at 11%, it's our biggest beer to date and uses the highest keg to liter of adjuncts ever. If you're looking for pecans, we took them all. Sorry. It's rich, desserty, and rounds out with a creamy, velvety finish on the palate. It is smooth as fuck for 11%.
Is it? Yeah, wow.
Pecans. So, yes, 6 Feet Down Under, Russian Imperial Stout with pecan and coffee.
It is. It's the pecans obviously give it a level of sweetness that you wouldn't typically expect out of just a pure
nutty creaminess.
Yeah, and I would have gone that route too.
My creamy
Probably
nuts.
not sweetness. Yeah.
Your creamy nuts. If we didn't already have an episode title, that would be it. Tom's Creamy Nuts.
Roasting by an open fire. There you go.
It's a long title.
It's almost Christmassy.
But I mean, I wouldn't unless they were sugar like caramelized pecans. It's not a sweet nut, but it is a sweet imperial stout.
It is a sweet imperial stout.
Yeah,
definitely. My favorite imperial stout, I haven't had it in a while, but is Feral Boris.
Yes.
And it's a fantastic imperial stout. And I think don't get me wrong, this is an amazing beer, but it is very sweet. It is. You don't stand on the iPad like
yeah. And there's not that much, like, they say coffee, but I'm not getting a massive hit of it. This is a little bit old. This was...
There's an underlying coffee aspect to it.
You know how brewers put messages on the bottom of the cans?
Yeah, what does this one say?
D's nuts. Oh, well done, DJ. You got me good. Look straight at him. Oh dear.
It's a really good complex malt, a complex but simple malt.
It's a bit hard to read. It looks like it
bill.
says 11th of the 1st, 21.
Yeah,
I did get this early in the year. It's been sitting in my fridge for forever, but
11th of January.
I don't know if...
yeah, 11/01/21.
Yeah, it looks like that.
But
These nuts.
but a good stout should last a long time in the fridge.
No, it's fine.
Shouldn't oxidize.
No,
It doesn't
it's,
taste-
it's
Oh, no, it's not about that.
No,
it's
it's
just,
not faulted.
I
No,
think
it's
I'm talking about
beautiful
the coffee dying off.
Yeah.
So I usually find with beers that have a heap of coffee, then that's the first thing to go.
It definitely has a coffee base. You can get those notes.
Yeah.
It is just, it's overpowered by the sweetness.
Yes,
For me.
yes, the creamy D's nuts.
And I don't get the oiliness. I don't get the pecan flavor. I just get coffee, malt base, and then sugar.
But it's very sweet. But it's beautiful. It is beautiful beer.
It's a perfect dessert beer. Yeah,
yeah.
Yes.
yeah, super rich.
It's a pour the entire can into a glass and sit there at 12 o'clock at night and just play through till 2 o'clock in the morning with that one glass of beer.
And you'll go to bed not because you're tired, but because you're drunk.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, and just sip away at it and just fall asleep with a controller in your hand, and then you wake up and you're running constantly into a wall.
Yeah, we've all been there.
It's not the worst thing that I've fallen asleep with in my hand.
Or your bike's going off the cliff. Fuck, dead again.
Yes. Me and The Witcher and many drunken late hours and waking up just Geralt walking into a wall.
Dan, favorite TV series for 2021?
So I just had to look up what TV series
Actually
came out in 21 so I could have because all I can think of now is Titans season 3 and Witcher season 2 that we've been talking about for the last 2 hours. And I scrolled through it. I actually have 2 top picks for different reasons.
Okay. Sure.
I think my first top pick is Midnight Mass. I think it was beautifully written.
Definitely going to watch that.
Beautifully acted, small cast, small area. I love these localized things where it's 1 or 2 sets. In this case, it's probably 3 or 4 sets repeated over an entire season.
Yeah.
They do not venture off this one American island that's off the coast. It's a fishing community on an island off the coast of still off the mainland of America. It's a isolated story. It's monologues. It's character development. It's a supernatural experience. It's steeped, and I am not a religious person or a Catholic person in any way, shape, or form.
He's really not, folks.
But it's steeped in Catholicism, and it really goes a long way to show how much, and I apologize to any religious people out there, how the really crazy devoted or crazy not devoted, the people who want to just bend the stories to their own
The zealots.
the zealots, they are definitely zealots. This one person is a zealot, and they will bend any chapter or any verse in the Bible to whatever is happening in their situation. There is this one character in there that
Such
bends.
a good comment on society right now,
Well-
where no matter how much evidence you throw in front of the flat earthers, they're going to twist that evidence to say either it's not relevant or no, that doesn't mean what you think it means. It's just
Well, that's because, Pete, they have members all around the globe. It's on their website.
Yes. So, I mean, and this is exactly what this character does. And she does it for the whole thing. And she is the character that really ties it together from start to finish. You fucking hate her. Start to end, you hate her, no matter what. She does some damage to animals, which I really dislike, but it's all justified in her religious beliefs.
Nah, fuck her.
Yep.
I agree.
And you really do hate this character all the way through. And if somebody
she seems like a
yes.
He did one in the rap It wasn't me.
But I can press the button,
You can
so
press
it's
the button
all
again.
good.
Yeah.
And I think if somebody can make you hate a character that much and still make that character go through the entire season and make that character interesting and make all of the characters around them interesting and the story interesting all the way through to the very last minute,
Yeah.
I think that is amazingly written. It's well shot and just well directed and well acted all the way through. So
I mean, it's one of those things. If you can make a character that hateable, but you still want to see what they do, it's a massive testament to the writers and the actors.
I agree.
and that's exactly where I'm going.
Yeah.
And so I think that's one of my Midnight Mass is fantastic, and I think it's 8 episodes, and it's well worth your time, worth it. The second pick is, we've already spoken about it now, is fucking Cowboy Bebop. It's just it's fun. It was popcorn. It was well acted. It was well written. I fucking loved it. I'm really, really, really disappointed it's cancelled, and it's a popcorn show, but we
watch shit on TV for entertainment, though. I mean, that's the very definition of entertainment.
Well, it's
the
based on
popcorn
something
movie,
that
right?
came out in the 90s, where it's like you had to try and grab people's attention by being a little
Back
bit
in
off
the
the...
Samurai Pizza Cats and fucking
Yeah.
Pokemon days, right?
But that is Samurai Pizza Cats is a great analogy for Cowboy Bebop,
Right.
Because it is a American and Asian culture slammed together.
Fusion. Absolute fusion, yeah.
It is all the way through, and it's just, I think it's great. It's brilliantly acted.
But I think this is actually probably the more interesting part about Cowboy Bebop is it's the reverse of what you used to with the like Samurai Pizza Cats, is that it's a Japanese, it's from Japanese culture trying to take on American culture,
as opposed to
the Americans just appropriating Japanese culture.
they totally did with that series.
Oh, plenty of those series.
We'll do your call when you need some pepperoni.
Fuck me. Yeah, but it's that kind of mirror reflection, and like, oh, we can do it back to you guys, and like,
Yeah.
oh, actually, how do you like it? Like, I don't know. Yeah,
and it was great. The
Afro Samurai is another good one as well. To get into.
I've seen bits and pieces of Afro Samurai, and it's definitely has a place in the Cowboy Bebop world.
Yeah.
And I just think it was great. I loved it from start to finish. There was nothing I disliked about it. I thought
Soundtrack's fantastic as
the
well.
soundtrack is amazing, and I play the soundtrack in the garage now while I'm in my workshop. Cowboy Bebop. If I'm reading a comic while I'm about to go to sleep, Cowboy Bebop soundtrack. It's just jazz, and it's not typical music for me to listen to. It's jazz. Like 90% of it is jazz. And
Love me some jazz.
Except for that opera episode.
Not in the live action.
Ah.
Yeah. So
I've watched the first one. I need to go. I want to finish the anime first. I've said that,
So that's definitely my two picks is two very well written, amazingly acted, but quite polar opposites.
Yeah, definitely.
One is planet hopping space cowboys or space bounty hunters.
Yeah.
And one is very grounded, supernatural, but earthbound and steeped in religious
ideology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, that's me.
Mine was Witcher season 2. But that said, I'm sure that episode 1 of Boba Fett will blow that entire series out of the water.
Yeah, we got
It comes out tomorrow. It's still in the year.
Yeah. Oh shit! Is it tomorrow? Oh
Yes.
fuck me! It is tomorrow.
So yes, no, because it coincides with my 10 years exactly.
Wow!
It's like Tamara Morrison is giving me a gift for making it that far. And thank you.
I'm so glad I've still got that photo up. Actually,
Yeah, I know.
it's cool.
Yeah.
I think especially just because of the way that Emma's latched onto that series, it's just made it more special for us because we watched a lot of series together.
The Witcher
season 2, yeah. I don't know if she'll watch Boba Fett. I think she will. She really likes Mandalorian, but
apparently they're going to explain in the first episode
how he
gap
survives
from the Sarlacc pit.
Yeah.
You saw
They alluded to it in the trailers, yeah.
Well, the trailer that came out 2 days ago.
Yeah, I saw the one.
It was a very, very pale Boba.
Yeah.
In like almost a white jumpsuit. It's like you see him walk through a door and he is like
ghostly white.
White. So it's like
Because he was in his original Mandalorian armor when he went in.
Yes.
yes. And that's what Cobb
Boba
Van's
Fett.
got.
So he must have been in a Bacta tank. There's no way.
No. You see it in one of the trailers. He ends up in a
must have missed
Bacta.
that.
Yeah.
He's like lying down in he's got some oxygen up his nose.
Yep.
And he's in a Bacta. But the trailer that came out a couple of days ago, he's
Well, that'd be his.
white.
If he's in a white jumpsuit, that'd be his under Boba original jumpsuit because that was white or grey.
It was grey.
But if it's sitting in a pit of sarlacc acid, that'd go what?
It didn't look damaged. It looked like something he'd taken from someone. But I guess we'll find out tomorrow.
We will find out tomorrow. I can't wait.
When's Mando season 3 out?
It's after Book of Boba Fett finishes.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
So it's going to be like March.
They follow on from each other. Yeah, February, March, something like that.
Yeah, wow.
Because they haven't really started promoting that yet.
No, they
I
really
think
haven't.
They're pumping Boba.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got enough channels that they can.
There's so many Star Wars series coming out in 2022.
Yeah, we'll get to that after.
Yeah. Sorry.
Which too, it was just, I think for the fact that it was one of those series that Emma and I could both get into together made it that's just that more special. And then I think the other series we watched, they were more like all the Marvel series. I obviously very much enjoyed them. I thought Hawkeye was great in terms of its localness. I thought that Loki was great in terms of its dealing with like multiverse and time travel and all the stuff they talked about in that.
It was just well made and very different from everything else that was out.
Yeah, WandaVision was just that step to the left when everyone else went right, and it was just like, holy shit, like that's brave. And then Cap and Winter Falcon, for me, like they're some of my favorite characters. So for me, that was just pure fan service for me alone. You liked it in the end. Shut up.
No, I did. But out of all of the Marvel TV series,
Oh no, it's
I think it was the
no. Personally, I think What If was the weakest. I expected a lot more from What If. I don't think it was big enough.
you got self-contained random stories.
No, but then they turned it into there was an overarching plot throughout the whole
I've
thing.
got a What If Spider-Ham comic in my back room, right?
I would have loved to have seen fucking Spider-Ham voiced by John Mulaney, just like Into the Spider-Verse. Been hilarious.
They did plenty of shit comics.
Yeah, they've also done some.
What If Mary
fucking
Jane Had Died is another one I've got in the back room. I mean, they're all Spider-Man focused because that was my jam.
But that's the
when I
thing.
was a kid.
All the old What If comics were they were just a one-shot little trade paperback, and it was just like it wasn't meant to be.
But they're not all groundbreaking stories.
No. But I just think for that TV series, I didn't need it to be finally boiled down to an overarching.
I think the problem
I didn't need the What If Avengers to assemble. I think that was my big thing. I just
Fair
wanted
enough.
them to be.
Fair
I
enough.
fingered the hole there. I was like, don't give me the What If Avengers. I just needed separate stories.
I think the problem is the power of the What If comics. You've read What If comics, sure?
Yeah, What If Wolverine something. I've read like one.
Okay, so
There are some good ones.
I read. I haven't read that many, maybe a dozen, and I
There's
had
heaps on Marvel,
had like
Marvel
a-
Unlimited as well.
I had like 1,000 comics when I moved out of home that I mainly ended up chucking out. I've probably got a third of that now. You need a broader universe to tell a good what if story because so many of them are focused on what if a character that you've only read once or twice is suddenly a main character in a contrived kind of way. Right? So
Well, that's what they did with this one, but a lot of the comics were what if Spider-Man never got the black suit, or what if he only had the black suit kind of thing, and it's like you get a much more violent Spider-Man kind of thing. I just didn't need that whole
back when it was a symbiote suit before Venom, because that's one of the stories, the black suit. It was a gift for saving a planet. It was a symbiote suit. It was a Venom suit before there was a Venom.
Yeah. But I just in the What If series, it became the What If Avengers assembled to take on Vision Ultron. So I didn't need it to be that coherent series. I just wanted it to be a series of short stories that were weird and wonderful and like, hey, that was kind of cool or fun. But
Some of them were, but yeah, I get it. Okay,
Wait
moving on.
a minute. That was it for TV series? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to throw a wild card here.
Oh, watch out.
I'm going to throw a reality TV show into the mix.
I don't know if I watched it.
Taskmaster.
I've seen it on YouTube. It comes up as a YouTube clip because I've watched a lot of UK TV.
It's fucking great.
Okay.
So they've done 10 seasons. So they've just
See, for me, I'm
Hang
going
on.
to
Hang
do
on.
Great British Bake Off then because Emma and I fucking love that.
Hang on.
Okay.
Taskmaster is not the metal worker, not metal work. Like,
no, it's
No.
Forged in Fire.
I really
That's
enjoyed
Forged in
that.
Fire. Yeah, no, Forged in Fire is great. So no,
Talking about
Taskmaster.
reality though, then my favourite's Rust Valley Restorers. If you
Oh
watch
yeah,
that.
okay. So Taskmaster is run by comedian Greg Davis. So big motherfucker.
You magnificent beast.
Yes, you magnificent beast. That was the name of his latest or his
Netflix
his
stand-up,
Netflix
Because he is a magnificent beast to behold. Yeah.
and Alex Horn, who is another comedian. And what they do is Greg Davies is the Taskmaster and Alex Horn is his assistant.
Right.
And they have 5 comedians or 5 UK personalities on each season. So this year was season 10. I'm not going to run through who they were. You would know most of them.
This is the one with James Acaster, isn't it?
No, James Acaster was like season 7 or something.
Okay, so that's the one. The one that keeps popping up because we watch a lot of James Acaster on YouTube. So it keeps popping up.
Lee Mack was on season 10.
Yeah, Lee
so
Mack's good.
this season 10. And what they do is these comedians or personalities over the previous 6 months, they have a Taskmaster house, which is like a heritage house somewhere in London, on the outskirts of London. And they give them funny tasks to complete. And they're always humorous. They're mostly solo tasks for them to do. Build this.
The one I can think of from that James Acaster series was they had a fence that they weren't allowed to climb over or see over, and they had to try and throw a ball into a bin.
Oh, yeah.
Or like something that they had in the yard. They had to try and throw it over the fence into the bin, and they could ask the dude on the fence for like near or close. And it was just like... And it ended up just people just like throwing willy-nilly kind of thing.
Yeah,
So
and
right.
like completely clearing out the shed to
Yeah,
shit
yeah,
into
yeah.
the bin. And it's silly things like that. It's literally Alex Horn he writes it and he makes all these tasks. And they're literally what you would do with a group of drunken mates.
Yeah, 100%.
And
I bet you can't do this.
Bet you can't do that's exactly what this
Hold
entire
my beer.
that's what the Australian version would be called.
Yeah.
Hold my beer. Need to copyright that shit. And that's what they do for this hour-long TV series. It's 5 comedic actors or personalities, and they do this stuff for an hour. And they sit in a studio and they play them on the big screen so everybody can see everybody else's attempt. And then they give them like Greg Davies deals out the points at his will. Like if he thinks somebody's broken the rules, like he'll give them fucking 0 and everything. So, and all that. And it's great. It is such a light-hearted, fun thing to see in the last couple of crappy years that we've had.
Yeah.
It's just fun. It is so refreshing to see a game show that is just stupidity. And it is all of them start all of the people, if they don't know each other, they all start a little bit sheepish, like even interacting with each other on the same stage when they're watching everything.
Yep.
But by the end of the 10 episodes, they are absolutely just putting shit on each other the whole time. Like about 2
Which
or
is
3
classic British TV, especially in those like kind of non-competitive game shows, which is the British TV love that. Like it's Great British Bake Off, which Emma absolutely loves, and now I've come to because it's just the most wholesome TV you can ever watch.
And that's got that Neil, the dark-haired guy, the comedian.
Yeah. So he's now the host, but used to be.
There's a lot of competition in some British non-competing game shows.
No, but this one's like. So like if
9 out of 10 cats.
Oh no! But it's not a game show like that. Sorry,
Right.
it's a competitive show, so they have to.
I get the
It's
concept.
all
like-
the same people, Pete. Like the
But
people.
for example, in Great British Bake Off, if the competitors were starting to like have a breakdown or cry or something, the host, who are comedians, would start swearing their fucking heads off because the BBC won't show that, so they had to cut that bit of film. So they would
Right.
to protect. Like it's just like you're like that's super nice. In a shitty fucking year, you like watching that.
It's
But
kind of
then
like in Big Brother where they started shaving because they would have to cut out all of that.
No,
Anyway.
it's completely not like Big Brother. No, absolutely.
It's like
not
Big Brother
Big Brother.
Uncut, where they pull back the sheets and they're
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't. And it's
So
like
there were-
whatever we're talking about is completely not like Big Brother. Like absolutely not. They're both.
It is very similar to what
These are
he was
both.
You get what I'm talking about.
No, I'm on Dan's side of this one.
So-
I'm sure it's the fucking polar opposite with being Big Brother.
They kept showing the girls' naughty bits until
No,
they
Pete,
yeah,
no,
so exactly
no,
the opposite.
no.
until
Completely
they
not
let me
like Big
finish
Brother, Pete.
until they realized that you can't show certain things on TV, and so they started shaving their nether regions, and then they had to cut it all out because
No.
you can't show that shit on TV.
No, Pete. No,
You just have to know the rules of TV.
completely not like
I think
Big
it's
Brother.
the same. I think it's the same.
You are.
Okay, instead of
they're trying to
110%
protect-
wrong
Instead
on
of
this one.
obscene nudity, I was talking about people having, mental breakdowns and other people protecting them.
It's
And
not
trying
obscene.
to support the people that are having mental breakdowns.
Fair enough.
Completely not the same thing, Pete.
What was your favorite movie, Dan?
Debbie Does Dallas.
Hands down, without a doubt, Dune. For big cinematic release, amazing adaptation of, like you were talking about, Wheel of Time, trying to compress a very complex novel into a two and a bit hour
movie,
movie.
yep.
Have you
Well,
seen Matrix
half.
yet, though?
No, I haven't seen Matrix.
But which one were
yet.
you more excited for, actually?
Matrix is
Oh no,
bombing by the critics.
I was fucking giddy as a school kid for
Dune.
Dune.
Okay.
Absolutely giddy. Like, I don't want spoilers for Matrix.
Yeah.
But I was saying to Louise, I couldn't sleep the night before we saw Dune.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
I was a fucking 12-year-old at Christmas.
Dune is the only movie I saw in a cinema this whole year, and I saw it twice in the cinema.
Oh, I was about to say, yeah, because we went to the movies together. That was
So I'm. It's exactly what I wrote down.
So I have definitely Dune is the biggest. I'm going a bit of two ways on this again. Definitely the biggest, best cinematic experience, and something that I was most excited for. That was pour me my next beer, Thomas.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you not have hands to crack a can by yourself, bitch?
Or a voice to ask.
You want to sit in the middle? I was being subtle. We could continue conversing while you pour.
So definitely Dune. Like I was so fucking excited. And weeks before June came out, I was
ASMR crowd.
and like I put in the chat, I was like,
Yeah, you did.
they need to move this shit up. Like I cannot wait another.
Yeah.
I think that was
2
the
weeks.
worst thing about it was just that wait.
Yeah.
It was
Knowing that everyone else had already seen it was the only reason why there was a wait.
Yes.
yes,
If they had co-released it worldwide, we all would have just been
So I loved it. I thought June was amazing, and
I think I put that in the chat. The fact that the bad lip reading version of it
came out
before the movie
before we
Yeah.
got to see it in Australia. Like that was rude.
I literally teared up in June. It was to me so much of
like
the
coming
movie.
home.
You're right there, but that wasn't what I was experiencing. But now that you say that, that probably was what I was thinking. It was upsettingly beautiful. Like it was so
Distressingly beautiful. I think it's-
distressingly beautiful. Yeah, it was.
I totally agree.
It was to a point where the things were happening on screen, and I was like, I was literally tearing up, and it happened a lot of times within the movie. And
I think
just
the soundtrack, the score really does add to the gravitas.
It definitely did.
Gravitas.
gravitas, yeah,
Gravitas.
yeah, and the scale of it, the size of it, the you really believe these were multi worlds in a really diverse universe, yeah. That these were a lot of different people clashing for the same thing. It was political. It was, and just a fucking amazingly beautifully made movie.
That entry, like that entering story into that universe, is just the tip of the iceberg.
It's the tip of the tip. It is the summit of the mountain that is above the water of the iceberg.
You went to the same place I did. There's another episode title. That's 3. The tip of the tip.
So it
agree.
is, and June for that side of it is it for an emotional side of it that was hands down. I have not felt that amount of emotion for a movie coming out in a long time. I can't even tell you what the last one was, but I got as excited about that.
It was the only one I bothered getting out to the cinema to see and risking COVID.
And then the one that was the huge surprise, which we spoke about just before the recording, was The Empty Man. The Empty Man was a fantastic surprise. It was a brilliantly made cosmic horror, earthbound, following Earth characters, but cosmic horror movie. It was fantastic. It ticked so many elements in my love of the genre that H.P. Lovecraft made.
Yeah.
And it ticked all those boxes for me. And I will go and watch it again, and there will be things that I pick up this time that I didn't get last time.
So
And
that's
I thought it was
at
fantastic.
the cinema? You went and saw it?
No. It was Empty Man was on Disney Plus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll have to check
watch
it out.
It's fantastic.
I'm watching The Martian at the moment just because it's supposed to be
That's
one of the
good.
most realistic.
It's a good movie.
According to astrophysicists, it's one of the most realistic
Yeah.
movies in
Potatoes,
space.
you can boil them, mash them, stick them in a
Let's
stew,
science
grow them
the
out of
fuck
poop.
this shit. Yeah. So The Empty Man was the big surprise. I thought it was going to be a cheap knockoff Slender Man, Scream, Candyman. I Know What You Did Last Summer. I thought it was just going to be another one of those, and it surprised the fuck out of me. It was great.
nice.
It's great.
Cool.
I just for Dan on terms talking about that emotional response you had to Dune. I will be very interested to see if it still has that effect on you when you rewatch it in home cinema. And
Well,
how many
according
times
to the director, there's no point fucking watching it at home.
he's French.
No, and see,
According to the director.
no, man,
Oh God, it's even worse.
Yeah.
every couple of years, and
I only say that because, and sorry, that was leading into a point. So
Sorry.
from the sense of when I watch, even if I watch the fucking YouTube clip of the portal scene in Endgame, I still get emotional.
Yep.
I'm really curious to see if Dune still has that effect on
it's
you.
that it's that cues, and I hope it does.
Yeah.
And
No, I hope it does too, but I'm really curious to see if it does for you. Yeah.
I will definitely watch it sober the first time I get it, but every couple of years, and I think this goes back to Denis Villeneuve making Dune and Blade Runner. But every few years, I sit up late and I get really, really, really stoned, and I watch the original Blade Runner. Not the theatrical release, the director's cut, where it's the no dialogue, and you just sit there at the big long scenes with the music playing, with the cars going over the city and everything like that. And I have a feeling that Dune is going to be my next. Get really high and watch it in 4K.
Yeah.
Headphones,
Yep.
block out the world.
Yep.
Yeah.
Headphones
Yeah.
on,
No, I can see that. Yeah.
block out the world, and just roll into that world.
And that goes back to what Pete and I both agreed on in terms of I didn't need the cinema screen to see it, but I need the cinema sound system to see it.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a movie that I will want to watch.
My ears were definitely more excited about that than my eyes were. Not to say my eyes weren't excited, but my ears were definitely the ones that came out.
I think the soundtrack. It's not just the score. It's also the audio effects. And
Yeah, yeah.
It's the soundscape. I think is the right word for it. It's more than just the music. I think that lent itself to reinforce the scale that the visuals were feeding you. And I think if you took one away from the other, it just wouldn't be the same. I'm definitely going to want to watch it when my neighbour's not home,
Oh yes.
so I can crank the fuck out of that, because it's
I
not.
kind of agree with Dan. I'd like to do that with headphones, like a really good set of headphones.
It'd have to be a really good set
Yeah,
of
yeah,
headphones
yeah,
to be able to reproduce some of those low bass notes. Because what I was going to say is, it is so reliant on the sub. It is
Yes,
sub
yes,
frequencies.
definitely.
It
Yeah,
is so
traveling
very
through the
low.
body,
Yeah.
You
various
felt
levels
it.
of vibrations.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot to say about
Jesus.
those sort of frequencies. I mean, you look back at the
As
Marilyn
the MC, we need to move forward soon.
Marilyn Manson did
there
the
you go.
soundtrack for the first Resident Evil movie, and apparently he put these subsonic sounds into that soundtrack that disturbed the dog of the director in the sound room. So he put these low level sounds in there
Yeah,
that
wow.
were meant to evoke these increased heart rates and things like that in humans, even though we couldn't hear them. they were there and
Suboral.
present within the soundtrack.
Did you have to also play the soundtrack backwards, or is this more?
Wow.
Whether or not that is an urban legend or whether it is actually true, I don't know. But
Ozzy Osbourne says it's all bullshit.
This is what came out at the time, and Manson is the kind of person that would do that sort of thing.
He totally
For a
Not
would.
soundtrack.
anymore.
So,
Is with fucking Kanye West at his Baptist Church Sunday thing, all dressed in white.
oh no, we're gonna
Favorite TV series, Tom?
Been through TV series,
Excuse my
Movies.
What my favorite movie? You mean
movie.
Movie.
We've been through
just
TV series.
finished
We just
talking
did-
about Dune.
Yeah,
movie?
Oh, that was yours and mine. Sorry. What was your favorite movie?
Ba da 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 da. Spooderman, Spooderman. You talk about it. I cried pure tears of joy in Spider-Man: No Way Home. I was taken back to when I was a kid seeing a Spider-Man movie for the first time and just the wonder.
You mean three Spider-Man movies jammed together?
Okay. Have you seen it, Pete?
Not yet.
Then shut the fuck up. No. Taking me back to when I first walked into a cinema and I saw Tobey Maguire swinging through the streets of New York. Blown away as a kid. Absolutely blown away.
As a kid. That's the scary part of that sentence.
Yeah.
What was that? 2001?
We definitely weren't kids.
I was a teenager.
We were 2 years out of high school at that stage.
Yeah, well, there you go. You're old as fuck. That's why you're so jaded and bitter.
No. Well, I'm pretty sure we were. We emerged from the womb jaded and bitter.
Anyway.
Well, I know I did.
Fucking
I'm pretty sure
Sandman
Dan
movie.
did too.
No. It was, I in terms of, especially in terms of a trilogy movie in a superhero setting, they haven't managed to nail characters like that.
I've
Like
been
they have
stoically avoiding spoilers, and I got to say, it was hard researching this episode, skipping past all the Kotaku and
Kotaku. That's how you pronounce it. But yeah, I know what you meant.
Kotaku.
Yeah.
And comicbookmovie.com.com.
IGN, all that, and they're all releasing all the new artwork with it, and it's
mate, there's so many fucking spoilers. Tobey Maguire's starring in a new Star Wars. Oh, no, it wasn't Tobey Maguire. It was
Garfield.
Garfield. Andrew Garfield is signed on to do a.
I know.
Oh, he'd be pretty good in Andor.
He was signed on for a
nothing
Spider-Man
about
4 movie.
any
apparently.
of this other than outside of the trailers, and I see all the thumbnails and everything on YouTube, and I go, I don't know if that's real or fake, so I'm just going to leave it there and wait and see what the movie provides.
So-
Ignorance is bliss.
Ignorance. No.
I am 100% ignorant about it. 100%.
I know, and I know you guys spoke about how you just don't really care about Marvel movies anymore, and that's fine. But I know you.
I want to be impressed.
Well, go see it
Yeah.
then and make a judgment call.
I'm not jaded because I don't want it to be good. I'm
Yeah.
jaded because they haven't been.
Yeah.
This
I've
is
got to
a big
agree.
difference.
This is absolutely. This is as good as Endgame.
Wow. That's a big,
That's a big call.
No, I will fucking call it.
Okay.
I will
That's a big
fucking
call.
call it. If you
Okay.
talk about Endgame in terms of the way
Kara's
Okay,
caught
so
a
we-
magical mouse.
you can write it down. It's on video. I'm looking at you. It's as good as Endgame.
Okay, so I am
Also, monetarily speaking, it's beaten Endgame already.
Saw that.
Yeah.
Tom says
Write it down. Put it on a date. Put it in the calendar.
Spider-Man is as good as
Are you putting this in the chat?
Endgame.
Because I reckon
No,
Ben.
I'm sending it to Louise.
Good.
Please.
There was
Tickets.
We need to move forward because I don't have long before we have to take a break. So we've got a lot to get through.
So it's, no,
No,
we
that's
don't.
fine.
No, no,
Anyway,
no, let's do-
Spider-Man
no,
was
let's
good.
do-
I guess
let's
Pete's
do
cut me off because he hasn't seen it.
No, let's do Spider-Man break.
Spider-Man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
got a
let's-
lot to get through in
let's
the
do
third session.
Let's
We don't have to get through all of
three
it.
Still
or
got-
3 or 4
Still
sessions.
got 20 minutes.
No, let's do Spider-Man break. Go from there.
It referenced all. Obviously, it talks about all that comes before, and it's
Does
perfectly
it
paced.
does it set up for what's next?
It.
Which is
I can't.
Multiverse of Madness,
All that gets set up all the way through.
because that is what's next.
Doctor Strange's edition is nice, and he's in all the trailers, obviously, so it's not really a spoiler. He doesn't overpower the film. It's a lot.
What did Lou say? You know she responds.
This is comedical
Unscripted.
gold. So I said, Tom says Spider-Man is good as Endgame. Send. Please book tickets. Send. Haha, for tomorrow. Yep. And she sends me back. She goes, haha, oops, that was meant to be.
Just the usual response. Just flick you off.
She sends me the
Sorry, that was on my first on my list.
finger up, and I'm like, what on earth did I say wrong there?
Yeah.
I'm not your booking agent, bitch.
And just the way they deal with Tom Holland's, like, the emotions he goes through in that film, he acts them superbly. Like, you believe every single thing he's talking about. I don't want to go into, like...
I feel disappointed in Tom Holland that he has seemingly moved on.
I don't. I totally agree with what he's coming out and saying now in a lot of interviews, is that he's talking about, like, there needs to be a
Something
new
else
version.
in his life? No, but he's signed on for a new series of movies.
Well, no. So Feige and the Sony director of Spider-Man have said that they've already started penning out a Spider-Man 4 for this thing.
Spider-Man 4 is already confirmed, and Garfield's in it, apparently.
No,
In addition to Tom
well, no. So
Holland. But Tom Holland has moved on. He is doing more promo work right now, obviously, because Spider-Man's out, right? So
Yeah.
he's finished with that, and he's talking about the Uncharted movie series like it's the next Spider-Man movie
well, he's also
series for
talking.
him.
He's also talking about hanging up the acting boots, and it's like he's done it for long enough, and
He's contracted to do that.
yeah,
He's not even 30.
Yeah, but I mean it's also been it since when was Civil War? That was 6 years ago. Like, and that kind of was the one
Maybe
that
he is 30, but he's not much older than 30.
No,
It's
no,
not
he's in
time
his-
to hang up his boots. When you got Sean Connery who does 50 years of fucking acting.
Yeah,
it's
but how much?
different. It's a change. It's a change. It's his personal thing. Like, we don't need him to do that. There's plenty of other actors. Yeah,
But it's also, you look at probably, and we're talking inflation-wise here too.
Yeah.
What did Sean Connery got paid for the first 30 years of his acting career compared to what Tom Holland's
Three-fifths
been?
of fuck all. I get
Tom
it.
Holland's been paid more in the last 6 years than...
But you know what? Tom Holland doesn't strike me and has never struck me, and I'd be very disappointed if he was a guy who was doing movies for the money.
oh, he's
The
no,
best actors are doing it because that is their craft and that's their calling.
So he's talking about hanging up the boots because he wants to start a family. So maybe it's not hanging up the
okay.
boots. It's
Okay.
taking a break.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
Let's
and,
put it as
and you know
taking a
what?
break, yeah.
Some of the deepest emotional connections to actors come out of those sorts of life changes.
Oh, Hugh Jackman in that one where the daughters get stolen? Was it
Prisoners.
Prisoners? Yeah.
That's
that's fucking raw as shit.
Even
Dennis
the
Villeneuve.
final, even the final X-Men movie.
Well, I can watch that on my fucking home cinema. Oh, fucking French prick.
but even
That's going to
Old
be
Man
the piece
Logan.
of joke for the next fucking 10 years. Can I watch it on my home cinema?
No, sacre bleu.
Oh, wave the white flag.
Not big enough.
I
Sorry.
told him we already had one.
Why is that not racist and everything else?
Go away, a shot. Tonto a second time.
But yes, please go see. I really want to.
it's all racist.
I know.
No
I know
one cares.
Ben really wants to go in depth in Spider-Man.
Because we're white and they're white. That's why.
There we
Carry
go.
on.
I haven't had a chance to go see it a second time. Emma, so I meant to go see it with Emma. Emma was actually stuck in a close contact lockdown during it, so I went by myself. I got to hand it to the guys at the Hoyts. They refunded her ticket for me to get and they were like, "Oh, here you
They
go,
didn't
just-"
refund it. They gave it to you in popcorn credit.
Well, I bought it with my Qantas points, so I didn't actually pay any money for it. But yes, they gave it to me, and they were going to refund it, but they said, "Oh, it's too hard." I said, "Well, fine. I'm going to get popcorn anyway. Just give me that for free." And they're like, "Yeah, sweet. There you go." I did see it in that new Samsung Onyx screen at the thing. It was a lot clearer, a lot brighter. I think that was the big thing.
I've got to say,
It was just a lot brighter.
You and I went and saw Dune in two different cinemas.
I got to pee again.
Okay. I've seen Dune in two different cinemas.
Yes.
Both of the screens, and my TV's not perfect. It's
pretty fucking good, though.
It's 6 years old. You know me. I'll spend real money on tech just because I
It's
love
new
tech.
and exciting.
right? Yeah. For me to have it, that's the oldest television I've ever fucking owned without replacing it. It's not perfect, and yet I've got to say, both the Lux Cinema and the cinema I saw Dune in with you, which was one of those stadiums.
It wasn't the Lux. It was the extreme screen. Or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but that was the second time. The first time I saw it on Lux.
Yeah.
Both screens disappointed me. There were...
Well, I think it's because we're used to the brightness of those kind of...
It's not the brightness, no. It
the
was the
backlit?
uniformity of
Maybe
the
that's
brightness,
it.
right? So on the extreme screen, there was a line 1/3 of the way from the left that was much darker than the rest of the screen. And it was distracting. As soon as you notice it, that's all you could see.
Yeah.
In Lux, there were vertical lines all the way across the screen. And it's clearly the projection technology or the screen tech, but it was...
I didn't get any of that in Spider-Man, but yeah, so I went to the entertainment quarter and they have a new, they call it the Samsung Onyx screen, and it's an LED movie screen. What that means, whether it's something in the projection system or something in the actual screen itself, I don't know, but I found it to be quite bright and particularly crisp. The sound, actually, I think the sound in the extreme screen session we went to for Dune was better.
To be honest, and it has been now for 3 or 4 years. It's all Atmos.
Yeah.
It just comes down to how big and how many speakers you have.
That
It's
said,
all
though,
just Atmos.
the cinema that I saw Spider-Man in, I felt was smaller than I expected it to be. But yes, it was brighter. It was quite clear, to the point where I've got a relatively new TV and I felt I was watching it on that, just on a bigger form. Yeah.
Cool.
But yes, please go see it, because I know Ben wants to talk about it and I would love to get into what you guys think of it. But I fucking loved it.
Go,
Oh, the beer?
Need to talk about Baba Yaga.
and then I'm going to go pee.
Okay,
Yeah,
and then we
so-
can pause.
Yeah. Well, do you want to go pee and we'll talk about it, or do you want to tell us your opinions
Yes,
before
no.
we go?
No, I'll...
You reserve the rights for later.
No, I will speak
Pleads the
about
fifth.
Yeah.
what is our beer?
So
Is the Baba Yaga.
this is the Baba Yaga. This is beer one of the Brick Lane Trilogy of Fear, the Baba Yaga. It's a Russian Imperial Stout aged in bourbon barrels. All they say is,
Coaxing dormant bourbon spirits from the depths of the juiciest barrels, risks evoking her, conjuring her, whispering her name. The Baba Yaga.
You did that really well.
It reminded me of something, but I don't know what it is. Maybe it's not trapdoor. Anyway.
Trapdoor. Fuck.
But feed me.
and that's all I could think about the whole time I was watching Witcher.
Baba Yaga.
Yeah, it's definitely barrel aged.
It's just straight. It's
It's
like
a
there's a
straight imperial stout.
big hit of bourbon heat. There's a lot of bourbon heat in that.
I get some vanilla out of it.
But bourbon has a lot
Bourbon
of
and
vanilla
vanilla, yeah.
characteristics from oak and.
See,
everything that it
I
comes
don't
through, so-
drink. I don't drink bourbon. I drink
Nor do I.
whiskey.
I drink
or scotch.
I drink bourbon barrel aged. That's about the extent of my knowledge on bourbon. But
I drink proper Scottish scotch, and it's very different to bourbon. Bourbon's a lot sweeter,
Yes.
and this is quite sweet.
I was going to say it definitely has a sweet character to it.
I
Nowhere
do
near as
just-
sweet as the Mountain
But I
Culture
do
one.
get that bourbon heat.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not like a smack in your face heat. It's just, it's really coating the back of my throat in a nice warmness. Like it's good. And I got to say, and this is I'm looking right at the
You're
camera
right.
here. This is no disrespect to Brick Lane, but the only beers I've really had of theirs have been their house pale and house lager that they do brew for a lot of venues, which, aren't the greatest pale and lager ever. They're not meant to be.
average.
They're not meant
Yeah.
to be, but they're meant to be something that a venue can
They're
then...
house beers.
They're house beers that a venue can then sell to make
They're supposed to
profit.
be inoffensive.
Yeah, and they are inoffensive. They're not offensive at all. They're just not the greatest. This is fucking fantastic.
This is a big step up for them.
Yeah.
Big step up.
We got 2 more in their trilogy of fear.
Yes, we have
so-
we do have the full trilogy.
Even
yeah.
for the balls to do this sort of series, like
Yeah,
the dark
yeah,
barrel
yeah,
age and a
100%.
trilogy of, and even to the
Well, how long is it going to be sitting in bourbon barrels? It's going to be.
3 to 6 months.
That's still an investment. You think about
Yeah.
how many beers you're turning out in your fucking 50 hectoliter.
Best before date, 19th of July, 2026.
Yeah.
So I knew that it was going
We
to be
peaked
fine in my
early, boys.
fridge.
Yeah, beautiful labels.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what the others look like on the front. I think they're fantastic labels.
I do have the other three. Should I keep them for a couple of years and then we'll redo them
Let's crack them in the next, say, hour.
and chug them?
Hour and 40.
Yeah, great. Anyway,
All right, break.
12% Imperial Russian Stout.
No, I'm the MC. We need to talk about our favorite. I'm getting pissy now.
We need to talk about our favorite things of favorites.
Just go.
favorite
Let's
bit.
go do that.
We need to talk about our favorite chocolate from the favorites box.
You need to go and wee
I will.
before you
Hold
wee.
it. Favorite video game of 2021.
You go first.
What did I write down?
Go pee, we'll talk.
No. God of War.
Oh, yeah.
I know it wasn't released in 2021, but
It was the favorite game you played this year. Yes.
The PS5 update was?
Technicalities.
Technicalities?
I'm not going there. It's a game I put off. I didn't play because I'm an idiot. Just in terms of storyline, in terms of emotional investment in the storyline, in terms of the storytelling mechanics, in terms of the game mechanics, it was just all round a fucking superb game.
I would say it's a near perfect game.
I agree.
Still that throw of the axe.
And the
The little wobble
The
that
wibble
it does
wall.
before it pulls out of the wall. Whatever it's
Wibbly
stuck in,
wobbly
it
timey
just-
wimey axe.
It does that little twitch.
Yeah,
and
like
then,
it's resisting, and then it can't.
and then
I agree.
when it hits his hand, that little vibration that it hits when it hits.
Dan, you need to play it on PS5
Oh no, I'm definitely going to
because
Yeah.
I've got to
I need
say
to play it again on PS5.
the controller, the new tactile controller, really does add another dimension, and the
Also,
throw
it's just a
that
great game and great story.
that trigger, the variable control trigger does have an impact. You can
cool.
feel the difference
Sick.
in it. Yep.
But just the beauty of the character, like we've
Yes.
seen Kratos come from a family slaughtering.
Just a one-dimensional rage monster.
He
I
wasn't
would never
one-dimensional.
say he was never one.
He was never
one-dimensional.
one dimensional.
Never.
Yeah, I agree.
From game one, he was never one dimensional.
Well, I game 3, I think he became maybe at least 2.
Yeah. Okay. Game 3, they lost their
They
way
lost
a little.
it, yeah.
Until
It
And they
it
admitted
just
to
became
that.
bigger and more bloody and
They
more-
didn't have anywhere to go. They admitted that themselves. The
they
character
peaked
could
too
not
early,
grow any further.
they
I
hemmed
agree.
themselves
Game
into a
one,
rock.
game 1, when he first discovers he kills his parents, it's still harrowing. Yeah.
And
Yes.
you find out how
Family,
and
not
why
parents.
he gave up, because he was about to be slaughtered by the Germanic guy on the hill, and he
Who then you fight in the bog in game 2.
yeah. This is really
Steal his hammer.
really testing.
You've got
my,
15 minutes to talk about your favorite games.
Oh, he's
he's
muting
muted
and
himself.
he's muted himself and given us a time limit.
Peter's left the chat.
So to go from like the Greek general about to be killed on top of the hill to
Who was also at the peak of his own self-worth in terms of like his own pride and like
in himself.
Hubris. He was peak hubris.
absolute
There we go. That's what I was looking for.
absolutely.
That's
and
the
then,
word I was looking
and
for,
then
yeah.
to be tricked and covered in the ash of the burning temple that he slaughtered his family in and ever tainted for the rest of his life as a constant reminder for his longevity. Well, his continued longevity that has now spanned multiple continents.
Athena, 10 years I've sailed these seas.
Yeah. So and to see Athena return in the boat in God of War 4, I mean, it's like they just
Oh no, it's the scene in God of War 4 where he realizes he has to break his oath and go dig up the Blades of Chaos.
Yeah.
That is like
Harrowing.
tormenting. It's tormenting
Yeah.
as a player. Like having been through all 8. So God of War 1, 2, 3, Ascension, and the 2, and Chains of
Chains
Olympus,
of Olympus. Yep.
and the other Vita game. So I played them all. To go to then that, which was the Blades of Chaos, they were just always there. Like you just always use them. But then when you go through the Leviathan acts, and it's just the immense shift in the way they deliver the character. I love those games growing up, but it does shit on the story.
The way he rewinds those chains, and then the reluctance in his body language as he walks out of that cottage door to face down the ice Droga.
Yeah.
And he just you don't want to hit that first button.
No, you don't.
You don't want to hit that because as soon as you hit that first attack button on the Blades of Chaos,
but still,
that's it.
part of you does.
Part of you does.
Yeah. That's the real tormenting part of the way they deliver that story is that you don't want to bring him back to that step, but you really want to see him come back and use him. Like there's that deep part of you that always wants to hate yourself. He's like, just fucking do it, man. Like, yeah.
Yep. And on that, I think we need to move to your game of the year because
Pete's back and we've got a timer.
Pete's going to tell us we've got 9 minutes left.
Well, he's still muted, so he can't. No, I'm going to press the button again. I muted you.
Keen and Bridge of Spirits.
Is that what I wrote? I thought I wrote.
I don't know what you wrote.
It's in your thing.
I know.
Okay.
What was your favorite fucking game?
It was I said it before. It was. Please don't do that again. It was a choice between Guardians and Ratchet and Clank. Ratchet and Clank in terms of gameplay, I thought the way they used the PS5 was amazing. It was good. I know people have said...
I'm glad that I've held off playing that because I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, you guys are really going to... Like, just jumping through dimension to dimension and, like, the way you can... Like, just the seamlessness of it all, it's just beautiful. It's a very lived-in world. It's a very bright, colourful world, so it really uses all, like, the PS5's features to its full... Especially on a 4K TV, it just pops. But Guardians of the Galaxy definitely wins in terms of the story. That was a surprise hit. I obviously wasn't looking forward to another Square Enix Marvel game, and I really bit my fucking face off on that one, didn't I? I turned the other cheek, as they say, and I was so pleasantly surprised. I had so much fun playing it. I played it twice.
Man, it sounds like everybody was. Everybody was.
Everyone was so burnt by that Avengers game, and then you came to that Marvel, the Guardians game. It was just so fun. It was from the first opening chapter. It's fun. It's bantery. The soundtrack's amazing. Like the first thing you do. So there's a couple of missions where you have to fly the. It's not, what do they call it in the movies? In this one, it changes actress. So it was the Milano. Now it's like the Heather Locklear or something, but like but it's always so Star-Lord always names it after one of his favorite female actresses. Is what he names the ship after. And like the first flying mission you do, which are pretty on rails flying scenes, like it's just getting through gaps fast enough and whatever.
Doesn't matter though.
But it's fun. But it's also the soundtrack. Like the first time it's I'm pretty sure it's Flock of Seagulls ran so far away, and you're running out like you're doing like a Death Star 2 escape.
Yeah, well,
to escape this zone before you get closed in, and it's just like, oh, this is really fun. Oh, I'm having a lot of fun. Oh, I am Star-Lord. Yeah, I'm flying. Oh shit, this is going off. Yeah. So it's it was just the story that is so well written. It's the fact that the story never stops. Like there are quiet periods, but they're not quite enough that it's like this doesn't feel lived in. Which was the most surprising thing given how absent the Avengers game felt. So that's my, I'm torn between the two, but that are my two. And
my game of the year wasn't released this year. It was released 5 years ago. 5 years ago? 5 years ago. Doom, 2016.
Yeah, wow.
It was fantastic. Loved it.
Yeah.
I was sold from the minute.
I haven't been interested in a Doom game since Doom 2.
The
original.
Have you played 2016?
No.
It's you got to play it on the PC. Oh, and that screen I saw you had in there, like the first thing I thought was like, how good is Doom gonna look?
I don't know. Most games don't support the ultra wide.
How good is Doom gonna look on this screen?
RDR2.
Doomslayer in the first stage before the dark times.
RDR2 is one of the only games optimized for the ultra wide.
Yeah, I'm sure it probably isn't going to stretch that far, but I mean, you need to look in if it does.
I will.
because
I will.
That is like orgasmic material.
And they named him Doom Slayer.
It's fantastic. It's beautiful. It's visceral. It's fun.
It's the way the soundtrack really plays to the gameplay as well.
Oh,
the
yeah.
soundtrack
It's
it
dynamic.
enhances. It makes your heart rate go. And I use the soundtrack for when I'm lifting kegs out of the cellar because I need to get.
Because it just gets the blood
I need
flowing.
to get blood pumping.
Yeah.
But when I was playing it, it was just like, I need to kill.
I need to kill. I need to move.
Yeah.
As long as
I never need to. I can't stop.
I can't stop.
I need to
I need to
constantly
move.
keep
I need to jump. I need to run.
It was never I need to kill
turn.
people. Let me put that
As long
straight.
as
No,
It's not. I need to
as
kill
long as it's
doom
Demons,
demons. I need to-
and
Got it.
And it is and that is what the soundtrack does, and the sound design, as we were talking about sound design for Dune earlier. I mean, you cannot stop. Like it.
I love the original games. I will play it. I have such a fucking backlog of amazing games.
This is something that
So
you
do I.
can.
So
I've
my-
played
got my-
2 games this year.
And my girlfriend just got me another console. So
I mean, I love it. I'm still not finished the first game, and I'm going to roll straight into Eternal after
Yep.
this, and I just
yeah, I need to get Eternal. I'm excited for Eternal.
it's Christmas time, and it's not a Christmas game, but
the sleigh bells, they are ringing.
I tried to play this.
You did say Slay. That works.
Yeah. I tried to play this a couple of nights before I went to bed, and I
can't.
No, I played it
You
a couple.
can't.
I played it one night, and I'm like, I don't.
You're just going to go to bed too pumped.
I'm not in the zone for this. And then the next night I tried to play it. I'm like, no, this is really not a pre-bed game. This is a anxiety, stress-inducing game that you cannot. Like, I find myself like clenched jawed, up, like sitting forward in my seat.
It's a Twitch game.
Playing.
Like a Twitch playing game.
It is a Twitch game, but it is more than that. It is an emotional driving, like a core element in your primal lizard brain to
'cause
go and kill and not die.
because of the music and because of the sound effects they use, and then
Just
the,
survival.
But the way
survival.
the way they also make the character move is really fast moving. So you always feel like, oh shit, I need to be on edge the entire time. I remember the first time I played it, I was like, yeah, it was like, you know, when you sit back and you play a game, you're like, yeah, and then you start dying, you go, all right, and then you sit forward and you're like using your control that way. I remember playing Doom, I was just like, like you were that in, like, yeah, you had to play it during the day, or you'd have to play another game on the side to play
relax.
at night to
Yep.
relax.
Yeah.
Just a palate cleanser.
Yep.
Yeah.
And on that note of palate cleansing, I think we're going to go to a break.
Yes.
Call it.
Don't call it, just break.
Break.
Do you actually know my friends have deemed my drunk alter ego the captain because I start singing pirate songs.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
Shanties or actually?
Oh, you listen, young sailor, and listen to me. I'll sing you a song of the sea, which is from Assassin's Creed 4.
It's also from
Windy weather or stormy weather, boys, then you didn't know.
also from the Bird's Eye Fish Fingers. I'll sing you a song of the sea.
Bird's eye fish fingers.
Yeah, no, mine was straight from Assassin's Creed 4.
Do you want to grab the next beer?
Oh, got to unlock.
We enter the abyss.
The Abyss. That's a nice label, that one too.
It is. It's a very beautifully...
The movie The Abyss label.
No, it's not. The Abyss was undersea. That's a very ecliptic
That's
solar.
That's Black Holy, yeah.
yeah.
Black Holy.
Very
So this is
Quiet conversations of spicy amberua floating upon liquid darkness pay homage to the silence of the screams found beyond the portal.
in space. No one can hear you scream.
Is that what
It's
it
true.
actually says in space?
No, I added that
Oh.
dramatic effect.
I was going to say that's completely different James Cameron movie.
All right,
Well, Ridley Scott, but
Let's-
James Cameron did the second one at least.
let's quickly catch up. Titans season 3.
I haven't
Dan-
started. Sorry, you guys.
No,
you guys go.
we can't get too far into it, but
Dan's halfway through. You haven't started.
we're not halfway through.
No. I've
3 episodes.
I have
3 or 4. 4.
I've got time off coming up. Coming
I'll
up.
skip it. I'll skip it.
Skip it. We'll skip it. Let's call that a 2022.
Don't look up.
Yes. Don't look up.
Fuck me. That was a great movie.
It was a great movie. It
As
was
a-
a great movie.
As a pop out, kind of out of nowhere, didn't take itself too seriously movie. It was fucking great.
DiCaprio's
Oh, sorry. One question on Titan season 3. Have you gotten over Red Hood's helmet?
no.
No.
No, I've absolutely not got over Red
And
Hood's
I
helmet.
like that it's a one-word answer.
The costume is fantastic. The actual
Even
the neck
did
down
you notice
costume.
Did you notice the spray paint of Robin was off center and it was kilted up on one side?
The bat symbol.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
What did I say?
Robin.
Sorry. Yes.
I didn't, but I will look for it. But it's the neck down is comic book beautiful.
Yeah.
Like it just gorgeous. And Nightwing's
The high collar and the fucking the textured bodice
guns,
and
where the holsters sit on his legs, the color of the jacket, the color of the chest plate, the color of the symbol, the bat symbol, beautiful,
yep.
gorgeous. And the Nightwing outfit
is great.
is fucking
It's-
Arkham
it's-
City.
Is it the same one
To a
as
T.
same one as the end of season 2, or they changed it a bit?
I think there's some
they-
tweaks,
Yeah.
but it is
Because the end of season 2 one was fantastic.
yeah.
The blue in the logo seems a little bit more metallic
Yeah.
throughout the series.
And
Cool.
The electric battens. Did he
Oh.
have the electric battens in end of season 2, or were they just battens? Or did he have battens at all?
No, he definitely had buttons. Because he did the twirl, the famous twirl, clunk clunk like move that Nightwing is known to do. It's the twirl, and as he comes out of the twirl, he does 1-2 kind of hit with the buttons.
It's
There's only one point in all of season 3 where he turns the two battens into the staff.
okay.
And when it happens, it's fucking epic.
Okay.
It is
I will
so
hold
fucking
out for
good.
that
Yeah.
time. Yeah. No, I just the costumes.
Give me a week, and I'll probably be caught up on Titan season 3.
You cannot fault that show for comic book or video game accuracy on their costumes. It's just fantastic. I love it.
Even down to the spray painted, and it's
Yep.
very clearly spray
spray
painted.
painted,
Fucking
The bell will toll 3 times.
it will.
that was very musical.
When you tell me I need to get a fucking strigger in a tomb before the cock throws 3 times.
It says a lot for the Spiegel glasses there, doesn't it?
Yeah, I need to get some
Beautiful
more
ring.
of those.
Yep.
The Beast Boy logo spray painted on the white jacket in black paint.
I haven't seen that one either.
You'll see it's the tiger print logo spray painted, and it's very roughly. It's just, you're right. The costume design is fucking perfect.
We will go my biggest argument though about the season, or about I
Half
guess
of the season.
well, not even half
No,
the
it's
season. It's
13,
not
right?
You know what? It's a criticism. It's a criticism on TV shows and movies combined. So, one, it's stupidly simple, and 2, it's a really off-putting reference when you put 2 and 2 together. But Bruce Wayne's file in the Bat computer about potential future recruits for the Robin.
Yep. Program. Yep.
If you're a comic book fan, the name's in there. Well done on the writers. But the password.
I mean, I don't think they really had to delve that deep into it.
Well, but no, they did, because they went into future DC storylines and brought names into the few little files that flash up.
How
on
far
screen.
into the future?
Dark Knight, the Dark Knight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is what?
30 years, 20 or 30 years after he retires. Dark Knight Returns. Yeah.
So they're using future scrying technology to get that?
Yeah.
She's definitely not 20 or 30.
Yeah, no, but they have a photo of it too. They have a photo and a name.
What is it? Just a photo of the dad's testicles with like a little shine on it, a little glimmer.
It was a fan service. It was a fan service. But
Imagine that, just a hefty pair of testicles with a little moustache on it.
this is
A Michael Bay
with a cape. It's a red cape on the back of the sperm.
so this is all very related, Tom. So
it's just Michael Bay testicles with that lens flare coming off.
so
Yeah.
Richard Grayson is trying to get into the back computer, and it's passworded. He's trying to get into this file, and he puts in Jason, and it doesn't work. So what does he put in next? Dick.
We'll put our dicks in the computer at one point.
And what does Dick open? Dick opens the file on all of the miners that are potential recruits.
Oh
dear. I will say.
Did you not put that 2 and 2 together? I saw that. He answered that onto the screen, and I'm like, no. There is no way,
I do
one,
remember
that
that,
Batman would use that as a fucking password, and 2, really, come on, guys. Like, think about this shit before you put it in a
Think
fucking
about your
show.
audience.
And yet,
You've done so well in everything else, and this is where you want to let us down?
this is a minuscule spoiler, but I did get a laugh out of Jason Todd, so the Robin who goes to Red Hood, sets the password for the Bruce Manor security system as Wayne Manor, sorry, as 42069. And I actually got a good laugh out of that.
No,
It is so perfect for Jason Todd.
That also does apply. I just think the fact that you're using Dick as the password and then going to all the miners, that it's obviously been written by Catholic priests. So there you go. That's my take on it.
They knew what they were doing.
Oh, 100%.
I guarantee they
Yeah.
knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
And the 42069, 100% they knew what
Now
they
it
were
all
doing.
adds
when
up.
they did
Oh,
it. Yeah. It's like
It's just the DC writing office going,
it's somebody having to giggle.
Yeah.
But it's that was the one thing that put me off. And it was the context, but it was also, come on, guys, this is fucking Batman. Like, seriously,
Be serious.
it's fucking Batman. Make them spend an extra 2 seconds and run a fucking program hacking, a password hacking program. Like,
Yeah.
just
and then
just
you think back
do
to the
it.
Arkham games where you had to twist left
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
twist right.
yeah. Or do something like
do
that.
that, yeah.
Do that as a fan service.
Yeah.
Like, do
And then
that
still
somewhere
make
there.
it Dick 42069. Like,
Do it there. That's
Yeah.
fine. But as long as there was something there. But anyway,
it's using a bit of back technology to do it. Yeah.
So we'll park that. We'll have a
park
deeper
that, yeah.
dive into Titans once everyone's seen it. Don't Look Up. Leonardo DiCaprio.
he's
I'm
a
excited. I'm
master.
excited by this film. We haven't had a chance to watch it yet
It's
because I spent the last 2 nights
it's
watching Lord of the Rings.
disturbing and fun and funny and
Oh, I got that from the trailer.
I'm really
trailer-
surprised.
It's
by
a
it.
long time since a trailer's hooked me in like that for something I haven't been previously excited before.
it's original too.
Yeah.
The dictator level stupid.
Yeah. Well,
and
not
yet-
quite, but yeah,
and-
not quite.
This is what's scary. This is what makes it horrifying. To me, it's the dictator level stupid and yet real. The whole, even down to the red caps in the Don't Look Up scene with the fucking, I'm way too drunk. But the whole Make America Great Again fucking rip off on the red caps, Don't Look Up.
The on the same level, the thing that made it scary for me was Ariana Grande playing basically Ariana Grande
Singing about Don't Look Up.
Don't Look Up.
Or
But
don't-
like just her social media presence as the person that she is and her breakup with the fictional
Kanye West ripoff.
boyfriend or
Whatever.
Justin Bieber or wasn't she with Bieber? I don't
fucking
know.
know.
It's not even worth spending another
I
2
think she
seconds on
was.
it.
I think she was.
But that taking
Does
precedent
not compute.
over. Yeah, but that's exactly the point.
Yeah.
Like that character and that actress playing that
And he
persona.
pops up on an E-News style TV
Yeah,
broadcast
right. And
saying,
they
I'm
steal-
sorry I fucked that other chick. I really love you. I want to get back together with you. And she's like, oh my God, I still love you. Like, it's just...
But that takes the the headline in the mainstream media and the social media and the morning television, and that is the thing that dominates the
As opposed
the
to
public.
there is a 10-kilometer fucking meteor heading directly for Earth, and we're all going to die.
It's all going to kill it. It's going to kill us. It's a
And they're all like-
99.7% chance it's going to hit Earth.
and they're all like, meh.
Yeah. And that is the general premise of the entire
what
movie.
point in this film does Aerosmith feature?
You know
Well-
what? There was so if you listen to the score closely, there is actually an Aerosmith moment in that movie.
There's actually an Armageddon almost complete rip scene.
How good!
Down to the Bruce Smith fucking rip-off
Willis.
character. Bruce Smith.
Bruce Willis.
If Bruce Willis and Will Smith had a baby,
Yeah,
it would be Bruce Smith.
Ron Perlman is
fucking
absolutely
perfect.
fucking gold. Like
Right down to the meteor's in the sky. You can see it coming towards Earth, and he's there with a fucking machine gun saying, "You're not going to take me alive, motherfucker," and shooting into the air.
and they want to mine it for them in minerals. And it is an absolutely piss take on Armageddon and Deep Impact and everything like that. But it's not.
That sounds a little Independence Day.
But it's also Independence Day. Like,
it's a
this
piss
is
take on American society in
made
2021.
by Americans.
Oh yeah, they take the piss out of each other.
No,
this
it's
is this is
it's
No,
actually-
they do. The real comics, the real
It's
American comics
proper-
do take the proper piss out of America.
it's proper satire in the sense of making a very specific commentary on
yeah,
where they're all stuck,
yeah.
yeah.
and they are stuck.
Can we just have a quick word about this?
Coconut.
Yeah.
Really,
Lots of it.
I do not.
I get
That's
a lot of
all I
coconut.
get.
Yeah, a lot of coconut.
I get
a little bit of
more-
vanilla.
I get more like winey notes. I get a
There
bit
is
of red, I get a bit of red wine.
little bit of wine in there, but
Yeah.
it's
That
it's
shows
nowhere,
where our palates are. That's actually really cool.
it's nowhere
Yeah.
near as barrely and bourbony as the first one.
It's not. It's not bourbon barrel.
Oh,
It's
well, there we go.
spicy amberana,
I don't know what that is.
which I'm pretty sure are the old Greek wine clay casks.
No, that's an amphora.
Well, fuck me. I might just go fuck myself.
You will because
we
I
didn't
did.
all do an archaeology degree in Greek.
but one of us did. So
I'll look up amberana. Oh, it's a plant, apparently. Here
there
we go. It's a genus of legume. That's all it says.
There was no follow up to that.
No, that's as far as the Wikipedia article
We
goes.
were
on.
all waiting.
Yep. I find that far more pleasant than the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just that reduction of that oaky dryness
Here you go.
and
I got the
everything.
Brick Lane Brewing. Is the second link is their actual website. It's a mesmerizing trance of spice and oak sweetness. Yes, I am over 18. Fuck off. But be careful, your fascination doesn't pull you into the deep unknown.
Oh, well, my fascination definitely was pulling me into the deep unknown.
It's quite.
It's been aged in. Oh, okay. So it's been aged in amberana, which, as Wikipedia tells me, is a genus of legume in the family Fabaceae, which and just shows a picture of fucking trees.
So it's a bean.
You're a bean.
Well, legume is legume, as in
so I
snow peas,
imagine that is
beans.
That's what they're called. That's
Oh,
their family.
it's American brewers fall for Brazil's spicy amberana wood. So it's a type of barrel, as opposed to bourbon.
I get a lot of coconut. I get a little bit of underlying the black malt coffee notes, but not very strong at all. There's quite a lot of sweetness in it as well.
So do we know?
Used in heaps of barrel aged imperial stouts.
So do we know the tie between these three? Other than
I don't.
them being,
I just bought 3 in a trilogy.
other than them being the
No,
series
I
of
just
beers.
I just think that they wanted to brew a base beer and then barrel age them differently.
So but that's the tie.
I think it's a base
That's
beer.
the tie.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Brick Lane Brewing, if you are watching or listening to this, please correct us. But I believe from what I've read that it was a base beer. So they brewed a stout and then they wanted to imperial stout. They wanted to
Age it
barrel age
differently.
age it across 3 different. So I think they might be.
I will reserve judgment, but I think that's probably my favorite.
They might be different bourbon barrels as well, which would be kind of cool.
I actually think this is.
It's quite light for.
It is, yes.
yeah.
10%, 10.4%, yeah.
It's also quite palate fatiguing in terms of the strength of the flavor notes coming through.
I think quite the opposite. I think this is a very good sitter.
I think it would get sickly.
And I think that is a gorgeous label.
It is a gorgeous label.
For the fan of cosmic horror here. Where were we? We were Don't Look Up. Don't Look Up, Tom. Fantastic. Came out
I really
An
like
all-star cast.
Yeah.
I also would have watched it last night had we not finished Fellowship.
And a complete piss take on Steve Jobs. And
Fantastic. Love that.
And Elon Musk.
And Elon Musk.
Oh, love that even more.
And Bill Gates, all combined.
That spectrum genius.
Yeah.
But I'm going to apply it to making money.
Yes.
And yet the irony there with Bill Gates, with Steve Jobs, and with Elon Musk, those guys are absolutely capitalists who have redirected a lot of their money, more than we'll ever make in our lives combined,
Combined times about 10.
to philanthropy,
Yeah.
to giving back to the world. So it's a piss take on capitalism, I think, more than those individuals.
Yeah, but it is a
Yes.
definite reference. Yes.
Yeah.
And whether it is a reference, a true reference of what these people are like
And
or not,
the
it's
actor-
a definite.
The actor that plays him, what's his name?
I don't know, but he did a good job.
Fuck me. He
And
reminds me
Kate
of...
Blanchett.
Yeah.
She did a good job.
Sexy.
Beautiful
I've
woman.
never seen her...
But whatever they did to her to make her look fake.
I've never seen her in a film that I would call her sexy. She's very feminine in most things. And I keep going back to Lord of the Rings, right? She's very feminine as Galadriel. But she's sexy in this.
Would you have gotten that if I hadn't have said it?
No. Not a chance in hell. No.
I could see the vacancy in his eyes.
Leonardo
Dark
DiCaprio.
Lord, you will have a queen. Not dark, but more powerful and terrible as the earth.
And it reverberated.
You've seen that film way too many
I
times.
literally watched that scene last night.
Leonardo and Jennifer Lawrence, who is great. Meryl Streep, Kate Blanchett.
She was pregnant during this, wasn't she?
Was she?
Well, I know she's just about to have a kid.
Really?
Yeah, she almost must have been. Or it was
Yeah.
just in the early times.
Jonah Hill is just...
Oh, God. Jonah Hill. Jonah Hill was Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill was Jonah Hill. And yet he plays the perfect character in that film.
No, he doesn't. He was the
Mark Rylance.
He was the weakest link in that entire film.
I just think he was the... No, I disagree. I think he was playing just the hateable mother...
It's raisin toast.
Yes.
a little more vanilla-y than
Yeah.
raisin toast, though.
But there is raisin notes.
Sorry for everyone.
Yeah.
If I get home. Just hit me.
Talking about the beer.
I think... I
It's
think...
going to get
No.
really pissy by the end of it, but
No,
it's
no.
end of year, so fuck it.
Fuck it.
Out with a bang.
Jonah Hill. He tastes like raisin toast.
I actually think he played the perfect... In the sense
Good
that...
marking. Good marking.
In the sense that he says whatever's on his mind and it's acceptable because of who his
Was it
mother
similar
is.
to War Dogs? The character who played in War Dogs?
No.
Okay.
I completely agree with you when you say that, but it was delivered in everybody else played a character.
Yep.
Jonah Hill played Jonah Hill.
Yeah, in the same way that Sly Stallone and Arnie plays Sly Stallone and Arnie.
No. You get a movie like this where you get
I think he
fantastic
broke.
actors and they play fantastic characters, and then you get a person in there that plays the same character that they play in 10 other movies.
I get what you're saying.
Then that stands out like dog's balls. And the little scenes where, don't get me wrong, I quite enjoyed them,
I
but
think it was supposed to be the epicenter of what is wrong with American society. And I think he portrays that perfectly,
But
without trying.
But I think I get where Dan's coming from, but it's that without trying, because he does just play that character and
character's
everything
just
else.
off kilter. It's
Yeah,
out
but
of
that's not enough when
it's out of
everyone else
place.
is doing something a little different.
It broke scene. If they had somebody else that had delivered something similar,
Yeah, okay.
but had been a character that wasn't the same character that we have seen 10 other times that actor play that character.
Yeah.
Because the way you're talking about, I can just picture the character that Jonah Hill is playing.
He's just an asshole.
It's Jonah Hill.
And he's great at it. He is great at it, and he's funny, and you can tell it's ad-libbed.
And the
You can
timing
tell-
is perfect because that's Jonah Hill. I've got to say...
And a few little things where he fucking shut doors and things like that.
do you want to come?
Yeah. That's it.
Just closes the door.
And those sort of things, yes, great.
And Jennifer
Brilliantly, but-
Lawrence plays perfectly off him.
Off him, yes.
And those two characters have a dialogue through that whole movie.
Only in certain parts. I think when they're sitting in the Oval Office, it's
You
much-
need to see this movie, mate.
No, this is fantastic. I'm watching a tennis
right
match.
up your fucking
I'm watching a
alley.
tennis match.
It
It's great.
really
it's,
is.
It's too much on Jonah and not on her
And I am
reaction.
gonna watch it.
I think she plays to her character better than Jonah does.
Okay, so let me try and play
Break it on down.
devil's advocate here for 2 seconds. Okay, if we call the Oval Office scenes how they were,
Yep.
but you take the camera off Jonah Hill for a couple more seconds and put it on Jennifer Lawrence's reaction to what he's playing,
Yep.
wouldn't that have been something a little bit more dynamic?
Yes.
As where they left it
Just
on him.
watch her brain process how fucking out of...
Yes.
Yeah. I get
So
it.
they left it on him
Sorry.
too long for him to ad-lib the Jonah Hill things when they should have. She obviously wasn't in the room when they did that. They were just saying, here's your line, play off this.
Yeah.
If they'd spun that around and gotten her either genuine reaction or acted reaction.
Like we did when I did my fake lines over the top of the podcast. Jennifer Lawrence, if you're watching, I can
Fuck
give you
me,
acting
that was
tips.
funny.
If they had played that
I only
back,
watched that on YouTube last night while I was eating dinner.
if
It's
they'd
fucking hilarious.
if they'd played that back on her and had a bit more, he could
Just watch her face just change.
change
Like,
to
Yeah,
his
yeah.
to her disbelief of the shit that he was trying to spin, because he was the spin doctor.
Yeah.
Through the whole movie, he was the spin doctor. And if her
I'm guessing he plays the White House media guy or something like that. Yeah, there you go.
chief of staff,
Yeah, there you go. Perfect, perfect.
and the son of the president.
Yeah, right.
Well, yes.
Well, it's not a spoiler. It's
Kind of is.
introduced into the fucking first scene.
But yes, if they'd played her off as they tried to, or they did play her off him more, but those scenes had her reaction over him talking.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
I would have been far more up for it. But him just talking on a couch felt like him just sitting
Delivering
there.
lines in a comedy act.
Exactly. With
Yeah.
the camera
Yeah.
rolling and, hey, Jonah, like give us another one. Okay, well, okay, check. Like, give us another one. Okay, give us another one. Okay, give us another one. Give us another one. Give us another one. Give us another one. Give us
Until it's-
and like
yeah.
20 times.
Just poking the bear until it gives you something else. Yeah.
Exactly. And
I
great movie.
have to
Oh no,
say,
I'm still excited to see it.
I have to say, no, you need to be.
I
It
will
is a
rewatch it.
great
It's a-
fucking movie.
it's a fantastic
right?
movie.
I laughed my ass off, and yet it was eerily, scarily,
Scary.
fucking real.
Absolutely scary.
Oh no, it's definitely something that Emma and I are going to watch together because she's going to tear it to
The
shreds.
social commentary is not subtle.
So where's she from?
Boston.
Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah,
These guys are from Michigan.
but
Most of them
no,
are from
it's
Michigan.
it's
Midwest.
she's an intelligent American. She will absolutely understand.
sure.
Like she'll immediately connect with it. What I was going to say is, I have to pay respect to Leonardo DiCaprio
Yeah.
in his acting ability.
Yeah. Fuck
Because
he's great.
going to like
You wax
Titanic.
lyrical, I'm going to go P lyrical. Don't know if that's a thing.
Titanic was a pop-out movie, and I saw him as a pop-out actor as a result. I totally
man.
typecast him. I've only recently seen Django Unchained.
Django.
Django Unchained.
The
Sorry,
D's silent. Tom!
I've been
Tom!
I've-
The D's silent!
Clip. I have spent too long learning Spanish recently where the J is silent.
Yeah. So let me wind back from there. Have you ever seen Romeo and Juliet?
Yes, a long time ago.
Baz Luhrmann's Romeo
Yes.
and Juliet.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Leonardo.
Huh?
Leonardo.
Yeah.
Leonardo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you talking about Titanic like it's his first movie?
No, I know it's not his first movie, but it kind of typecast him for me as a cardboard cutout actor.
No, Leonardo was never typecast, ever.
I don't know why it was in my head, but that's what was in my head. And I watched.
So you look at his acting filmography.
Yep.
Romeo
Catch Me
and
If You
Juliet,
Can.
Catch Me If You Can, Titanic, The Revenant, Django Unchained. You look at there's got to be a dozen there in between that I haven't mentioned. But you look at that span of his
To me,
ability there.
I'm going to make a big statement.
Oh, do we want to do that now?
Yeah, because I'm pissed enough to make a big statement, and we're way off script.
It's 9 o'clock.
He to me reminds me. I'm going to restructure that statement. He reminds me of a early Tom Hanks.
No.
I reckon
I
as
disagree.
you watch him age,
Yeah.
given the spectrum that he has shown on screen and the ability to go from, like, even in Don't Look Up, to go from the spectrum of acting he goes through in that single movie, I see a lot of Tom Hanks in that.
I understand where you're going. I think Tom Hanks is a fantastic actor. And from his whole range of movies that he's done, he's a fantastic actor, but he is far more typecast than what Leonardo DiCaprio has ever been.
100%. 100%. I'll look at Tom Hanks's most latest films. Finch.
Fucking, we were giving each other shit about being drunk. Yep.
So Finch, News the End of the World,
Cloud Atlas.
Cloud Atlas. Cloud Actress.
Cloud Atlas is a bit of a weird one.
But what did he do?
Actually,
What did he
thoroughly enjoyed that movie.
So
I think that was
before Tom
horrible.
Hanks started doing these live action kind of Western films, what did he do? There's a snake in my boot. He was Woody, Toy Story.
Yeah. And
Captain Phillips?
Romantic comedies.
Yeah.
Have you seen Captain Phillips?
I haven't seen Captain Phillips. I've seen bits of.
I am
Have you
I am
seen-
Captain now.
We're not talking about his ability to do these things. We're talking about what he has
You're saying-
actually done.
He's saying he's typecast, and I'm saying
No, he is typecast isn't talking about his ability to do them. It's about what he's actually cast to do.
yes. So he played a real life captain, or he played in a true story as the captain of a
Reenactment of a true story.
Yeah,
Sure.
but he did the ship captain. He did the plane pilot in Flight 93 or whatever. And then he's gone on to do a bunch of Western stuff.
Well, hang on.
No.
Hang on.
Hang on.
Just let's look at those two movies that you just stated, and I will disagree that he's typecast. He played an actual ship captain on the ship. And then in the Flight 92 or whatever it is, he's in a fucking courtroom for most of the movie.
He's still playing an actual flight
There's
pilot.
a very different spectrum of acting in those two movies, though.
I'm a pilot, sir. I am captain now. That's the two differences right there.
I am the captain now. That guy was a real Somali pirate. too, I
Yeah, he
think.
was. Yeah. You could tell.
That is not typecast.
That movie, I only watched that last night. It was...
He's been in a few other things now too, hasn't he? Good to see he's worked his way up.
Branching out. I would not say that Leonardo DiCaprio and Tom Hanks are the same. I could see them
No, I
going
didn't
the
say
same
they were-
way. I can see them going the same way.
I didn't say they were the same. I said I saw Leonardo as an early Tom Hanks in the sense that as he continues
early
to
Tom Hanks was
mature and
bit
develop...
of a bumbling fool. He was like a Hugh Grant almost. Think about
I
yeah.
disagree. I
Yeah.
think Tom Hanks's acting
Castaway.
ability is quite a lot.
Tom Hanks' acting
More
ability is
mature.
not in question here. He is a fantastic
When I say
actor.
bumbling fool, I mean acting as a bumbling fool. Not that he's a bumbling fool. But he was kind of that lovable,
And yet-
all-American.
Can you ever see Tom Hanks in Django?
You've piqued my curiosity.
Not
now
as
you have my
Leonardo's
interest.
character, because there's a whole generational gap between the two actors.
No, I disagree.
I disagree too.
Are you kidding? How old is Tom Hanks? He's got to be in his 60s.
Not age.
I just said generational gap. It is literally a reference to age.
But you would never cast
Tom Hanks would never play.
No, you're right. As
character.
the slave hating,
owning
slave hating,
or slave hating,
owning, yeah.
but slave owning, plantation running.
You're right.
He would never play that character
Because he's too wholesome.
Would he ever find himself in a pit fighting a fucking bear? Would you ever see him in a sci-fi action movie falling into
No, he's
dream
not.
upon dream upon dream upon dream?
Would you
wouldn't.
ever find him in Shakespeare?
If you
I
were,
actually probably think you could easily
Yeah, I
see
think
him
you
in
probably could,
Shakespeare,
yeah.
but
yeah, I got to agree.
But I
with
think that
Pete
was
there.
just a bad example. I think Dan's
throwing out
probably
examples.
I think Dan's probably right. It was just a bad example. We should move on.
No, I think that was a good.
I
conversation.
agree.
Yeah, but Pete's losing. That's why he wants to move on.
No, I just conceded
Just
to
a-
Dan.
It's just a disagreement. Disagreement.
disagreement.
Disagreement.
We're having a disagreement.
From my toilet break, the D is silent.
The D is silent. And did you ever run into Django Fett in The Witcher 3?
Django Fett.
Spelt with a D.
Where would I?
No shit.
No,
No,
but where
fucking shit. You look that up.
where would I run
played
into him to?
in the
DLC or the original?
No. The
In
original
the main game.
In
So
the
I'm about
main-
to replay over my break.
I played.
Django Fret. There's an R in it. Django Fret. There's
I
Frett.
I played every single mission you could play in the original game.
Whether or not you remember that, Pete, because you
don't remember
trophy
it.
hunt and you read guides.
Hey. I also
That's offensive. That's offensive.
Bounty Hunter and Skellige. I actually don't think I did.
I was in Skellige. Was
Yeah, Bounty Hunter and Skellige.
There you go. How do you spell his name?
DJENGE Fret with the two T's.
Yeah, with
Secondary-
an R. F-R-E-T-T.
F-R-E-T-T.
Yeah, T-T.
Is
Yeah.
a secondary character
Django
in
Fret.
the Wild Hunt. Geralt meets him in the village Blandare.
I haven't played the game 11 times like you, Dan. That
He is said to be the most renowned bounty hunter north of the Aruga and wants to catch the
bounty or bunty?
bounty.
Bounty.
Okay.
Oh, you can fucking talk, mate. Bounty hunter north of the Aruga and wants to catch the Grossbart brothers, a violent trio that terrorize the locals. Cool. I will look for him in my next playthrough. I need to go back and do Deathmarch, so
As the captain,
and finish.
as the captain of the River Cruise, which actually wasn't that bad a fucking movie, by the way.
No. I am
No, Jungle Cruise.
Jungle Cruise. Yeah, I was going to say Jungle Cruise.
I am the captain now. Sorry, you go. I have nothing to
It
follow
reminded
that.
me. Have you seen it? You've obviously no. Think Brandon Fraser in a
Brandon Fraser.
Brandon Fraser
Fraser.
in an indie movie.
Brandon Lee.
Wait,
Brandon
what?
Fraser.
What? Wait, which movie? Which movie are you talking about?
Brandon Fraser.
Brendan.
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 They're all the fucking. It's all
Brandon.
There's an E and there's an A.
Brendan Fraser. Oh, fuck you. I made a 2-second comment that you turned into 25
sorry,
seconds.
what movie are you talking about?
Jungle Cruise.
Jungle
Jungle
Cruise.
The one with,
He's referencing Mummy.
right. Yes. Mummy?
Yeah, I'm more just it's a wholesome adventure movie that we don't get enough of anymore because that genre has kind of gone out of vogue.
It's meant to be a bit like a Disney ride come to life, isn't it?
Yeah. It is.
Yes.
Jungle Cruise is a...
Is a Disney ride.
Is a
isn't it?
Disney property.
Yeah.
It's actually surprisingly good.
They're just
No,
trying
I
to make
will. I will
another
watch it.
pirate.
I think it just sounds like a fun romp. A romp. Ooh.
But we don't get
like The Rock.
He actually plays a really good character in
that
this because he
controversial?
takes a piss out of himself.
I know, but I just don't like The Rock.
Fair enough.
I had
Is that because
have
he's
to.
bigger than you and
no,
you fear him?
no. You know what? Like in the early days when
Why is everyone's dick out in this episode? It was just
when
What? My dick didn't come out. I just
When-
said I was scared of the Rock.
because he's bigger than you.
when they
Physically, he's bigger than everyone in this room
had
combined.
God damn! Let me finish my fucking point. When,
Sorry, we're talking about the Rock's muscles. Your point doesn't count.
So when they had The Rock pinned as the next Arnie or the next Stallone,
That was never going to work.
well, they had him pinned. Like the
Really?
Scorpion King, they had him pinned
Oh,
as.
right. Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
such a bad movie to
That
use.
But
CGI.
but that's-
the CGI when it turns around.
Well, that
it's
was
so horrible.
but that was the Mummy too. But then they ran into the Scorpion King, which was the next
Scorpion
movie.
King.
Scorpion King was meh, but
It was met at best.
at best, that's exactly it. And they had him pinned there, and I had so much faith, and I wanted another Arnie. I wanted there to be our generation.
They
of Arnie.
really don't have one.
No, we don't have one, and there is never going to be one because those guys, those sort of movies are done.
Yeah.
They're done.
The over the top, pop out action.
But those-
Even Bruce Willis. Bruce Willis is almost
No,
the last of that era,
those,
right?
Those three, Arnie, Stallone, and Bruce Willis, are the 80s, 90s action heroes,
Yeah.
and that's it. There's not going to be. We need a gap.
Sorry, the can arts really got me.
We need a gap between those guys and who is going to be the next one because.
Well, the problem
we need
is with a
break.
lot of those things, like we got those amazing 80s and then mid 90s action stars, but then a lot of like the really low budget things started doing these over the top action films that they were special when they were done by those guys.
Pop-outs.
And
Yeah,
then,
yeah.
And then they pulled people like The Rock in who could have
Yes.
been
Yes.
those guys again, but I'm God, like
I mean,
I'm
that
sure
said-
he makes
And-
millions
and
of dollars.
what
a
happened
month.
to Vin Diesel?
a bunch of the early,
What
Oh.
happened to Vin Diesel?
Yeah,
he just
well, that's it,
disappeared,
too.
Rig,
right?
Rig is one of the best underrated fucking film series of all time.
Chronicles of Riddick.
And the follow up.
I've
I
say,
love the follow up. Oh,
I've got
love
to
the
say,
follow-up.
I've enjoyed every single movie
Yeah.
on the Riddick IP that he's been in.
Chronicles of Riddick is fucking fantastic.
All of
the
them.
Butcher Bay game
Yes.
with Vin Diesel is
Yeah.
fantastic.
And bring Carl Urban, who's also one of the,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
as a
great
as a
action
necromunda.
Yeah.
Necromunda? No, not
But
necromunda.
Necro
Furio,
Crafter, Necro something.
I'm getting confused with Warcraft here now. Not Warcraft.
so off topic. I've given up emceeing. I'm not the captain anymore.
So let's read this, have a break, or go to
No,
next topic.
More breaks.
We pray, offering cacao nibs and vanilla beans will placate the elder gods, save they be awakened to remind us of the insignificance of humanity.
Definitely a Lovecraftian one then. A Leviathan. Of course
Leviathan,
it is.
Asian bourbon barrels. Actually, look at that. Do you see the little submarine? I like the little
Yeah.
submarine. Do you like the little submarine?
The first smell is the cocoa nibs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100% the cocoa nibs.
But you do get the vanilla
Yeah.
base.
It's beautiful.
It is really
beautiful.
It's I'm going to sound really fucking stupid saying this. I'm going to say it anyway because I'm pretty much close to trashed. It's bold and yet subtle.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
The notes are
Yeah,
really
completely
punch
agree.
you in the mouth,
Yeah.
but there is a lot of complexity to it. That's why I love fucking
Well,
barrel-aged
that's
beer,
the other
right?
good thing about it is they're really deep flavors. Like, and that's playing into that whole Leviathan idea. Is that it is like
Part of the deep.
it is. It's a really
Yeah.
deep cacao note. It's not like a punch in your face. Like the first thing you taste, it's underlying that thing. It's almost like it is sinking in there waiting for you. Like it's weird, but it's true. And that just adds so much to that bourbon flavor. This is, for me, like it's a lot more bourbon on the nose. I haven't tasted it yet.
It's a lot more in the palate too. Yeah, that's a fucking. You know what? That is the perfect end of the trilogy.
That is so much more bourbon up front, though. That's like almost borderline taking like a shot of American bourbon. Like
It is
back mouthfeel, especially where
the burn.
it's where the saliva hits the back of your tongue.
Yep.
When you do a shot of like bourbon whiskey, it's just like, if you're like me and you do that often, it hits a certain part of your mouth. Like Jameson hits like it's like my favorite thing to shot is if I'm going to do a shot, it's got to be Jameson. But it hits a really high part of your palate. Whereas a really sweet bourbon or even like a really deep bourbon, it really hits that like back lower part and you get that activates those saliva glands.
Yeah. It's also got that sour mash bourbon hit.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that sour. Like it's very, very light, but you can almost hint that it's like it's definitely not as sweet as the first one, which was bourbon barrel aged. It's got a little bit of that sourness. Yeah. But it's deep.
We're still talking
I
about
feel very judged here when I sit down and you're both talking and I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, you didn't hear us while you were taking a wee.
We need to do. We need to do.
What are you
trailer
looking forward?
trash.
No, let's just skip to.
I don't think we can really do.
forward.
We can't really do trailer trash without the computer screens.
Let's go looking forward
You
to.
fucking snob. You've been spoiled for the last 9 months of the remote recordings where you can just watch whatever you want.
Well,
Let's
because
go-
I haven't
Oh,
watched.
bring the TV out for the
I
next
haven't
episode.
watched the fucking trailers. That's why.
Okay, yeah, let's skip. Let's looking forward to 2022.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Time jump.
You go.
No. Mine's easy. Mine's.
I'm looking forward to my booster shot on the 9th of January.
No, mine's super easy. Mine is Mandalorian season 3 and learning more about Star Wars Eclipse. I'm very easy pleased. I have actually. I'm not looking forward to any games. I'm not
Come on.
I'm looking forward to
only-
the concept of a game,
well,
which
that-
we'll talk about.
I'm not sure we're going to receive God of War.
Ragnarok, September.
Ragnarok.
September,
I reckon it'll be pushed
September,
back, man.
October is the current
Everything's been
pencil
pushed.
date,
Everything's been
right?
pushed
So
back.
when you
man.
say
It's
It's
gonna be-
September-
very close to 2023. Yeah.
When you say September, October,
Everything's
we
been
go
pushed back.
November, March 2023. Yeah, okay.
But I've got to say, it took me 3 years to play the original 2018 God of War.
I had it day one.
Yeah, okay. But
I think we had it the day we started playing God of War 2018. It was just like, I want the sequel now.
Yeah.
I will say I will happily wait for the right game. And
Well,
if
this is the final. They're not doing a trilogy this time as well.
I get
it's the
that,
second
but
one, yeah.
but the
It's a duality.
but if you go back and watch Raising Kratos, they very clearly delayed that game until he felt it was ready for release.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not the director now, but he's still Corey.
Clint Bartok?
Corey.
No.
Bartok?
They talked about him handing off the baton
He's
to
still
someone else.
around, but somebody else is dealing with it. Yeah.
Oh, shit. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not the
Creative director or whatever. the
creative
fuck-
director. Yeah.
Right.
And they've only ever done 2 games with the same creative director. So
Really?
they did 1 and 2 with the first guy. They did God of War 3 and then the 2018 version.
What about the other 3 games?
Oh, they didn't talk about that in Raising Kratos.
They're
They just-
talking about main core games.
I would argue that God of War Ascension is a core game.
Well,
That's all right. That's for me to argue, not anyone else.
All I know is that
it
they
is,
they
yes.
flat out said that they,
Yeah, no, I
they
get what you're
always hand the mantle off to somebody else after 2 games.
There was a section in God of War Ascension when you ended up in a...
Because it was a prequel to God of War 1. It was a
Yeah.
direct... it ended up leading into God of War 1.
So you ended up in a section that was multi-rooms, and then when you cleared the section and then it turned, and then it would be another view. It was almost like a not side scroller, but it was a very creative use of the space within the story that they used. So it was a very underrated game, God of War Ascension. But it also took a long time between...
It also it was one of the first... actually, probably the only God of War game... Yeah, only God of War game to have multiplayer.
I had no idea it
I
even
didn't
I
know
played
that-
the multiplayer and I fucking kicked ass. I got that trophy so quickly.
Yeah, wow.
So what games are you looking forward to in 2022?
Horizon Zero Dawn 2.
Yeah.
I need to play the first.
You do? Oh, man. Play it on the PS5. It's going to look so good.
Get caught in a room with a mechanical T-Rex.
I've got 6 or 7. I've got
Now they got mechanical snakes, and it's all underwater now. There's raptors. There's
Yeah.
everything.
I've got 6 or 7 games in the kind of back catalogue I need to play.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have my current backlog lined up.
Let me talk about
you go.
2 games I'm looking forward to.
Yes.
Roll
I
'em
really
out.
want to hear these.
Hit them up.
But they're not
Hit them up. Roll them out.
rawhide.
Rawhide.
So Elden Ring
Which I saw this, and I am surprised by.
represents a game that I want to play. I'm not sure if it's the game that I want to play. I miss Skyrim, or I miss the Elder Scrolls 6. I need the Elder Scrolls 6.
Pete, can I potentially ruin your night? How many Dark Souls games have you played and enjoyed?
2.
You enjoyed them?
Enjoyed it.
0.
Okay, sweet. Elden Ring is a Dark Souls game.
Okay.
It's a Soulsborne game, as they refer to them. It's a Soulsborne game genre. That's why I was really surprised you put that on the list.
But it's an RPG.
It's a Soulsborne game, man.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a From Software.
Okay. I just want Skyrim 6
It
to
looks,
hurry.
it
I
looks,
mean,
it
Elder
looks, it
Scrolls
looks
6 to
amazing. It
hurry
looks
the fuck
amazing.
up.
It looks
Yeah.
amazing. But I agree with you. I saw the trailer and I was like, holy shit, it looks so cool. And then I looked at the gameplay and I was like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
But and then
The second game that I'm going to put out of my list of 2 is going to be very similar. Carry on.
go.
Is it
Second game.
Starfield that you've written there?
You've already read the fucking
Right in front of my eyes. I'm looking at it.
No, see, Starfield's different. Starfield is what you're expecting. Starfield will be.
See, this is what I'm worried about with Starfield. It's a Bethesda game. If they push
I
it,
thought it was going to be an Xbox exclusive.
No,
I
it won't be. It might be for a limited time.
I'm on the fence about that, right? Because it's not clear. I decided while watching the trailer, this is a game. If it delivers,
I think maybe it's
What
on
I'm-
the cusp of that pre-arrangement. Yeah.
if it's a game that delivers on what I want, I will go out and buy a fucking Xbox just to play it.
Pete, you have a PC.
Yes.
Why the fuck
play it on
would you
PC.
buy an Xbox
Okay.
to play it on PC when you can play it on PC?
When it says exclusive, I thought it meant exclusive.
No, it's a
All I
Microsoft
want-
Yeah,
exclusive.
now they sorry, they do label it under a Microsoft exclusive. I still call that an Xbox exclusive.
No, it's Microsoft.
That's my bad.
It actually has the Xbox exclusive
matter.
logo
No,
on the
no,
trailer.
no.
Okay.
It's
Can we
Microsoft.
just step
you
back?
You can
step
get
back.
You can get
All I
Xbox
want.
Live on your PC.
Right. All I want.
It won't be a Steam property.
No, yeah, it'll
Yeah.
be.
All I want is a Frontier Elite or a. Sorry, it's not Frontier Elite. I'm blending 2 games. The Frontier 4 game. I can't remember what it's called. Elite Dangerous.
Elite Dangerous, yeah.
No Man's Sky. Like Star Citizen. There are 5 or 6.
None of them have delivered.
Yeah, exactly right. That's all I want. I want a game that fucking delivers. I
So-
want to be able to design and build a ship. I want to design and build a colony. I want to explore the fucking universe, and I want it to be multiplayer. What's the word I'm looking for? Persistent online world.
So-
That's all I fucking want.
Starfield will be Skyrim / The Expanse.
If it tells a decent story, and I can,
And it'll be single player. There will be no multiplayer.
they've talked. Okay, I can see that. I can see either side of that fence, but they have talked about real time space battling.
Yeah, they also talked about Fallout 76 being a good game.
That's all I want. I just want an explorer game. I mean, yeah.
So everything we've seen of Starfield, is that what it's called?
Starfield.
Starfield. So far,
Hasn't even crossed my radar. to be honest.
screams The Expanse.
Which I'm happy with.
No, I'm
It's one of the
fucking
most realistic.
absolutely happy with as well. But if they try and blend that with anything that has to do with multiplayer and Fallout 76 and how they were doing any of that let's bring everybody together bullshit that they completely failed on. Failed on. They've made amazingly beautiful single player games.
I want a universe big enough that I can invite my mates into my fucking little solar system.
I'm sorry.
Because the universe is big enough.
Enter his solar system, man.
But herein lies the problem.
It's just hanging. The joke's just hanging.
Enter his solar system.
Reverse thrusters.
It's called Uranus until you turn 18, and then it becomes Uranus.
Oh, you know it. Your rings have got wrinkles on them.
Engaging black hole.
No, that's not what I hope they're going for here. If they do, I think that is an entirely miss of the market that they have built over the last 20, 30 years.
And yet, so many of those games that I mentioned before, it's Elite Dangerous, Privateer 4.
Privateer, yep.
Privateer 4,
Star Citizen.
Citizen. So many of those games have been based on the premise of infinitely explorable, infinitely buildable, but you're not by yourself. You can bring friends in, you can share that journey. None of them have fucking delivered. None of them.
No. And why would they? I mean, if you want to play a game like that, play Space Engineers.
Which you can't play on PlayStation.
No, you can't. But
PC and I was watching my dad. I've spent the last week at my dad's place down south, and he's been playing Space Engineers. And he's like,
Engineers is a great game.
This game is the shit version of I can't remember the name of the other game, but it's like a cheap knockoff of the game.
But it's not.
That he's already bought of.
It's an amazing thing that they have done. And they have introduced an incredible amount of physics and engineering into...
We'll see if he can reply in the next 15, 20 minutes before we run out of recording time.
But I think with one of those games, it's not about what it's always about the community aspect of like how much you can bring your friends into it, how much your friends want to play into it, because that really, really changes. So for me, it was Destiny. So I put a stupid amount of hours into Destiny when it first released on the PS4. I'm talking 500 plus hours. I've looked at my play count. 500 plus hours.
I think I put 200 hours in and thought I was a fool.
Yeah, 500 hours, and I kicked myself.
Not that I'm judging you. I'm just
no.
That's a lot.
I judge myself because
you're on a fucking treadmill. You would have been able to see the treadmill by
this is what I'm saying, Pete. Like the amount of games on the PS4 that I missed or have had to gone back to now. Like I miss Days Gone when it first came out because I was stuck in fucking Destiny land, but I was playing it with my brothers. And that was the thing. It was me and my brothers. We formed a fire team. We went in. We killed everyone. And then it was like, it was fun up until the point.
That's what got me hooked on World of Warcraft.
Yeah, and it's based on the same idea. It's just like, but that's the thing. Whenever you're playing those online games, it's all about the community and whether or not that community can sustain you. So when my brothers decided they didn't want to play Destiny anymore, I moved to the online community. So I had raids I needed to do.
Red.
What?
Just I'm just checking the camera.
Yeah. Oh, no, the red's still there. I see it. I can see you, Dave.
20 minutes.
No, but it's like when I went to the online community, I ended up playing with this group of Swedish blokes. And unfortunately for them, one of my housemates could speak Swedish. And she was like, you know, those Swedish guys are picking on you. And I was like, well, that's fucking rude. And
I was happily ignorant in bliss.
Yeah, and I was just like, cool. We weren't doing that well, but I was like, well, like apparently they were talking like all this shit about like, this Aussie guy can't shoot for shit. He's fucking shit at this game and all this. I don't know. I'm going into a weird accent now, but it was just like, cool. So this is just as toxic as any online multiplayer game has ever been before, unless you find the right group. And there was a group. I played with this group of New Zealanders. Fucking amazing. We had the best time. We smashed through all 3 of the raids up until that point. We would do all things on together. But then eventually we started going, I can't make this time. I can't make this time. And it just became like, well, we can't do regular times. And it fell apart.
This is the problem.
And that's online. And that's those online games. It's like, it's good up until the point. And then it's just like, well, if you can't play online, I haven't touched Destiny since.
There's no point in playing the game without being online. So there is a gap, and I need to figure out in my head what I'm trying to say here. But you've played small online RPGs with myself. We played Divinity. Thank you. 1 and 2. Sorry, you're talking about Destiny. That's a small scale online game.
Oh, and
You've played Destiny.
Well, we're planning about playing Borderlands together.
Yes,
that's
a small scale.
It's co-op as opposed to online multiplayer kind of thing.
But there is a different level of payoff, and those are thoroughly enjoyable games because they're online. There is a different level of payoff between a 2 to 4 player online game versus a 16 to 24 player massive online game. And those fire teams are what, 6 to 8?
Originally in the main game there were 3. If you did a raid, you needed 6.
Right. And I've done a few pickup group
raids. I did raids.
Yep.
That's the thing. I was trying to get through the raids, and it was like you needed 6 blokes, but then it's also if one bloke knew how to do it, then the rest of you were fucked. Unless you look up a guide to know how to play through that raid. It's like they gave you no hints.
No fun. Like when you get to a game where someone knows how to do everything over all of the other players that are a part of the group, why do you want to be part of the group?
I disagree.
No, it was.
I disagree.
It was nice in the sense that
everybody has to play their role, or you fail as a group.
It was nice in the coaching sense. So if that one person was like, "Cool, I'm going to coach you guys through it," that was cool. If they were a dick who were just like, "You can't play this game, fuck off," it was like, "Hey man, you're never going to find that group of 6 you need unless you teach more people." You start
playing how to.
But that said, like, and hats off to the Destiny community. If any of them are listening, there were plenty of people in that community who would take the time and effort to coach you through, especially the big raids, because they were the big raids.
I'll be back.
I was about to say, I thought it was coming in hot rare. I can just see him out of the corner of my eyes.
I'm just watching the time. It's all good. Carry on. And I messaged my dad about space engineers, and he left me a voicemail. So I'm going to go listen to that. Give me a second.
Yeah. So me and Pete played through Divinity first game, and we
might end up cracking one of those bottles in a second.
Yeah.
Pete said yes.
We definitely will.
Extra long episode.
So I've got a 10:30 Spider-Man session tomorrow morning. So we'll see how far we get. But that's a whole 13 hours away. So
you'll be fine.
Deal with that in the morning.
Spiderman.
So the thing, I don't know where I fall in all of this. I don't play multiplayer online stuff. I
love playing by myself, and take that in every context you want.
But the thing is, I love playing games with friends. I love it.
When you get a good group,
and
you need that good group.
The thing is, I love discovering and finding ways through the problems that are presented to us in games with the friends, the community that we play with, as they are presented.
And that's the thing we're talking about. Like I playing with these random blokes, I was just like, this was fun up until a point, but now it's shit. Playing with a group that was willing to lead you through, that was so much more fun, but it was also informative. And it's just like, oh, cool. Now that you play me through that, I understand it, and then I could play with mates.
So me and Pete, we got to the end of Divinity, and we got to the final boss, and there was a point where we died 3 or 4 times. We got spanked, badly, a couple of times, and then it was just to the point where we've gone, hey, this took a lot of damage off the main boss. Hey, I've got 4 of these things in my inventory. Let's roll with these scrolls. Let's start with that and see where it gets us. And then let's go with this tactic after that, and then this after that, and that after that. And then it took us like 1 or 2 goes after we stopped and communicated after we got spanked 2 or 3 times. And we've gone, we fucking smashed it. And then that was the end of the game.
That was the end of the first game you're talking about?
Yeah, the big black void dragon, where we've gone, hey, let's just smash it with these fucking scrolls, these ice bombardment scrolls that we've been.
3 or 4 of us. No, it was two of us doing
four characters.
Well,
so,
no,
but it was
we
ice
had
blizzards.
And I had
over
the same.
and over.
I had the same thing when my mates and I, out of high school, we sat in the internet cafe every morning until 3 a.m. and we were playing Titan Quest. And we finally got
Titan Quest.
Titan Quest.
Wow.
And we smashed through it. And it was, it was a Diablo ripoff, but it was set in ancient Greece and it was a little fun. We got up to the last level and then we finally beat the boss.
I beat that in like 2 days. Titan
Oh,
Quest.
well,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Jimmy always had to go back to town for supplies.
Now that I've added 83 minutes to the balance, I need to take a leak and...
Oh, I thought you went for a leak.
No,
Oh.
I just grabbed
He
the...
was doing the things. He's casting magic
Carry
on
on.
his camera. We were going to anyway. But
With
yes,
your digital magic.
I'm going to get another beer. Don't worry. I heard what you said.
When you come back,
I heard
go for
everything.
a pee. Hurry
don't
up.
be precious.
I hear everything.
Go for a pee. But yes, but that's the thing. We ended up beating the final boss and then we did this weird celebration thing and I was like, cool. Hey guys, it's 3 a.m. I'm fucking tired. I'm just going to go through that portal that's open up after the boss. And then apparently I left all 4 of my mates in hell because they got cut out of the game and then just I got to watch the credits. So now that's been on my conscience for 20 years.
Oh,
is the fact that I left my best mates
players
stuck.
in hell.
I left them in Hades.
Oh,
Yeah. But that was,
Hades. Yeah. Titan Quest was great. Oh, yeah.
But that's the thing. It's just like
Tartarus.
It was Tartarus, yeah. But I went through the portal after being. I was just like, fuck it, it's 3 a.m. Can we go home? And like I clicked the portal thinking we'd all get ported through. But their screens, I got the final credits like cutscene, and they just had to look at this whirling portal they could never enter. And that's for me. I've never gone back to a cooperative finishing a game because I'm so traumatized by that. I don't think I can leave my mates in hell anymore.
I think
Now, though, that said, 20 years later, fucking
definitely
leave my
do
mates
it.
in hell, all right? First chance I get.
cooperative games are they're an absolute testament to the programmers that can work not a single player game into, but
And not a multiplayer, not a dual player game, but a like X-Men Legends. That's one of my favorite 4-player co-op games of all times.
So one of the huge things with Divinity Original Sin was that when a moral choice came up within the storyline, you would stop and the 2 main characters that the players were playing as would stop and have a dialogue. And you would have the choices between... It was a full D&D experience. It was you could disagree with the person you were playing with.
Yeah,
and
right.
these things would, down the track, influence your ability to... Well, it would... I think it even had stat proficiencies.
Yeah, right.
And it would influence how the rest of the game completely rolled out. So... It was a real tie-in to working together or working against each other. If you wanted to take a moral stance for the character you were playing, that was going.
If you wanted to play an entire game with your mate and then fuck him over in the last bit, yeah,
but
or slowly fuck him over. Really.
Well, but it's not even that. I mean, it's just if you wanted to. If
See, I had mates that I would do that to.
Completely disagreed with a moral choice. If he wanted to save somebody, and I've gone, no, you know what, that fucking. I don't know what button to push. Don't push buttons.
No, it's the flag button. It's the
Yes,
flag button.
Is that what? That
Yeah,
one.
I marked it.
Okay. If that person,
Pete also just had a heart attack outside.
if that person screwed us over while
Yeah.
we were doing something, and we would get halfway through the game and we would disagree on something, it was like, no, like fuck you. We're not continuing down this path. Like. It's a huge.
I mean, that's
digital moral dilemma. Like,
I mean, I think that's going to be the benefit of us playing, like, because that's the thing. And this is maybe a lead into what Pete wants to talk about later as we come back. But one of the lead-ins was like, what are we looking forward to in 2022? And for me, especially with the podcast, is the idea of us streaming together.
yeah.
But playing Borderlands 3, it's like there's no moral choices really. It's just
shoot everything. Like there's no moral choices that will like put two of the three against the third kind of thing. It's all if one person picks one thing, sweet, okay, we're doing that. So it's like.
And I don't know how to introduce that factor. I mean, Divinity Original Sin 2 is a 4-player, but you can play it. You can play it with 1, 2, or 3 players. Like 4 players, you can play it with.
That was X-Men Legends. I used to play. I always played as Wolverine, and everyone else was flying or ice skating around or whatever, and I just be like, sing, 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 sing.
So, with that Divinity, you can play whoever can run that 4th player if the 3 of us play, and you can play the moral choices from there, and we can. It's a very interesting game to roll into with moral choices and that, with how it throws you into the mix as source slaves and things like that. It would be a very interesting D&D experience to play that as a trio, or if we could find a 4th person to play as a 4th person, like it would be incredibly interesting to play through that as that. But the problem is there is no. I think if there's something like Starfield would lead into a multiplayer crew experience, and where the crew could override the captain.
We are the captain now.
If there was someone that could
you're muted, you fuck.
Okay.
Finally got him. He got himself.
Yeah. You're not talking about Starfleet, are you?
No, not really.
Starfield.
Not really.
Okay. Starfield.
Yeah. So what I was saying was, if there was some way to really go into, this is a game called Pulsar. So Pulsar is an indie game which is basically Star Trek in first person.
Okay.
So you have a crew of 5 people. So a captain, a weapons operative, a pilot, an engineer, and a scientist.
You are talking about, you just described Starfleet Command, the VR game.
Yes, but this is far better than Starfleet Command VR.
Okay.
So this is a first person. You play that. That is your role on your starship.
Yep.
And you need to stick to your role on this starship. Otherwise, the game does not run. If anyone
sorry, you're playing as a 5-player game?
4 is probably the minimum you can play.
So you need to play multiplayer. You can't just...
You can. It is a multiplayer co-op game.
Yeah.
And you play as a cohesive team.
Right.
You do not play against each other. You play for a singular goal in a cohesive
I would
team.
100% kill them all.
But you do troll each other in certain ways. So
I'm getting another beer.
yeah. So yes. So it is an interesting concept.
Bring out the Ballinger. Bring out the Bone Breaker.
the Bone Breaker.
Black Lung 10.
The Bone Breaker.
Oh no, Black Lung. What are the other options?
No. That's a
Baron
Lefroy.
Barrels or the Duke of Chifley?
What's the difference?
I don't fucking know.
Okay.
This is a remake.
That's Barrel Lung 10 or 11?
Yes, 10.
10. That's the barrel-aged Imperial Stout that's been aged in Lefroy barrels.
Yep.
No?
And the others? I didn't say put it back. I just said, what are the others?
They've been aged in cock barrels.
Baron of Barrels. One big beer aged for 2 long years in 3 types of boozy barrels. This golden strong ale is divine drinking.
Golden Strong Ale.
Blended from only the finest cognac, white wine, and red wine barrels. Expect a body full of complexity and a perfectly subtle sweetness and a long, oaky, and cognac-y finish.
Ooh.
Whereas this one's aged in Starwood whiskey barrels.
That sounds
Yeah, I agree.
okay.
Because we're going to end up
made.
finishing this episode drinking fucking port at this point, which
So-
I've got a 25-year-old tawny.
It's a dangerous decision to make. So Pulsar. Let me hit Pulsar. Pulsar, an indie. Oh, Peter, good catch. Peter knocked up his microphone.
This is definitely the end of year episode.
Oh, here we go. This is where we deliver
Sorry?
Tom to
No,
the
I'll be fine.
emergency
Got a bottle
room.
opener.
No, lighter. You need to cut through the wax.
I will get a lighter.
Done this before.
Hit a pause.
No. Do it live.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
fuck it,
do
we'll
it
do it
live.
live.
Okay. Tom is going to
Jesus.
cut off his finger
I'm
live
not.
on
I
camera.
actually did it 2 years ago. You can see the scar.
Oh, yes. We have the physical scars to prove the,
No, you need it. Trust me. I've done this
the
before.
previous injuries.
Stop trying
He
to
has
hit me.
he has a very sharp kitchen knife.
No, it's fine.
And is attacking a moondog barrel. He's
do it
going to
very
grab it by the
carefully.
throat and
Shut
cut
up,
it
you
right
fucking
under
whore.
the head of
Take
the
this hit.
shaft. Oh no, we're heating up the knife, making
Yeah,
it
so it
nice and
melts through the
sterile before we go in for the circumcision.
Put your cock on the table then, son.
I think, Dan, I've been half listening.
Fuck.
I've been.
Quote Geralt.
Have you seen all the video where it's just Geralt
Yeah.
grunting and
Yeah.
fucking? It's fantastic.
Not fucking, but yes.
No, that's the second half of that video on YouTube.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, doesn't look it.
See, the most dangerous knives are the not sharp ones. I think what you're talking about is that
hit me,
that
hit me.
experience where it's a social experience with a bunch of guys where you have to put your trust in them to do their job, and if they don't, everybody fails.
Yes.
And that, I know I've talked about this way too much in the last 5
No,
years.
World of Warcraft is different.
Sorry, what?
It's actually not.
No, it is to an extent. It is to an extent. Okay, so
It's cold.
He may not cut off his finger, but I'm going to have to fucking scrub that table.
yeah, or
There's
get
wax
the wax
spots
from
everywhere.
Loki and
Sorry,
Kara.
There
Kara
are 6
eating
points
them from
right.
the floor.
I've got it all right here.
No,
Fuck
there's
off.
there's a difference between working through a dungeon with a group of people that if I understand, and I'm talking a bit out of school here because I haven't played a 20-man raid, a 12-man raid. I've never played a fucking raid. Doesn't matter how many people there are. But the running of a starship.
take me to the fucking hospital, you fucking dumb.
the running of the starship in Pulsar. If one person doesn't
Fucking typical. Just puts his fucking glass out.
doesn't do their job,
Yeah. You all die.
no, you don't all die. You literally don't get anywhere.
Okay.
So if the pilot doesn't pilot, if the captain doesn't plot the course, if the engineer doesn't control the heat
it
in
is
the
I get that the specifics are different.
Stormy weather, oh, when to win, boys. We're all together. Sorry.
But the fundamental undertone is that in order to succeed in the game, every character, every person, every human needs to play their part. And every person on the crew relies on every other person on the crew to play their part and enjoy their part. To 2021, fuck off.
skull.
Fuck.
Oh, that.
That is beautiful. That is gorgeous.
The Baron of the Barrels.
Nice.
That smells like
I like a brewery.
so many nice things.
I like
it's
a
like it's like walking into a freshly cold bakery. It's like they've taken a bakery and just froze it right there when all the smells are right. Oh,
You're actually kind of right.
no, I am right.
There's raisins and there's
Yes, everything is it's
Cherries
all,
and
it's
there's-
baked goods. Oh,
there's some yeasty.
Yeah, there is some yeasty
Like,
notes in it. Yeah.
they've snap freeze a brewery into a bottle.
A brewery
God
or
damn
a
it, Moon-
bakery? Because
Bakery. God damn it, Moondoggy.
so I grew
delicious
up
bastards.
in bakeries, live, full-on hardcore production bakeries.
when was that brewed?
It tastes like it was brewed yesterday.
No, more like towards the start of the year, if not last year.
That is
Listen, young sailors, and listen
It's-
to me.
clean and fresh and
Bottled
vibrant
on-
and cherries and
Bottled on the 23rd of August, 2021, but it's been in barrels for 3 years.
that could not be
2
more Christmassy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Than
And that's
anything. Like,
Moondog.
if-
That's
if-
fucking Moondog.
I know. I fucking hate them
Because you
they're
love them so much. You love
good.
them so much, but you hate them so
Ah,
much.
Moondog and fucking Garage Project shit me beyond belief because I do not know how they pull off the fucking alchemy goodness that they do. Like it amazes me because that is
Oh,
just
that is.
gold.
Yeah.
Like it's just
And yet, I'm going to be critical, which is,
You can be critical.
do it.
but it's such a good fucking beer, so I feel like an asshole doing it.
No, you can do it.
It feels like the flavor profile is complex as fuck, but the mouthfeel is thin.
No, see, I think that mouthfeel is perfect. I think that is. It's
It's
not
okay. We can have different opinions
we can
and
have
not
different
fight.
opinions. It is not.
I
It's,
still
it's,
don't
not,
see
it's
you.
not. It's not thin. It is not thick. It is perfect. This is the Goldilocks zone of shit. Like this is. I haven't.
For a golden strong ale, this, and for the time it's spent in
2
bottle,
years in barrels.
and then in bottle, because that's the thing what you got to think about. The time it's spent in
only
bottle.
August.
bottle as well.
No. Sitting in bottle is
Amber glass, man.
Yeah, that's dangerous for beer. Like in terms of depending where you pick that up.
Sorry, does that say 3.8 or 5.8?
5.8.
Oh, Peter,
It is a 700.
we've come for your soul.
11.3%. That is.
I mean, you wouldn't chug it on a night out. Let's just put it that way. No, but if you're talking about, especially if you're talking about something in bottle, especially if that sits in, if that gets sent out to a bottle shop, unless they have the care and the love,
And the respect.
and Dan's pulled out his microphone. He's,
What the fuck just
did
happened?
you eat some of the wax? No, I'm done. Oh, he's all right. Is this like when Ben was done because he was just sick of our shit?
No, Ben fell asleep. Ben fell asleep.
You need to come back. Plug it back in. Come on. You're a good boy. Who's a good boy? I'm going to plug it in for you.
Plug it back in.
Oh, one of my beard hairs is stuck in there.
There you go. You're back. No, just but the fact that
You can't just unplug the mic in the middle of the episode. That's against the rules.
No, it's not.
no, he's talking about how good the beer is.
Yeah, I
but-
get that.
No, but just the fact that the bottle shop took as good care of that bottle before
Yeah.
it went to you, and you stuck it in your
This
fridge.
not
Yes,
a bottle
do you-
shop. Sorry, I bought that directly from
Oh,
Moondog.
there you go. Even better.
I
Because
mean,
they
that's just-
So it was
would
just Australia
they would have
Post.
hidden that away.
Why anybody would continue to brew after tasting that sort of beer?
That's why you
amazing.
unplugged your mic.
That
There's
is
two
just-
more in the fridge. I mean,
No, that
Oh, that's
That's-
amazing. That's amazing.
That's the first Australian brewed beer that I've ever had with a wax seal. And I'm glad that they did the wax seal because it does does minimize oxidation.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
it is
Okay, you're talking about actual physical
Yes.
properties of the wax. Yes, 100%.
it's not just a process of-
seals the crown seal. 100%. I completely agree with you.
I'm just talking about amber bottles and oxidization and skanking and
Yeah, skunking. Yeah, like light strike and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then you've got heat distortion,
And yet
all
it went
sorts of
straight
things.
from Moondog into a Ozpost box to
you
my
gotta,
fridge.
you got to remember that Moondog are packing that in Moondog World, so it's
Also,
only going into their boxes.
Also,
that is then going.
gentlemen, I bought it in August,
It is
which means I bought it the month it was brewed,
no,
straight into a cardboard
Dan
box
just doesn't believe
to
it.
my fridge.
No, put it. No, don't you dare! Stop it! Stop it!
What is happening? This is
Heel.
This is what happens.
Heel.
We have the pissy episode at the end of the fucking.
But it's not. That is absolute gold.
It is a
It's-
spectacular beer.
That is
Yeah.
It is a spectacular beer.
almost hands down the best beer I have ever had. Like, it is complex and it's beautiful and it's faultless. Absolutely to its core, it is faultless. There is absolutely no reason that they would put that in any beer awards that would not get it the trophy in whatever they.
But that's the beauty of Moondog. They don't fucking care about a trophy. Or
They don't.
Oh,
They just make beer for the love of beer.
It's
There's-
just me talking from my experience. Like, that is gorgeous. It's just
And Macca, if you're listening, mate, it is absolutely sensational.
Yeah.
It is one of those beers for something that's 11.3%.
yeah,
I could
11.
you could throw it back. You could fucking throw it back.
Disgustingly so. Like,
Yeah.
it would make you paralytic in if
2.5 seconds.
If you could afford to buy more than one bottle, it would
Yeah.
just.
If that was on tap for a schooner, I'd be fucked.
Yes. It is a great way to end this shitty year.
Oh, that's where we're pulling the plug, are we?
No. No, you've pulled the plug twice, motherfucker.
Oh, I actually didn't think of that analogy when I pulled the plug.
technically pulled the plug.
No, I physically pulled the plug.
I've just on your games, because I get quite emotional about multiplayer online games, not in the Battlefield or Call of Duty context, but in the co-op must work together or fail kind of games. You and I played Divinity 1 and 2.
Pretty far and few between these days.
Unfortunately,
Unfortunately,
far in two, but yeah.
If you look for them,
I know if you look for them, you can find them. But I think these days, in terms of like,
Baldur's Gate,
but I think more in
Coming.
terms of 10 years ago, in terms of the amount of games that were, because they were really pushing that whole
Neverwinter
online
Nights, Diablo
community. Yeah, 100%.
2, Diablo 2, they were
Diablo
the
3.
No. We'll get to Diablo 3. That's a different kind of game. But Diablo 2, Neverwinter Nights, they were co-op that relied on your partner to succeed. Diablo 3, you could easily carry
Nothing like
and Muppet,
Divinity.
and we did.
Nothing like Divinity has ever put.
You need to play World of Warcraft. Sorry,
You don't,
You
though.
can't. You can't play the game that I remember as World of Warcraft because it doesn't exist anymore.
No, so two player.
I need to say something to you on that. You need to then move past that.
Yeah.
So I've had to do.
Yeah,
I've had
so
to
we
do.
can't
I've had,
play that.
Okay,
I've had to.
fair,
Do, I've had to
fair.
do that with a couple of games that I've said to people, you can't move past playing this type of game.
Fair
unless You
enough.
play that game, but then
But-
they've come to me like that game's shit. And I was like, oh wait, do I need to move past? It was
But
a
here's the
really
thing.
really
Here's the
horrible
thing about that
realization. To be
game.
like,
it's
no, I'm stuck in the ether. Fuck.
It's elitist, right? It is. I understand your struggle.
Oh no, you know exactly where I'm coming from. Yeah,
I understand your struggle times 4. That's the elitism in playing a WoW raid, because for every 6 players or every 5 players that
Is
you
he looking down on us, Thomas?
no, that's what I just said. Elitism.
He's looking down on us. He's like a elitist.
35 minutes before this thing runs out. This has never run out. This has never run out.
Leroy Jenkins.
I just want to eat chicken.
Well, at least I got my chicken wings. No, I get what you mean though.
24 people.
What is it now in Battlefield? Like 100, 196 or
20,
something?
Okay.
23 of them. You knew that you weren't a fuckwit. The 3 of us, would know that we would understand our role and would play it perfectly.
So
you
big-
needed to rely on 23 other people to play their role perfectly.
Let's pull that back to you and me playing Divinity.
Yep.
2 player,
Yep.
4 characters.
Yep.
So we each controlled you controlled both the
Casters.
No, I controlled the casters. You were the thief and the fighter.
Yep.
Yep. We'll roll it the other way.
Yep.
So I was the healer and the support and the magic long distance.
And the tank. I played
You were the tank.
Yep.
Yeah. So we played those.
Makes sense.
Well, no, see, I'm
It
usually...
actually doesn't.
No, it doesn't, because I'm usually the
Oh,
fucking
I'm sorry.
running...
I'm talking about Upsy Dansy world.
And I was
Yeah,
I was a
I'm-
level 80 fucking mage in World of Warcraft,
no,
right?
no,
So it was
I'm-
complete opposite.
I'm usually the run in and hit it with a big fucking hammer person.
Yeah.
But I wanted to
we
play...
would disagree on that because I am also the run-in hitter person.
So when we...
I'm the Leroy Jenkins, despite what class I am.
When we played a Divinity originally,
Yeah.
the first Divinity, many years ago, 4, 5 years ago, at least,
4 years ago, 5 years ago.
I
yeah.
said to Pete, I've never played a Magic Caster in a game. I would like to play the Magic Caster in this game. I would like to play the healer.
I would like to
supporter.
cast a spell, sir.
I would like
if you
to
don't
cast a
mind,
spell.
I cast a spell, sir.
I would like to cast a spell, and I would like to offer you this vacuum cleaner at the best prices as long as we go. And
Also, have you looked at this set of steak knives?
and that's how we
Dan
played.
needs a hat.
So we played.
Pete's got a hat.
Pete played the thief, the backstabby rogue, and
Stabby.
and the
Fuck
fighter,
me, was it fun?
and the fighter for the other character. And
Yeah.
I played the long range caster, the healer, and the archer.
Yeah.
And it was fun. Like, I've never played those characters, but we needed to 100% rely on each other from those points of view. And we needed to stop. And it was turn-based action.
I loved that we could strategize on live chat
Yep.
while watching the game unfold.
Yep. And that game did nothing but throw fucking curveballs at you every way it could. The
Even
AI...
the dice roll fucked us.
Oh yeah,
so many
completely,
times.
so many times, and you would then adapt. The thing you had planned out next round,
And
you would
yet, the strategy that ultimately won most fights was the intellectual one.
yes,
We needed to stand back and think about the environment and the enemy type,
where
and
you were,
the magic
the
type, and
terrain,
yeah,
everything. It wasn't a run in and hit everything as hard as you could. It was
which is
a
the
literally
Diablo
think
style
yeah,
game.
That's exactly it. It was a think as you went. It wasn't a hit it hard.
an experiment.
Yeah. And
Like the margin of
elements
error
and-
meant that
yep.
you could just go, I wonder what happens if I do this, and you might win by a small margin, but you know that if you had the
fucking
right
mine where we had to sneak past those
Yeah,
fuch
yeah.
guards, those
the special
sentinel
with the
golem
special
guards.
Yeah, you can't. So we're coming up to the end of the episode. Of
Divinity was a different
2021,
beast.
right? So I've got to say, it is one of the first games I've ever played where in a RPG action game there were bad guys that it was literally impossible to defeat.
And those guards in that.
The
Whereas
only
if
way,
you didn't sneak past them, then they'd catch you.
But
and you could
everything-
not beat them. There was
everything-
nothing that you could do.
Everything you did up to that point didn't lead you to the point where you thought these guys were undefeatable.
I know that that's kind of that was a thing in a lot of early 90s games, which was
But that's what they tapped into.
Yeah.
They tapped into
Yeah.
that 90s, 2000s, 80s games where they go, you know what? You can't beat these
I'm
guys.
not giving you a warning.
No,
You're just going to walk into this dungeon.
it's not
and
the,
these
it's
motherfuckers
in
are going
no
to
way the same
annihilate
type
you.
of game. But the only thing that brought me back to is Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. When you were trying to creep into Zelda's castle, if the guard spotted you even for an instant, you were done. You had to restart the entire level, and it takes me back to that. Anyway, we're going to experience this 3-way gameplay in Borderlands, which I'm excited about.
Yeah. I am actually, I've never played a Borderlands game.
I have. I like Borderlands.
I'm really looking forward
I've
to
smashed through Borderlands 1, 2, and the pre-sequel, so I'm excited. I haven't touched Borderlands 3. It is still shrink-wrapped waiting for you
Okay.
bastards.
Okay.
So
Okay.
once I'm in a more
If
family-friendly environment in terms of my hospitality, which is next year, then we're on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Cool.
We're wrapping.
I'm not going to aim for shit.
What are you looking for? What are you looking... I'm going to mute that. What are you looking forward
Don't
to
mute that.
in 2022?
Something like that.
Oh dear, the way he sensually strokes it.
If
What are you looking forward to?
No, if I can,
I can talk about what I'm looking forward to. Shut up, you just looking in the bottle. I am looking forward to Horizon Zero Dawn 2. I am super excited about that. I cannot wait.
Yep.
I am very much looking forward to
the
that.
Batman.
No, I don't care about the Batman.
Really?
I wanted to get to the Batman, but
I'm really looking forward to the Batman.
I'm not looking forward to the Batman.
I think it's going to be more overhyped than Dune was. I'm excited about the fact that I now have a second console, which is my Switch, and I'm going to get back into some Nintendo classics. I'm really excited about that. I want to get some quality Mario, some quality Zelda happening, maybe even a little bit of Donkey Kong if I'm lucky.
I miss those old fucking.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why so Emma bought me a Switch for my birthday coming up, and I am going to use that purely for Nintendo exclusives.
Yeah.
I don't want to play any cross titles. I just want to use it purely for
Mario
those
Party, Mario Kart, Mario,
Super Smash
Mario.
Brothers,
Yeah.
fucking Zelda. I've got 2 Zelda games on there.
Fuck yeah.
I want to play some Donkey Kong. I want to fucking do it. And then I am, I don't know, TV movie wise. I don't know. There's a little bit coming out, so just see what happens. We'll just wait for some trailers.
Lots of Star Wars.
Book of Boba Fett.
Booga
obviously.
Boba.
2000
Booga Boba.
2022 is going to be the year of the Star Wars. There's more than Mando and
Andor,
Book of Boba Fett.
Andor is meant-
Cassian, Andor,
Andor is meant to be
Ahsoka.
by
Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan. By this time next
Another happy
year,
landing.
Oh, another.
By
They
this
are
time
going
next
to have
year-
to. Hello there.
Another
They're
happy
going to have to
landing.
lead in with that.
by this time next year, we will either have been fatigued by the failed delivery on the promise, or
you
we'll be
might be.
excited for
You're
season
fatigued
2.
by everything.
I'm just saying.
You've been
I
fatigued
am
by a
not
lot.
that cynical, motherfucker.
Actually, no,
I'm
Pete,
just
I think,
saying.
I think if you went back to if we have a wrap up episode for last year, I think you went back to it. You were excited by a lot this year that you've now become fatigued by.
Okay, but I'm hoping.
You hope every year. I hope every year.
Okay.
I hope that you have a good year.
Okay.
That's what I hope for.
I'm going to swing in here.
Swinging big, swinging chariot.
Swing in. I hope Moondog does more shit like that. I
Yeah.
hope Garage Project does more shit like that.
I really
I'm
hope you go ask
very-
right now.
I'm very excited for the beers we get from these guys. I'm very happy for what we have and have had.
It's
That's
a brilliant
fantastic.
beer.
It's
Oh, actually, that's a really fun one. Do you guys have a brewery you want to see do more in next year? I do. I have one.
Yeah, but not one I'm allowed to name.
go.
Go name it. Who? Okay, I'm sorry.
Name it.
I'll name mine. I want to. I can't wait.
Spit
to
it
see,
out.
I can't wait to see more from Slow Lane Brewing.
Slow Lane. Yeah, fuck
I'm
it.
really excited to
Yeah,
see what
yeah.
Slow Lane do.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
and Bracket. I'm a big fan of Bracket.
Yeah,
I love their
100%.
hazies.
Yeah.
I love the way that Slow Lane twist those old style of beers to meet their things.
Yeah,
You
do
fucking-
it. Do it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Say it.
No.
Say it. Say it.
No, come on,
It's
Pete.
not mine.
No,
It doesn't matter.
It's
Say
not
it.
mine.
I am giving you right
Yeah.
to say it.
Just
No.
fucking say it, you dumb
Say
fuck.
I don't
it.
even remember what it's fucking called.
Well, I am
That's
looking
how much I
forward
deleted
to
my
Forgotten
brain.
Worlds, seeing what happens. Peter has no beer left.
Such a brilliant name. Such a brilliant
Forgotten
name.
Worlds. Who are they?
Oh, I wonder who those motherfuckers are.
Those
We'll
hair. Oh, fuck.
See-
I'm gonna
we'll
get
see what
red
happens.
lights on my
Oh,
fucking. I've never seen
dear.
that. I've
We'll
never
see what
seen that
happens.
logo.
Tom was pressing buttons
I
there
got 25
earlier.
minutes. It's all good. It's just giving me a warning.
Looking forward to Star Wars Eclipse, finding out what that is and
Find
how.
more about that.
how
No. I'm really excited to see what Slow Lane Brewing do because they've had a fantastic 2021.
Yeah.
Especially for a really out of the way brewery who also focus on a style that is not hyped on in the Sydney brewery market, and they've still managed to distribute very fucking.
You know
stellar
what's funny
beers.
about that? I don't think it's the Sydney market that's hyping beer anymore.
I
It's
think
oh,
we need to talk
it's-
to the Slow Lane guys and go and record there.
100%.
Yeah.
And we need to bring Judd. I will bring Judd.
Who's Judd?
Judd works for Crafty Pint, and he is probably one of their biggest fans.
Yes. Okay, I've got a contact at Slow Lane, so I will hit up.
Judd's
hit him
their
up
number
there.
one fanboy, so I'm sure we can hook something up.
I'll hit him up there.
They are.
I think it's the Valley in Queensland. I think it's.
I don't think you should listen to the Sydney brewery market, to be honest, because they're still stuck in the hazy market from about 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not what's driving.
he's throwing the
It's
headphones
not what's
off. Watch
driving
out.
beer in Australia anymore. It's the Fortitude Valley boys, and it's the crafty Melbourne boys.
No. I think there's plenty of Sydney breweries who are still producing.
Sydney's always going to produce wankers.
It's
not the beer brewing community. It's just the fucking.
Sydney breweries are still producing such quality beers that you can't look past them. And a lot of the smaller breweries are really showing themselves to be contenders in 2022 as medium to large size breweries, which is super exciting. Like for those breweries who always consider themselves as small breweries,
fucking brilliant. It's
just
a brilliant
beautiful
world.
industry to be in. It's a beautiful industry.
It's a brilliant world, and it's a brilliant industry when the smaller boys have to sit there and I've had to go through these mental processes myself in a completely different industry where you have to sit there and think, how am I going to differentiate myself? I can brew that beer and I can brew that beer. I can brew the same quality and quantity of beers that the big boys are brewing, but how am I going to make a difference in an industry that's already saturated? I'm sorry, it's a fucking brilliant society in Australia when the craft brew industry is saturated. As the consumer, it's brilliant.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
The variety as the consumer always wins.
But the variety is often overshadowed by the idea of I need to produce something out of this world, but then I don't put enough thought into it. Which is something and that's my critique of the brew industry as someone who
and yet
I'm sorry, as someone who buys beer for a bar and as a consumer himself, there are plenty of breweries who think they have a good idea but don't think it entirely through.
Yes, but the consumer's voice is loudest.
No, I'm sorry. The person who wholesales it is probably louder than that.
Wholesales it.
I'm sorry. If a brewery has a great idea,
there's a lot of
no. Sorry, Pete. If a brewery has a great idea, that's fantastic, and I will fully support it. But if a bar doesn't get behind it, it's often a lot harder for that brewery to get that bar idea out. You need to have wholesale accounts. Yeah, 100%.
I get it.
But
I get what you're saying.
And unfortunately, and this is probably coming, and this is my hot take for 2021. But there was a lot of breweries who thought they could skip that bar like
distribution
channel to get out there. And we're not your enemy. We're actually your best friend because we're the guys who are
saying alienate the guys.
I'm not saying that too.
These fuckers.
Moondog are Moondog are the most supportive guys on the planet. But I'm just talking about there's a lot of things, and if they're listening, please listen. And this is taking from one bar owners and someone who works in a brewery. And I encourage every beer that comes out of my brewery. I keep telling them stop releasing at brewery only. Release it to some of your favorite bars. We have our small batch.
So many bars. It's so hard not to be. I'm not in the beer industry, right?
Yeah.
I can only imagine how easy it is to become jaded by how many craft bars are still selling taps.
It's not about that. It's not about that. It's not about that. It's just like if you have something you want to move. Maybe stop trying to
send the reps out.
No. Pete, shut up. You don't work in the fucking industry. You don't have any fucking idea. Stop sending out someone to sell your core range stuff. I know that moves volume. I know that moves the idea of what your brewery's behind. And I 100% respect that. But if you're going to get that one person who's going to get right behind your brewery and get so invested in what your brand is and what you're selling
and what the idea of a brewery is, to the point where they're drinking fucking, the Baron of Barrels. You need to push a beer that is exciting for that bar to sell. And I think this is a big thing. And if any reps are listening to this, please, you can come talk to me about it. We can argue about this till the cows come home. This is just my personal opinion. But you need to take the exciting beers your brewery are selling and push them with the backup of what your core range is.
Yeah.
Because every brewery has a core range, and it is always fucking stellar. There is no brewery that's really pushing out a core range beer that is
That's shit.
subpar.
Yeah.
It's subpar. You wouldn't survive as a core brewery if your core range beer is subpar. But your core range beer is probably not exciting enough to beat that person's core range beer. You need to have an exciting beer that then you can go, cool, have this core range beer. But then on the same side, take this exciting beer that we've done that's just stupid and we're just having a bit of fun with it. And it's just like, and that's my
Like the
big,
Mountie.
like the Mountie.
Oh, yes.
But no. But that is my take as a bar owner,
3 years old.
a bar owner and a bar manager and someone who works with the brewery. I want to see them going, cool, please push our, I know Core Range make money. Core Range just pays the bills.
Tom.
No, shut up. Core Range pays bills, but I want them to, because I know a lot of their reps listen to this, and I want them to see them taking their exciting beers and pushing them with the added addition of some Core Range stuff, because a lot of them just was Core Range, and that's not exciting enough anymore. It was exciting 4 years ago. It's not exciting now, and that's my hot take for 2022. If you work in the beer industry, please just take some friendly advice. Sorry, your rebuttal?
I don't have a rebuttal.
Excellent.
I do.
Just let me know
Go.
when.
Go.
Just
I
let me know
don't.
when I can talk again, because I don't participate in the industry, so I don't have a voice.
I have my rebuttal is not a rebuttal. My rebuttal is a total agreement.
Is you just kiss the cat after that?
Yeah, I think that's the way I was going.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I know. I mean, it's great. I mean, it's just the core range is the mass market audience, and
That's how you pay bills, and everyone gets that, and that. But they're still tasty and good catch.
Yeah, you did. I did.
Good
that
form,
way. Yeah,
Peter.
exactly. Yeah, it's okay, so let's call it. We'll call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the cat is about to kill us all.
2021. Fuck you. Thank you very much for listening.
Fuck you.
No,
Fuck the year. It's been a shit of a year for a lot of people. Maybe not
A lot
us.
of people,
we
but-
have been lucky. So many of my friends have just spent Christmas with mum and one kid being physically separated from dad and other kid. That's fucked up.
Oh no, a lot of people. I do not disagree with. A lot of people have had a bad year.
These are people that I know and are really close to. So fuck you, 2021.
I don't think it's the year's fault.
Okay.
I think it's the disease's fault.
The disease. Yes.
Could have happened in any year.
Oh, the virus. Go. Cara, what
What
are
the
you doing?
Flying
Oh no,
fuck.
Cara's coming for us.
So before micro SD card has limited space remaining. Thank you very much for listening. It's been an awesome year.
Bye.
We will see you in 2022.
Chaos N 2021. Go.
Bye.
Bye.
Toss a coin to your witcher.
Does a coin to your witcher?
Oh, valley of plenty. Oh, valley of plenty. Oh.